everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Ares, the god of war. Synopsis. I inexplicably traveled through time and space and became Ares, the god of war in Greek mythology, but something seemed wrong with this world. Ever since the wandering star soldier shattered the original godhead, the world has been divided into several pieces. What is the wandering star soldier? Can you please explain it more clearly? I have received a prophecy that in the future Zeus will be overthrown by a demigod named Kratos, and the age of gods will end. This is a translation. Ra. For the advanced chapter visit Patreon, patreon.com/stories_hub739. You can buy me a cup of coffee. https://www.paypal.me/utkarshkumar96. Find your 5 free advanced chapters here. omnicalptools.online. Chapter 1 to 60. Chapter 1. Is there something wrong with this world? On the edge of the god of war palace on Olympus, Ares, Zeus's son, who had just been bestowed the title of god of war by the new god King Zeus, sat there in a daze, gazing at the endless sea of clouds in front of him, lost in thought. The lower gods and nymphs serving him in the god of war palace looked at him with concern, fearing that this violent god of war would, upon taking office, stir up a few wars on earth for excitement. After all, even before Zeus could lead the gods of Olympus to defeat Cronus and his supporters on Mount Othrys, Zeus's son Ares had already been born. In that era, Ares's bloodlust, belligerence, and cruelty had already spread throughout the world on the battlefields of the War of the Gods. However, Ares was clearly thinking of other things at this moment. Besides staring blankly at the sea of clouds, he held a black crystal pendant in his hand. In fact, although his physical body was still Ares, his spirit had clearly merged with, and been completely replaced by, a spirit from another dimension. Two kinds of memories were interwoven in his mind: one, as Zeus's son, filled with the clang of weapons, overcoming obstacles, blood, and battles on the battlefield of the war against the Titans; the other, as an ordinary human, living a peaceful daily life on a beautiful blue planet. After staring at the sea of clouds for a long time, the constantly interweaving and chaotic memories and consciousness in his mind finally converged into one, restoring his clarity of thought. Then, this handsome red-haired god lowered his head, covered the side of his face, and muttered, "I just went to a sauna, and I actually turned into Ares from Greek mythology?" After the two segments of memory and two consciousnesses merged into one, the newborn Ares finally gradually sorted out his current situation. He had only been in a sauna room at a steam bath for a while. When he felt the temperature drop and added a scoop of water to the stove, steam diffused, and then he fainted. When he woke up, he had already arrived in this world and become Ares. As for those bloody memories, they should be the memories of the previous Ares, the Ares born in and belonging to this world, from the Titan War. Withdrawing his gaze from the clouds, Ares lowered his head and looked at the black crystal pendant in his hand. This pendant was an accessory he had casually bought at a pawn shop back in his hometown. The price of this pendant was just street stall level, and it wasn't intricately carved with any superb craftsmanship. He bought this pendant simply because he saw his friends around him liked to wear pendants like crosses and other pendants, so he decided to get one for himself to play around with. Now, he had traveled through time and space, and this black pendant had also accompanied him to the other side of time and space. Needless to say, the reason for his transmigration was probably this black pendant, 9 times out of 10. But why, of all things, did I become Ares? Sighing inwardly, Ares stood up from the edge of the god of war palace, feeling the powerful divine power boiling and flowing like magma throughout his body. Comparing his current state with the previous Ares's memories, he found that his power had not diminished in the slightest due to a change in owner. Now, his power was worthy of the name of a god. If he wished, even if he casually threw his weapon to the ground, it could cause destructive power no less than the nuclear explosion. As the god of war, he could greatly enlarge his body, making himself tall enough to fight Titan giants. He could also summon various weapons such as his flaming longsword, great shield, and spear anytime, anywhere, and easily ignite wars between non-divine races on the ground. However, feeling this surging power, Ares felt no excitement, for he already knew Ares, this god, very well. He is the god of war, combat, daring, civil order, and rebellion, a bloodthirsty murderer and conqueror of defended castles, a symbol of strength and power, bloodthirsty, gory, the personification of human military disasters, and later the guardian god of the Thracians and Spartans, one of the Olympus' 12 main gods, the child of Zeus and Hera. But at the same time, he is also the most embarrassing of the 12 most powerful main gods on Olympus. If one were to speak of the deeds of Ares, it would undoubtedly be a history filled with bitterness, humiliation, and shame. Although this god was the true bloodline of the chaste heavenly queen Hera and Zeus, he was always suspected by the king of gods of being a child born from Hera's infidelity, because Hephaestus, Hera's previous child, was weak and ugly. Therefore, Ares was never favored by Zeus. In his life, he was first deprived of part of his authority as god of war and god of victory by his half-sister Athena, and then suffered setbacks at the hands of various figures. He was beaten by his father Zeus, by his second uncle Poseidon, by his mother Hera, and also by his siblings Apollo, Artemis, and Athena. He had an affair with his sister-in-law and was captured by his own brother Hephaestus in a fit of rage with a golden net, then dragged before the gods, losing all face. Even in the Trojan War, Athena, through the mortal Diomedes, was able to wound his wrist. Except for the Spartans who always worshipped him, even mortal playwrights called him a despicable god. To be a main god to this extent, from Ares's current advanced perspective, it would be better to just die. I need to find a way to reverse this embarrassing situation, Ares thought. But at this moment, the sea beneath the sea of clouds in front of him suddenly became turbulent, and a huge whirlpool even appeared in the center of the sea, visible even from Olympus. Then, Ares heard an angry roar from the direction of Zeus's god-king's hall. Zeus! I didn't expect you to be like this. I misjudged you, you are no different from your father Cronus. This angry roar shook the sky, scaring the nymphs in the god of war palace into trembling. Ares looked towards the god-king's hall and saw Oceanus, the god of the ocean, one of the previous generation of titans who had sided with Zeus in the Titan War, storm out of the god-king's hall, then leap down Olympus and return directly to the ocean. In Ares's Earth memories, Oceanus was already a member of the second generation of gods in Greek mythology. Although he was not imprisoned in Tartarus and lost his position after the Titan War, his status was gradually replaced by the third-generation god King Poseidon. But in Ares's memories, Oceanus was still one of the Olympus' 12 main gods. Because Olympus was newly established at this time, Zeus had not yet had time to engage in his future romantic affairs. Important deities such as Apollo, Artemis, and Athena had not yet been born. Therefore, among the 12 main gods, there were still many second-generation titans who supported Zeus. At this point in time, the positions of the Olympus' 12 main gods were God King Zeus, Heavenly Queen Hera, Sea King Poseidon, Hades, Hestia, Demeter, Prometheus, Oceanus, Helios, Selene, Hephaestus, and finally Ares. Apart from Zeus's siblings and children, among the current 12 main gods, titans like Prometheus were included in the list of 12 main gods because they had sided with Zeus's faction during the war. And among these titans, the most influential speaker was naturally Oceanus. As a second-generation god, in terms of pure divine power, he was no weaker than Sea King Poseidon. Moreover, his daughter was Zeus's first wife, Athena's birth mother, the original goddess of wisdom Metis. This goddess played a crucial role in the war. It was she who created the emetic that made Cronus vomit up Hades and others whom he had swallowed, bringing the two sides to a stalemate. If this father-in-law of Zeus were to get angry, even the current Zeus would have to curb his temper and speak kindly. However, Ares found it strange. Why would Oceanus suddenly be so angry? So he walked towards the god king's hall. Of course, the current Ares was different from the reckless and idiotic former god of war. He wouldn't touch the irritated Oceanus, but instead found Prometheus, who was standing at the entrance of the god king's hall, looking at the ocean with a troubled expression, lost in thought. Prometheus. Ares greeted the future god who stole fire. Ah, it's Ares. Prometheus's thoughts were clearly elsewhere at the moment. Hearing Ares's voice, he asked distractedly, "Is something wrong?" Ares subtly leaned closer and whispered. "Why is Oceanus angry?" "Alas, this matter is a bit complicated." Prometheus looked up at him, then lowered his head again, sighing. He clearly didn't want to discuss this topic with a brute like Ares. Ares glanced at the clouds. Although the sky was still clear, some clouds looked unusually thick, indicating that God King Zeus was not in a good mood. He then looked into the God King's hall and whispered to Prometheus. "Since it's inconvenient to speak in detail here, let's go to my God of War palace. There's plenty of space there, and no outsiders." Prometheus looked at Ares with great surprise. In his impression, this was definitely not something the crude God of War would say. This god had always been one of the gods on Olympus least aware of the atmosphere. But before he could think further, Ares had already grabbed his arm and dragged him all the way to the God of War palace, dismissing the nymphs and lower gods serving in the God of War palace. "All right, speak." Ares turned and said. "Why is the God of War so persistent?" Prometheus asked hesitantly. "Because Oceanus came from Zeus, right?" "His anger must be related to Zeus," Ares said. "As Zeus's son, and also a great god on Olympus, I think I have the right to understand the reason." Prometheus looked at Ares, and his attitude softened. He nodded and said, "You're right, you do have the right to know about this." So, after a slight pause to choose his words, Prometheus slowly began to narrate. Ever since the Yoshing Vanguard, an extraterrestrial visitor, broke through the barrier of chaos and descended to Earth, scattering and separating the original divine essence. What the hell? Is this timeline a bit off? Ares, hearing this, quickly interrupted Prometheus and asked, "What did you say?" "Yoshing Vanguard? Ah, I almost forgot. It's normal for a third-generation god like you not to know. This was already a matter of Uranus's era." Prometheus thought for a moment, and considering Ares' usual intelligence, he decided to skip this matter. "In short, you only need to know that that thing caused huge losses to all the gods at that time." Oh. Ares nodded, signaling Prometheus to continue, but at this moment, he was already feeling a bit uneasy inside. If he remembered correctly, the Yoshing Vanguard was something that only existed in a very popular world in the anime circle of his previous life, and in that world, gods like him were destined to perish sooner or later. Ever since then, our god king has been burdened with the curse of being overthrown by his own descendants, just as Uranus was overthrown by Cronus, and Cronus was overthrown by Zeus. When Zeus became god king, Cronus also uttered a new prophecy. Prometheus said, "The child of Métis and Zeus will gain power stronger than him and overthrow him, becoming the king of men and gods." So just now, Zeus, like his father, devoured his wife Métis. Métis was Oceanus's beloved daughter. No wonder Oceanus was so furious just now. Because of this, Oceanus has sworn not to support Zeus anymore, nor to return to Olympus. Prometheus sighed. Olympus has just been established, and one powerful main god is already missing from the Olympus 12 main gods. So that's how it is. Ares nodded. He wasn't surprised by this at all. It was completely expected for Zeus, that monstrous father, to do such a thing. Moreover, it was because of this incident that the most brilliant jewel of Olympus, Athena, goddess of wisdom, was born later. However, according to my past memories, Prometheus should have some ability to foresee. If it's him, he should be able to foresee Athena's birth, and he definitely wouldn't show such an expression. Looking at the troubled Prometheus, Ares felt suspicious, so he pressed on. "Prometheus, besides this, have you foreseen anything else?" How could that be?" Hearing Ares's words, Prometheus smiled, trying to brush him off. "All I'm worried about is the discord among colleagues caused by this matter." "That's absolutely not true. You have the ability to foresee. If it were just Goddess Métis being devoured, you absolutely wouldn't be so worried." Ares pressed on. "You've definitely foreseen something, haven't you? Tell me, Prometheus, and in exchange, I will help you unconditionally once in the future." "This?" Prometheus took a step back, looking somewhat surprised and uncertain. In his impression, Ares would normally never say such a thing. Tell me, otherwise, I'll tell Zeus that you're hiding something from him. Ares ignored Prometheus. Even if the other party suspected, they couldn't find out his true identity. He was now the real Ares, so he threatened confidently, you rebelled against Cronus back then, Zeus will absolutely not completely trust you. If I just tell him about this, what do you think Zeus will do to you? As he spoke, Ares also held his shoulder, preventing him from escaping. This? Alas. Prometheus hung his head, finally compromising helplessly, all right, I'll tell you, but you have to promise not to tell anyone. As the god of wisdom, Prometheus had calculated everything, but he never expected to fall into Ares's hands. Before coming, he hadn't really taken Ares, that brute, seriously, and the original Ares was indeed a simpleton who could be easily fooled by his words. Now Ares was controlling him. Unless he could break free from Ares and complain to Zeus first, he might be able to twist black into white with his glib tongue. However, he was not the future Athena. Ares was a god of war after all, and in a fight, Prometheus couldn't possibly be his opponent. So he honestly said, I foresaw the future where Zeus is killed by Zeus's son. Oh, I see. Ares was not surprised by this either. Although in mythology, the Greek pantheon did not end in Zeus's era, given the nature of the Greek pantheon, it was not surprising for Zeus to be overthrown by his own child. If the Yoshing vanguard was real, the Age of Gods would end sooner or later, and perhaps the Age of Gods in Greece ended this way. Thinking of this, Ares casually asked, so, who is this child who killed Zeus? He is a demigod. Prometheus seemed to foresee that terrifying figure, and cold sweat seeped from his forehead. His name is Kratos, or you can also call him Kratos. Chapter 2 There will be no smiles in such a life. 1254 words. Kratos. This name might not be famous worldwide, but Ares believed that anyone who had been involved in gaming or anime circles would know his renowned name. If god-slaying could be called the greatest feat humanity could achieve, then Kratos had integrated this feat into his daily life. For him, killing a god was no different from eating, drinking, or fighting monsters. Others who killed a god could be called god-slayers and boast endlessly, but Kratos could not simply be called a god-slayer, he could only be called the butcher of gods. Moreover, if Ares's memory served him correctly, among the 12 great gods of Olympus, he seemed to be the first to die at Kratos' hands. Oh, my god. Ares now felt a bolt from the blue flash through his mind, as if 10 Zeus were thundering in his head. When he first confirmed his transmigration, he thought he could use the myths and legends he remembered from his previous life, along with the intelligence of a normal modern person, to live a good life on Olympus. But now, Prometheus, who possessed foresight, told him that the Age of Gods in this world was not only destined to end but would end at the hands of that bald Kratos. Ares felt as if he had just been born in the delivery room, and the nurse who delivered him had already told him his date and cause of death. A life like this would have no joy. As for the option of Ares starting from now to strive for excellence, work hard, accumulate strength, and then directly confront that bald Kratos in the future great calamity of Olympus. Don't say I can't, if you can, you go. Anyway, upon hearing this news from Prometheus, Ares felt that his way of living in this world had to change. To avoid dying at the hands of that fierce, bald villain in the future, he had to formulate a plan to survive. Ares, so you can make such an expression too. Seeing Ares's current face, Prometheus sighed, I thought the god of war wouldn't show such an expression even if he died in battle. Creatures that don't know fear have no future. Ares said, releasing Prometheus, don't worry, Prometheus, I won't tell anyone this secret. From now on, if you need anything, come find me, I can help you once without violating my principles. So you're this kind of person, Ares. After Ares released him, Prometheus straightened his clothes and looked at him, it seems all of us have misjudged you before. But you won't tell this secret to others, will you? A smile appeared on Ares's face. If Prometheus revealed his true nature, then in turn, Ares would tell Zeus about it. By then, as Zeus's son, he could just make up a few lies to smooth things over, while Prometheus would face the terrible punishment of the god king for concealing such an important prophecy. Prometheus was a clever god, he knew the stakes, so Ares felt very at ease with him. The two looked at each other knowingly for several seconds, then Prometheus also smiled brightly, and subsequently, both burst into laughter simultaneously. Ares patted Prometheus's shoulder, cordially seeing him out of his temple, but upon turning back into the temple, his expression instantly darkened. Although Olympus was newly established, and this should have been the most spirited time for Ares, the god of war, Kratos was like a heavy mountain pressing down on his shoulders. I can't believe I transmigrated to another world, and I still have to fight desperately to survive. After sighing, Ares immediately leveraged his advantage as a corporate slave from his previous life, reigning in this huge psychological disparity and focusing all his thoughts on the main task. What he needed to consider now was how to survive. Ares first set a few broad directions for himself. First, find a way to confirm exactly which cursed place this world is. Is it a mythological world centered on Greek mythology, the predecessor of the planet he transmigrated from, or truly a type moon world with the UCI giant gods? Although there was a great extraterrestrial enemy called UCI, Ares remembered that the Greek gods in that world should have been Cybertronian, but now he possessed fleshly divine power as a heavenly god, which did not match his memory. Therefore, he had to confirm which world this was. Second, solidify his position as the god of war. Only by becoming a great god with status could he find a glimmer of hope in the coming changes, but he also had to maintain balance. While becoming a great god with status, he should try not to attract the attention of other great gods, especially Zeus. Third, find a way to analyze the black crystal pendant that came with him. If this thing was indeed the reason for his transmigration, then as long as he could slightly understand its operating principle, he could find a way to directly escape from this dangerous world. Among these three broad directions, Ares decided to try the third one first. Don't you see how Joseph Joestar, the second generation of the Joestar family, traversed the world for over 80 years, and the secret to his longevity was understanding how to assess the situation? When encountering an unbeatable enemy, he knew to turn and run, which is why he lived so long. So, if this black crystal pendant could allow Ares to directly leave this cursed world, he would absolutely not hesitate and would choose to escape immediately. As for the cursed position of the god of war, whoever wants it can have it. Anyway, when the bald one appears, this position will eventually be handed over. Of course, Ares was self-aware. He knew that with his abilities as the god of war, he absolutely could not analyze this black crystal. However, on Olympus now, there was a great god who might have the ability to analyze it. Hephaestus, the god of fire, the eldest son of god King Zeus and heavenly queen Hera, and also the legitimate eldest son under god King Zeus. However, because he was born with illness and a weakened body, hardly resembling the offspring of two powerful deities, Hera disliked him and directly threw him off Olympus. However, Hephaestus was lucky. He was picked up by the sea goddess Thetis and raised. This sea goddess Thetis was both the birth mother of Achilles, the demigod hero who would later become famous throughout Greece, and it was also out of gratitude that the demigod hero possessed so much luxurious equipment, all given to him by Hephaestus out of appreciation for his mother's kindness. Because of this, Hephaestus was always at odds with his parents. Hera and Zeus, these heartless parents, never bothered with him until they discovered that Hephaestus could forge peerless weapons and help them defeat Cronus. Only then did these two shamelessly bring their son back up the mountain and bestow upon him the position of a great god. Later, although Hephaestus reluctantly worked with the Cyclops to forge a divine artifact for each of the three brothers, Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon, helping them defeat Cronus, the god of fire surely still harbored resentment, as his father god was actually no better than his grandfather. His relationship with his biological brother, Ares, was also quite subtle, which was why Ares felt some hesitation before going to the fire god's hall. Chapter 3 Hephaestus. 1113 words. As blood brothers, what was the relationship like between Ares and Hephaestus in Greek mythology? Regarding this, Ares himself didn't want to elaborate too embarrassingly. In short, if Ares in Greek mythology wanted to speak with Hephaestus, he would definitely put on his armor and bring all his weapons before daring to step into the fire god's hall, because if he didn't, he might fall into the intricate traps designed by Hephaestus. As a brainless brute, Ares had always only respected powerful violence and was only willing to converse as equals with beings possessing great strength. As for Hephaestus, who was inherently weak and even abandoned by his parents, he was naturally looked down upon by Ares. In Ares's own memory, the previous Ares had always looked down on Hephaestus and was extremely impolite. The relationship between the two brothers had always been no different from that of strangers. Fortunately, Ares carefully searched his memories and found no record of him sharing a bed with any beautiful goddess. This made him greatly relieved. After all, they were blood-related brothers. As long as things hadn't gone to the absolute extreme, there was a possibility for his relationship with Hephaestus to mend. The reason for the complete rift between Ares and Hephaestus was naturally a certain goddess who was widely shared among the 12 gods, Hephaestus's wife, Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. If Ares in Greek mythology hadn't found his sister-in-law's dumplings particularly delicious, Hephaestus wouldn't have thenceforth refused to meet Ares privately, and the brothers wouldn't have regarded each other as enemies. But she hasn't been born yet, that's truly excellent. After finally confirming this, Ares let out a long sigh, then summoned the nymphs within the god of war palace and had them fetch him 2 pitchers of the finest divine wine. To gain the favor of his elder brother, Hephaestus, Ares decided he could temporarily abandon the dignity of a god of war. In fact, Hephaestus was indeed worthy of such effort. If one were to discuss which of the 12 great gods of Olympus was most worth currying favor with, it would undoubtedly be Hephaestus. He could help Zeus forge thunder, the strongest weapon in all of Greek mythology, and also forge the trident that controls the seas and the bident that wields death. With him, it meant having an endless supply of various divine artifacts. Compared to Hephaestus, his wife Aphrodite was utterly insignificant. In Ares's current view, that vase wasn't even fit to carry her husband's shoes. Thus, carrying 2 pitchers of divine wine, Ares headed straight for the fire god's hall. Arriving near the fire god's hall, Ares heard the sound of hammering emanating from the temple from afar. He came to the temple entrance and found that the temple, which had been built into a massive forge, was already in full operation. From the massive chimney on the temple, sparks were continuously spewing forth, and the fiercely burning internal flames also shone through the various doors and windows of the fire god's hall, making one feel the intense heat just by looking. And near the fire god's hall, there were no nymphs serving as in the god of war palace. Aside from the lesser gods serving the fire god, those coming and going here were all Cyclops. They were the loyal servants of Hephaestus. Ares arrived at the entrance of the fire god's hall, where 2 Cyclops were waiting. Seeing Ares approach, they dared not be negligent and bowed their heads to greet Ares. "Great Ares, it is an honor to see you." Ares asked the 2 Cyclops, "Is Hephaestus working?" "That's right. During the previous Great War, much of the warriors' equipment on Olympus was damaged. Lord Hephaestus must repair this equipment for them as soon as possible." One of the Cyclops asked. "Lord Ares, are you also here to repair your spear, shield, and sword?" "No, I'm here to see Hephaestus." Ares replied. "Then I'll inform him for you," the other Cyclops suggested. "No need." Ares understood well the unpleasant feeling of being in the middle of work and then suddenly being interrupted, especially since his relationship with Hephaestus wasn't good at the moment. Currently, he had a favor to ask of Hephaestus, so leaving a perfect first impression on him was extremely important. Thus, he directly refused the Cyclops' suggestion. "No, I'll wait for him here." Although the gods of Olympus were immortal and powerful, they also needed rest. Even Hephaestus couldn't work for days on end without eating or sleeping. So when the starry night arrived, and the veil of Nyx, the goddess of night, quietly covered the sky, the flames within the fire god's hall gradually died down. Seeing this, Ares' spirits lifted, and he then asked the 2 Cyclops guarding the entrance to go in and announce him. After a moment, the Cyclops reappeared and led him inside. Upon entering the fire god's hall, Ares saw his elder brother, who was currently covered in soot marks, sitting cross-legged beside his anvil, his tired eyes filled with surprise as he watched Ares slowly walk in. To be fair, Hephaestus couldn't actually be considered ugly, but on Olympus, where everyone was a handsome man or beautiful woman, his truly ordinary face would indeed be categorized as ugly. His body was the same. Currently, Hephaestus's legs hadn't been broken yet, so he now looked like an ordinary Greek blacksmith from a later era. Ares. Hephaestus asked Ares, who had walked up to him, "What wind blew you here today, that you'd actually be willing to wait outside the temple until I finished my work, and even waited for someone to announce you and only entered after getting my permission? Isn't this standard procedure?" Ares came to Hephaestus's side, disregarding the ash on the ground, and sat down cross-legged like him, replying with a smile. "That is indeed the behavior of a normal god, but the normal you would never do such a thing." Hephaestus looked Ares up and down, then asked, "Ah, I understand. You need a favor from me, don't you? Do you want me to repair your weapon, or forge a new one for you?" No, no. Although he did indeed want Hephaestus to use his talents and divine power to help him analyze that black crystal pendant, Ares also knew that such matters couldn't be rushed. The most important thing right now was to build a good relationship with the fire god. So he presented the 2 pitchers of divine wine he had brought, placing them before Hephaestus, and then said, "Actually, I just came to drink with you." Chapter 4 I want to learn forging. 1265 words. Drink? After Ares explained his purpose, Hephaestus asked in surprise. "You didn't hit your head, did you?" After thinking for a moment, he shook his head again. "No, what place in this world could make you hit your head? You must have something to ask of me, right?" "Not really." Ares shook his head. "To tell you the truth, did you notice Oceanus's movements today?" "What happened to Oceanus?" Hephaestus asked in confusion upon hearing this. "I've been working all day, so I didn't notice anything outside." Zeus swallowed Métis. Ares sighed. "Oceanus was furious about this today and has announced his withdrawal from Olympus, completely breaking with Zeus." "Ah? Why did Zeus do that?" Hephaestus was greatly puzzled. "Because Cronus gave him a prophecy, or rather, a curse." Ares said, "Cronus prophesied that he would be overthrown by his son with Métis. To nip this possibility in the bud, Zeus swallowed goddess Métis today." "Is that so?" "So that's how it is." After listening, Hephaestus's face didn't show much emotion. He just said indifferently, "That certainly sounds like something he would do." Seeing him display that expression, Ares felt the topic had been brought up, so he naturally said, "I used to, always thought that you being abandoned by Zeus and Hera was due to your own weakness, but now I realize I was wrong. As Zeus's son, whether we are strong or weak, as long as we arouse our father's vigilance, then, before him, we are ultimately as powerless as lambs, only able to be slaughtered and manipulated by him. Who in this world, when young, can escape the control of their parents? Zeus and Hera, as our parents, not only failed to fulfill their responsibility to protect us, but if we displease them, we could be punished at any time, even losing our lives for it. Thinking about it this way, I suddenly feel some admiration for you, Hephaestus. Although you were born into a predicament, you relied on your own efforts, not on being Zeus's son, but on your talent, to secure a position among the 12 gods of Olympus. Perhaps, that is what true strength is. No one in the world dislikes those who speak sincerely good words to them, especially in the world of Greek mythology. Even an honest person like Hephaestus, hearing his brother Ares, who used to look down on him, now sincerely praise and even flatter him, outwardly remained calm, but inwardly, he was already secretly delighted. As a return favor, after listening to Ares's words, Hephaestus also wanted to praise him in return. However, Hephaestus, the god of fire, was not skilled in rhetoric, so he racked his brains, thought for a long time, and could only say to Ares, "Ares, actually, it's not easy for you either." Indeed, as Zeus's son, who among us has it easy? As Ares spoke, he had already taken out 2 cups and poured a cup of divine wine for himself and Hephaestus. He handed the divine wine to Hephaestus and clinked glasses, saying, "There's nothing for it, as brothers, from now on, we can only support and help each other on this Olympus. Hephaestus held his wine glass, hesitated for a moment, and then gently clinked it with Ares's. "You're right," he said to Ares. That night, Ares and Hephaestus talked through the night over divine wine, discussing many things with each other. Ares fully utilized his experience as an office worker in his previous life, employing the methods of entertaining company clients on Hephaestus, with remarkable results. The god of fire was very happy with what he said, and the relationship between the two great gods also became much closer. After that day, whenever Ares had time, he would bring fine wine, find Hephaestus, and talk about everything under the sun with him, strengthening their brotherly bond. After a period of time, their relationship had become as good as that of normal brothers in the mortal world. And feeling that their relationship was close enough, Ares struck while the iron was hot, expressing his interest in forging techniques to Hephaestus and hoping that Hephaestus could teach him a little. As the god of war, why are you interested in this kind of hammering and banging craft? Upon hearing Ares's request, Hephaestus asked very strangely. Because forging can create weapons, chariots, and war fortifications. Ares, as the god of war, naturally stated his pre-prepared excuse. As the god of war, is there anything wrong with me caring about the techniques for forging war equipment? Hephaestus thought about it. It seemed that this reason was indeed not problematic, so he replied, "Alright, anyway, I've almost finished repairing the equipment on Olympus recently, so I'll take some time to teach you." As biological brothers, both Hephaestus and Ares's divine power attributes lean towards fire, except that Ares's flames are more violent and powerful than Hephaestus's, while Hephaestus, the god of fire, has more easily controllable fire. It was also for this reason, and because his physical strength became extremely formidable after becoming the god of war, that Ares dared to think that it wouldn't be difficult for him to learn Hephaestus's forging techniques with his conditions. As long as he learned these crafts, he would be able to deduce some properties of that black crystal without troubling the god of fire himself, which was also the safest option. However, when Hephaestus began to teach, Ares realized how terribly wrong he was. The weapons of the gods in this era were by no means comparable to human mortal objects. To learn to forge divine artifacts, before fire control and hammering techniques, Ares also had to learn a series of very complex magical knowledge. Fortunately, after becoming a deity, his mental agility and memory capacity were several times greater than before. With Ares's efforts, he eventually learned what Hephaestus taught and successfully got started. In the past, Ares would never have been able to learn such complex and intricate things. Hephaestus saw Ares's efforts and was also very pleasantly surprised. Unlike the gods on Olympus who were arrogant and would never allow anyone else's skill to be stronger than their own, nor would they allow their skills to be passed on, Hephaestus was a rare talent who was not arrogant and was happy to share his skills. The forging techniques of later mortals were all taught by him. Upon seeing Ares so diligently learning his forging, Hephaestus immediately found his brother more pleasing to the eye and also tried to impart everything he had learned without reservation. After approximately 4 to 5 years of learning, Ares finally graduated from Hephaestus, the god of fire. Although his forging technique is still far from the god of fire's level, he can now easily forge some low-level treasures. Hephaestus's forging knowledge and magical knowledge have also been completely learned by him. Now, all that is needed is practice and experience. And after completing his studies, Ares did not delay. He immediately returned to his god of war palace, preparing to begin the analysis of that black crystal pendant. But at this moment, outside the god of war palace, a lesser god suddenly rushed in, and upon seeing Ares sitting on the divine throne, he shouted in surprise. "Ares, you're finally back. Where were you yesterday? You didn't even attend Zeus's banquet." "I went to inspect the earth yesterday." Ares casually made up a lie, then asked. "What's wrong?" "Goddess Hebe came looking for you. It seems something extraordinary happened yesterday," the lesser god said. Chapter 5 Persuading Hera. 1376 words. Hebe is the goddess of youth, who also pours wine for the Olympus gods at banquets. Like Ares, she is also the child of Hera and Zeus, making them siblings. By the way, she was later married by Hera to the formidable Heracles, the strongest hero in Greece. This means that in the future, that rough and powerful Hercules will be both Ares' younger brother and his brother-in-law. Then quickly invite my sister in, Ares immediately ordered upon hearing the subordinate god's words. After he gave the order, a moment later, two nymphs belonging to the god of war led the beautiful goddess of youth, Hebe, into the god of war palace. Ares did not put on airs, he directly descended from his divine throne and went to greet her. Hebe, my sister, he asked, why have you come to me in such a hurry? Hebe seemed relieved to see Ares approach. She asked, my brother, what were you doing yesterday? You actually missed the banquet personally hosted by Zeus. Me? Ares replied, I wanted to train myself, so I went to the mortal world yesterday to find suitable monsters to practice with. What's wrong? Here, Ares lied to Hebe. In truth, he had been studying forging techniques with Hephaestus on Olympus all day yesterday and had not left Olympus. Hebe carefully looked at his expression, then said, it seems you weren't doing anything for our mother, Hera. That puts my mind at ease. After speaking, he told Ares what had happened yesterday. It turned out that just yesterday, one of Zeus's many wives, the goddess Leto, entered labor and was soon to give birth to Zeus's child. Because of this, the relationship between Zeus and Leto was exposed to Hera. Ares and Hebe's extremely jealous mother, Hera, naturally resorted to her traditional art of persecuting mistresses. Furthermore, she had heard a prophecy from who knows where, stating that the children goddess Leto bore for Zeus would be even more outstanding than the ugly Hephaestus and the crude Ares, which fueled her jealousy. She dispatched her monsters to persecute Leto, forbidding her from giving birth on land. Currently, those monsters are chasing Leto, and the purpose of Zeus's banquet yesterday was to ask other gods to help him persuade Hera. Unfortunately, Hera, who is currently enraged, will not listen to anyone. Upon hearing the name Leto, Ares understood. This goddess is the future mother of the god of light, Apollo, and the moon goddess, Artemis. As for these two children, it's hard to say who is more outstanding compared to Hephaestus, but in mythology, they are certainly more excellent than Ares. For his own plans, Ares definitely needs to maintain good relations with the two great gods, Apollo and Artemis. Apollo can preside over important divine duties such as prophecy, healing, and music, and Artemis also has great insight into beast mastery and hunting. Once he establishes good relations with these two deities, Ares can learn a great deal from them. Moreover, the moon goddess Artemis was a character who appeared in a mobile game from the world Ares was in during his previous life on Earth. If this goddess is born, Ares might be able to confirm whether this is the type moon world based on her appearance. After briefly weighing the pros and cons, Ares said to Hebe, I see. Then I'll go and try to persuade Hera. Persuade? Hebe was stunned, then exclaimed in surprise, Zeus can't even handle her right now, how will you persuade her? You know our mother goddess's temperament. Anyway, the fact that goddess Leto is going to give birth is already a given. As Zeus's son, you wouldn't want us to ruin our relationship with our future brothers or sisters because of mother, would you? Ares shrugged. As for Hera, as her most favored son, if I explain the severity of the situation, I think she should still listen. Since it was on his way, Ares simply had his nymphs retrieve the jewels stored in the god of war palace, and then went to the fire god's hall to ask Hephaestus to forge a beautiful brooch for Hera on the spot as a gift. After the brooch was completed, Ares took it and headed to Hera's temple. Ever since learning about the prophecy of Kratos' destruction, Ares had been planning his survival strategy, and following the custom of his previous life, he had listed 3 plans: superior, medium, and inferior. The superior plan was naturally to activate the black crystal's time-traveling ability and directly escape to another universe, making a clean getaway. However, this plan was temporarily infeasible due to technical reasons, so Ares currently had to focus his energy on the medium plan. His medium plan was to first establish good relations with all the gods on Olympus, becoming a universally popular good guy, and find a way to ensure other gods would not perceive him as a threat. Then, in this state, he would research a magic that allowed him to feign death and escape, avoiding perishing with the age of gods. As for the inferior plan, Ares felt he could imitate the savior Uchi's posture, offering his loyalty to Kratos when he ascended Olympus. However, this plan was not foolproof. While the old god of war in Norse mythology, who had cultivated himself for many years, might accept his allegiance, it was truly hard to say if that bald man, driven mad by the gods, would accept it. Therefore, Ares's current task of persuading Hera was an effort to realize his medium plan, and establishing good relations with the siblings Artemis and Apollo was undoubtedly the best opportunity. He arrived outside Hera's temple and asked the goddesses serving Hera to enter the temple and announce him. Soon, he received Hera's permission and entered the temple. Although Hera was currently seething with anger, she would not refuse to see her own son. Upon entering the temple, Ares quickly saw his beautiful and charming mother on the magnificent golden throne. Hera's beauty and figure naturally needed no elaboration. If this golden-haired heavenly queen were not a rare beauty in the world, Zeus, that old lecher, would never have been willing to marry her as his heavenly queen at the cost of sharing his authority. Hera's mood was clearly not very good at the moment. When Ares entered the temple, she was staring at a pool in the center of her temple. Ares subtly glanced at the pool and saw a gigantic venomous python in it, riding the wind and waves across the ocean, chasing a certain figure. That should be Python, the legendary giant serpent Hera sent to hunt down Leto and the siblings Apollo and Artemis. However, Python's situation didn't look very good at the moment. It encountered an extremely strong storm and huge waves in the ocean. Although these weather phenomena were nothing to a monster capable of persecuting a god, they effectively slowed its pace. This was Poseidon's doing. Seeing the goddess Leto being cruelly persecuted by the monster, the Sea King felt compassion and used his authority to block Python in the ocean. Of course, this was certainly the official explanation. There must have been instructions from Zeus behind Poseidon's actions, and the Sea King was just taking the blame. But surprisingly, Poseidon truly could bear this blame. Heavenly Queen Hera on Olympus could at most vent her anger at fourth-generation gods like Ares, or her philandering husband Zeus. If she dared to get angry at Poseidon, the Sea King would undoubtedly show her a thing or two without a second thought. Poseidon did not even fear Zeus, so how could he fear a woman who gained power by relying on Zeus? That's why the Heavenly Queen was so furious now. Ares estimated that before his arrival, she had been watching Python here, shouting, "Move! Move," while raging ineffectually. Seeing Ares approach, Hera's expression finally seemed to soften. She asked indifferently, "Ares, my child, have you come to make this shameless woman suffer and help your poor mother vent her anger?" Ares hesitated, then directly knelt on one knee and looked up, saying, "No, mother, I have come to ask for your forgiveness for Leto." Chapter 6 White Hair, Big Waves, Silly and Sweet. 1644 words. What did you say? Hearing this, Hera's anger surged to its peak. Her eyes turned red with fury as she rose from her throne and approached Ares, trembling as she said, "Ares, I am your mother. Are you going to betray me too?" "No, mother, I'm doing this for your own good." Ares earnestly used the same persuasive tactics he'd employed in his previous life to convince leaders and sell products, first taking her side and speaking favorably for her. "Mother, please calm down for a moment and think carefully. Goddess Leto is not a mortal, like you, she is also a child of the Titans. Her children with Zeus will certainly be extraordinary in the future. If you persecute her now, you will be making enemies with her children in the future. What if she's a goddess? Even her father, Zeus, has been imprisoned in Tartarus. What right does she have to seduce the man of me, Heavenly Queen Hera?" Hera angrily retorted, "Does Heavenly Queen Hera have to humble herself before the daughter of a criminal? It's true that Goddess Leto's father supported Cronus, but Goddess Leto herself firmly sided with Zeus. And Hera, think about it, several of the 12 great gods on Olympus now are second-generation gods who once served Cronus. Can Zeus truly trust them?" Ares painstakingly persuaded her, "The children in Goddess Leto's womb have clearly inherited Zeus's power and bloodline. If they are born, Zeus will surely enthrone them as chief gods among the 12 great gods, and take the opportunity to ostracize Helios and Selene, weakening their power and authority. Offending 2 future great gods would be greatly disadvantageous to you, Hera. Hera hesitated upon hearing this. She was well aware of how she had attained her current position. If she weren't Zeus's wife, her name would never have appeared among the 12 chief gods. As a heavenly queen, Hera's power was not truly strong. Her character and qualifications as a goddess could not compare to her sisters, Hestia or Demeter. Even now, Poseidon and Hades among the 12 gods completely ignored her, and Helios, Selene, and Prometheus would certainly not help her. If, in the future, when Zeus cheated, not a single one of the 12 gods of Olympus was willing to speak up for her, then she would truly be unable to restrain her husband, only able to let him do as he pleased outside, unable even to get angry. But Hera, upon second thought, still felt a surge of anger. Leto seduced my man first. As heavenly queen, why should I swallow my anger? So, mother, you're just worried about losing face, and I'm here to help you solve that problem. Seeing that the time was right, Ares immediately volunteered, today, you can continue to do whatever you want, and I, Ares, will go help Goddess Leto with the trouble she's facing. That way, I will have done a favor for Goddess Leto's children, and since I am your son, even if they don't like you in the future, they will give you a good way out for my sake, Ares. After Ares volunteered, Hera thought for a moment, then agreed to Ares's plan. Ares was her child, and in her heart, she unconsciously did not guard against Ares as an outsider. In her view, if something were to happen in the future, Ares would definitely stand by her side. Of course, whether Ares would stand by her side now was debatable. In any case, Ares certainly did not view Hera and Zeus as parents at the moment. The character of these 2 heavenly queens simply did not deserve to be called parents. And the biggest beneficiary of this matter outwardly seemed to be Hera, but that would only be if Ares truly obeyed Hera wholeheartedly. If Ares had his own ideas, then needless to say, the biggest beneficiary would definitely be Ares, who played both sides. He helped Goddess Leto, first gaining the favor of Artemis and Apollo, the siblings. Secondly, Zeus would also somewhat let go of his prejudice against this son of his. And Hera, on her side, also thought Ares was working hard for her future. By stepping forward this time, Ares simultaneously gained the favor of 3 great gods on Olympus. This was entirely beneficial to him, so after gaining Hera's consent, Ares quietly left, returned to the god of war palace, took his weapons and equipment, then leaped from Olympus, falling into the depths of the sea, arriving at the isolated island in the ocean formed by the meteor goddess Asteria. Asteria was Goddess Leto's sister. Because heavenly Queen Hera had forbidden the earth from providing her a place to give birth, this sister stepped forward and prepared a birthing place for her sister. When Ares arrived here, he could see that besides this floating island, which would later be known as Delos Island, 4 massive adamantine pillars had also risen from the sea. These 4 pillars helped the drifting Delos Island stabilize itself. Ares felt a divine power containing thunder from these 4 pillars, which was clearly also Zeus's doing. As Ares looked at these 4 pillars, he wondered if it was his imagination, but he always felt a gaze descending from the sky, falling upon him. He feared that if he had come to harm Goddess Leto on Hera's behalf, inexplicable lightning would fall from the sky. However, Ares's purpose for this trip was to help Goddess Leto, so he openly withdrew his gaze and ignored the power and pressure Zeus focused on him. He walked directly into the depths of the floating island, arriving outside a solitary temple on the island. He did not restrain his presence, so when he arrived outside the temple, someone was already waiting at the temple entrance. It was a maiden, dressed in a moon-white gown, of great beauty, and from her emanated a new, and somewhat similar to Ares's origin, divine power. Although this divine power was not yet as strong as his current power, it already showed the nascent might of a future great god. The maiden held a divine bow in her hand. Upon seeing Ares, she immediately drew her bow and nocked an arrow, aiming it in Ares's direction and threatening, "Stop. Who are you? State your name." Ares looked at the maiden, white hair, large breasts, a serious expression that always seemed to carry a hint of foolishness. Indeed, it was undeniably that love-struck virgin goddess who forcibly squeezed into her man's spirit origin on the card. So he looked up at the sky, sighed softly, lamenting his tragic fate. Seeing Ares suddenly sighing towards the sky for some unknown reason, the nascent goddess Artemis was somewhat bewildered. However, because her mother was giving birth to her brother in the temple behind her, she did not relax her vigilance at all. Seeing Artemis's stance, Ares voluntarily took a step back, then released his grip on his sword hilt and spread his hands to show he had no hostile intentions. "I am Zeus and Hera's son, the god of war of Olympus, Ares." He introduced himself to Artemis. "You might not believe it, but I've come here to help you." "Why would Hera's son help us?" Artemis asked, disbelievingly. "Because I am not only Hera's son, but also Zeus's son, just like you," Ares said, pointing towards the temple. "In the future, we will all gather on Olympus eventually, and I don't want to be antagonized by you for such a reason. As fellow children of Zeus, we are all siblings, and I think it's better for us to get along well." Artemis hesitated upon hearing this. She kept glancing into the temple, from which came her mother's painful sounds of giving birth to Apollo, making her very worried. Artemis was born with the authority of a goddess of childbirth. Her divine power could greatly alleviate goddess Leto's pain, but Artemis was truly unable to feel at ease about Ares, this Hera's son. Fortunately, the standoff between the two did not last long. Outside Delos Island, the sky slowly grew dark, and a huge monster on the sea had already shattered the storms and waves raised by Poseidon, heading towards Delos Island. Seeing this, Ares turned directly towards the beach and said to Artemis, "I'll go deal with Python. Goddess Leto is about to give birth, let her give birth first, let her give birth first." With that, he disregarded whatever Artemis behind him might think and walked out on his own, arriving at the sea. With one step, Ares's body grew with the wind. After taking 3 steps, his body had swelled to a size capable of fighting the titans of old. Although even at this height, he was still just a midget in front of the titans who once propped up the sky. It was more than enough to deal with the giant snake Python. As if sensing Ares was about to do something, the storms and waves on the ocean quietly receded. Losing the natural disaster that blocked its way, the venomous Python's speed increased. It rode the wind and waves, and in less than 2 minutes, it had already arrived near Delos Island. Its huge body was half submerged in the sea, half standing upright on the water. On its black, inverted triangular head, Python's fierce eyes were tightly fixed on the tall god of war blocking its path, its eyes filled with confusion. It had been ordered by Hera to come and kill goddess Leto, but now the god of war, Hera's son, stood in its way, preventing it from acting. However, Ares paid no attention to the confused Python. Upon seeing the monster stop, he had already summoned his spear, raised his divine shield, and prepared for battle. Chapter 7 Kill Python. 1304 words. Facing the giant serpent Python, although Ares knew his strength far surpassed this monster, he still dared not be careless. Python's threat to the gods never lay in its power, but in the potent venom contained within its body. If bitten, even Ares would not feel good. He had never battled snake-like creatures before, both in Ares's memories and his own. Fights were mostly against humanoid beings. However, Ares used to enjoy watching wilderness survival streamers teach people how to deal with snakes in the wild, especially one known as the Snake Man. His exquisite skill and extraordinary courage left a deep impression on Ares. And from his snake-catching techniques, the current Ares could now leverage the authority of the god of war to extrapolate many useful moves. Although Python itself was not a snake that could be born in nature, but a great serpent that only existed in the age of gods, its venom could even be directly sprayed from its mouth as a toxic mist to attack opponents. However, its body structure was generally similar to that of snakes. This meant that as long as its head was restrained, Python's inherent strength was not to be feared. This giant python could not defeat Ares with its physical power. Currently, Ares did not have a specialized snake-catching tongue, so he used his spear instead. The flaming spearhead, held in his hand, continuously swayed in front of Python's eyes, attempting to distract it. Sensing the god of war's hostility, the giant serpent Python also became enraged. In the age of gods, these monsters, which walked the earth alongside the deities, were not particularly afraid of the gods. If it were the three great god kings or heavenly queen Hera, Python might retreat, but Ares was merely a fourth-generation god. Neither his seniority nor his reputation could make Python feel threatened. Therefore, this giant serpent also raised its upper body, its body expansion, and hissed, flicking its tongue, signaling an attack on Ares. Seeing Python in this state, Ares knew it was about to attack, so he became extremely vigilant. He continued to use his spear to lure and distract Python, while his other hand clenched his shield, holding it upright by his side, ready to block Python's attack at any moment. Being just a monster, Python was also an impatient and ferocious creature. Ignoring Ares's flaming spear, it suddenly raised its head, and its entire upper body shot towards Ares like an arrow released from a bowstring. Mid-air, it opened its massive maw, revealing its two enormous fangs, and two streams of potent venom, like water jets, shot from its venom glands, aiming for Ares's face. Fortunately, Ares was well prepared. As he raised his shield, he activated his divine power, and the monstrous face on the shield opened its mouth wide, spewing forth a raging sea of fire that instantly evaporated the venom Python sprayed in midair. Subsequently, his other hand did not pause. His spear swept horizontally, striking the side of Python's body, forcefully deflecting Python's attack direction as if with a stick. The giant serpent Python bit down fiercely, but it bit onto one of the four pillars forged by Zeus's divine power. Ares used the momentum to spin around, and his shield slammed down onto its head. Taking advantage of Python being momentarily paralyzed by the residual divine power of Zeus on the pillar, he completely pinned Python's head against the pillar, sealing off its most dangerous maw and fangs. The waves churned, and the giant serpent Python, sensing danger, was unwilling to die. It desperately twisted its massive body, thrashing in the sea, even causing a tsunami. Its enormous body coiled around Ares's waist and arms, attempting to hinder his attack. However, Ares had already gripped his sword hilt and drawn his flame sword. He activated his divine power, ignoring the giant serpent Python's strength, and pressed the sword's edge against Python's neck. With a swift cut, a flame-like streak cut across the air. The giant serpent Python's body fell with a thud, landing on Delos Island, raising a huge cloud of dust, while its head remained pinned to the pillar by Ares, separated from its body. Only after Ares confirmed that the monster's soul had permanently left its body did he release the shield, allowing its head to fall back to the ground. Phew! Seeing the dead giant serpent, Ares let out a slight sigh of relief. In a sense, this was his first battle since arriving in this world, and his opponent was Python, a monster capable of threatening the gods. Even though this monster would later become Apollo's stepping stone, Ares still dared not be careless. But he also couldn't leave this giant serpent unattended, because killing Python would not only earn him a great favor from Leto and her children, but also from the goddess Asteria, who had transformed into Delos Island, who would also owe him a huge favor. And this goddess Asteria, her daughter was Hecate, the goddess of night, roads, the underworld, and witchcraft, in some sense the most powerful sorceress of the Greek age of gods. To fully analyze the black crystal in his hand, Ares felt that Hephaestus's forging techniques alone might not be enough. Only by relying on this world's mysterious system could he hope to understand the black crystal's true nature. Moreover, since it was confirmed to be the moon world, if he wanted to establish himself in this world after the age of gods, knowledge of the mystical arts was indispensable. With Asteria's introduction, Ares might be able to learn true magic from the goddess Hecate. However, that was for later. To avoid Zeus's suspicion, Ares could only proceed slowly, step by step. He first confirmed the giant serpent's corpse, then began to collect the giant serpent, preparing to see if he could create a new noble phantasm for himself. In this era, the bodies of monsters were almost entirely treasures, their hides could be made into shields, and their bones could be fashioned into weapons, proving to be extremely formidable. However, when his palm touched Python's corpse, the giant serpent's body suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. In the end, all the flesh and internal organs of the giant serpent completely disappeared. When Ares picked it up, all that remained was a snakeskin, a section of snake bone, and 2 fangs without their venom glands in its mouth. What's going on? Holding the snakeskin, Ares was somewhat bewildered. He blinked, then looked down at the black crystal pendant hanging on his chest, and detected a rich ether within it. Because the giant serpent python died, the magic condensed from its flesh lost its owner, becoming ownerless magic, and was quickly absorbed by this pendant. Seeing this scene, Ares speculated in his mind. It seems this pendant needs energy to activate, but I don't know how much. Having understood this, Ares also conveniently collected the items left behind by the giant serpent python. Although the flesh had been completely absorbed by the black pendant, these parts also retained extremely strong magic. After returning, he would find a way to ask Hephaestus for help, and he would definitely be able to forge extremely powerful noble phantasms. After tallying the spoils, Ares returned to Delos Island and reverted to his normal human size. Once he re-entered the area surrounded by the 4 pillars, Ares could clearly feel that the gaze falling upon him had become much kinder. He pretended not to know about this and walked directly into the temple in the center of the floating island. Just then, the temple suddenly glowed brightly, and brilliant golden light illuminated the entire floating island. Apollo, the god of light, god of prophecy and healing in later generations, was finally born at this moment. Chapter 8 Do the whole thing. 1265 words. Seeing the birth of Apollo, Ares did not enter Delos Island to disturb them. At this moment, he acted like a warrior who only cared about his recently acquired victory and spoils, perfectly fitting the persona of Ares, the simple-minded god of war. However, after he had packed everything using Python's snakeskin, Artemis came to the beach. She was not alone, she was supporting a beautiful woman in black, who held a golden-haired infant with a delicate, doll-like face. When Ares looked at them, he noticed that Artemis's body had reverted from her adult form to that of a little girl. It was clear that the goddess of the hunt had only forcefully accelerated her growth to protect her mother and brother. Now, after confirming that Ares harbored no ill will, Artemis no longer needed to maintain that state and had returned to her original white-haired lowly form. Leto, holding Apollo, and Artemis approached Ares. She then curtsied slightly, bowing, and gratefully said, "Noble Ares, son of Zeus and Hera, thank you for your help." "It's nothing, I just couldn't stand that mindless monster," Ares said, forcing a ferocious grin. "Besides, it was a good hunt." In front of other gods he couldn't fully trust, especially under Zeus's watchful eye, Ares felt he still needed to maintain the basic persona of the god of war. "Nonetheless, thank you again, Leto," as the gentlest goddess on Olympus, softly thanked Ares once more. "After this period, Hera shouldn't send anyone to bother you anymore. You can live on this island for now," Ares said. "Later, Zeus should send someone to pick you up." With that, he hoisted the spoils left by Python, bid farewell to goddess Leto, Artemis, and Apollo, and then ascended into the clouds, flying back to Olympus. As soon as he landed, Ares was invited by someone sent by Zeus. Upon arriving at the god king's hall, Ares finally met the king of gods. Perhaps to distinguish himself from younger generations of gods like Ares, he had transformed himself into a majestic middle-aged man with white beard and hair, seated on the god king's throne, which symbolized the highest authority in this world. Below the throne stood Prometheus. Upon seeing Ares return, Zeus immediately smiled and praised him. "Well done, Ares. I didn't expect you to proactively protect your younger siblings. You truly are my son." Upon hearing this, Ares felt a bit annoyed, but he tried hard to show the hearty, simple-minded smile on his face. "Of course, father," he said gruffly. "I am the god of war of Olympus." Good, good," Zeus raised his hand and said, "I want to give you a reward. You have Python's skin and bones, right? How about your elder brother Hephaestus forges you a set of armor and a new weapon? What do you think?" Ares showed ecstatic joy and nodded. "That works." So Zeus gave his orders, and Ares handed over Python's snakeskin, bones, and other items to a lower-ranking god nearby, instructing him to send these materials to the fire god's hall. During this time, Zeus also walked down from his throne. He approached Ares, intimately placed a hand on his shoulder, and then whispered. Ares, did Asteria not return with you? That old lecher. Ares, of course, knew why Zeus was asking this question. Clearly, besides the gentle, black-clad goddess Leto, he had also taken a liking to her sister, the meteor goddess Asteria. Now Ares understood why, even after the danger to goddess Leto and her 2 children was resolved, Asteria was unwilling to revert to her original form. So he shook his head and said, No, goddess Asteria is still acting as the floating island. Is that so? I see. Disappointment was evident on Zeus's face. His expression was overheard by Prometheus, who stood nearby. The latter quickly advised, Zeus, Hera is still furious. You shouldn't stir up more trouble now. I know. Zeus's face showed a look of disinterest. Clearly, he no longer had the energy to pursue a romance with the meteor goddess. He turned and sat back on his seat, then continued. I have seen it, my 2 children, Artemis and Apollo, both possess extremely powerful divine power and are qualified to become chief gods of my Olympus. Alas, the 12 great god positions are already full. Even if Oceanus gives up his position, it would only provide 1 more. What should we do? Zeus, Prometheus bowed his head and said, We can find a way for Helios to give up his position. Helios, indeed, Zeus said. But he is still the sun god, holding a crucial position in the world. How can we make him willingly give up his position? Ares, Prometheus, you too, do you have any ideas? He said, looking at Ares and Prometheus. Ares knew that Zeus was deliberately testing him. After all, this kind of task was clearly not something Ares, the god of war, could accomplish. Zeus could have just discussed it with Prometheus alone. But Zeus insisted on involving him, which indicated that the matter of Métis had made Zeus, who had just gained the god king's position and not yet secured it, uneasy. He probably now suspected every one of his children. If anyone showed potential to seize the god king's position, they might follow in Métis's footsteps. Therefore, Ares diligently maintained his persona, gruffly shouting. What's so difficult about that? I'll just go and chop him down for you. With that, he directly drew his flame sword and, pretending to be serious, was about to walk out of the hall, intending to go to Helios's temple and chop off his head. Prometheus looked at Ares as retreating back, his eyes flickering, and he didn't stop him. Instead, he watched him with interest. Is he not stopping me because of what I asked him about the prophecy earlier? Finding that Prometheus did not stop him as he had expected, Ares steeled his heart and continued to walk out of the temple. If I'm going to put on a show, I'm going all out. If he doesn't stop me, I'll really chop him. Let's see who breaks first. Just as Ares was about to walk out of the God King's hall, finally, Zeus spoke. Ares, come back. How can you do such a thing? Ares stopped upon hearing this, turned his head, and stated emphatically, Father, this is the fastest way. Come back when I tell you to come back. Zeus slapped the armrest of his throne, then pinched the bridge of his nose, somewhat annoyed. Seeing that Ares had finally obediently returned, the subtle vigilance in his eyes towards Ares dissipated, replaced by a feeling of vexation. Prometheus, Zeus asked the god of wisdom beside him, his voice suppressed, why didn't you stop Ares? Ahem, I couldn't stop him, Zeus, Prometheus said, feigning grievance. Only a god king with power like yours can command the unruly god of war, isn't that right? You're right, Zeus changed the subject. Then this task is yours, Prometheus. Go persuade Helios to yield his position to the future Apollo. Alright, Prometheus bowed confidently, clearly already having a countermeasure in mind. Alright, you may all leave. Ares, you can collect your reward from your brother later. Zeus waved his hand, then held his forehead, a trace of pain on his face. I need to rest. Do not disturb me later unless it is important. Seeing this, Ares and Prometheus exchanged a knowing glance, then both assented to Zeus and left the God King's hall. Chapter 9 Purity. Too low. 1,319 words. A few days later, Ares received news from Hephaestus that his reward had been forged. So, as usual, Ares brought 2 pots of divine wine, drank a few cups with the god of fire, and took his reward back with him. Since Ares already possessed the flame sword, the blazing shield, and a spear, Hephaestus forged him a robe made of python skin, a longbow made from python bones, and 2 daggers crafted from its venomous fangs. Because python was highly venomous, wearing the python skin robe would grant strong resistance to poisons, while the 2 daggers made from its fangs would infect enemies with python's potent venom. As for the large bow, since it was crafted from the bones and sinews of a giant python, only those with strength surpassing that of a giant python could draw it. This bow might not have the precision of those wielded by skilled archers like Artemis or Apollo, but its power far exceeded theirs. However, upon receiving the 3 weapons, Ares did not appear particularly pleased. He returned to the god of war palace, carefully stored the 3 weapons, then lay on his divine throne, gazed at the ceiling of the palace, and sighed. The purity is too low. He clenched his fist, and the divine power within him flowed like a mighty river. This power, in later eras, would be enough to instantly kill even ordinary heroic spirits, let alone magic users, with a single slap. But what was the use? Ares knew very well that his current strength was not his true strength, but rather a result of the favorable environment of Earth at the time. Ares believed that only power that could be wielded without hindrance in the age of Dharma decline, when the greater magic was severely diminished, or even in the age of steel Earth, when magic was completely exhausted, only such power, in those desperate circumstances, could truly be considered his own. And whether it was to find such power in this world or to further uncover the secrets of the black crystal in his hand, Ares felt that he absolutely had to learn the power of magic. And not the magic of this era, but magic of a level that would still be called magic even in the future age of Dharma decline. He had already done a great favor for the meteor goddess Asteria. If he were to ask Hecate to teach him magic now, he believed that the goddess of magic would not refuse. The unfortunate thing was, judging from Zeus's previous probing of him, the god-king had already begun to secretly be wary of each of his children. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. If Ares were to seek Hecate to learn magic now, the god-king might think he harbored ulterior motives. It should be known that goddess Hecate was an existence even Zeus was wary of. She did not take any side in the war between the Titans and the gods, but after the war, Zeus stripped so many old gods of their authority, yet he never dared to touch Hecate's share. In the post-gods era, Hecate's domain spanned the heavens, the earth, and the seas. Almost every domain of the 12 gods of Olympus had a share of hers. According to Zeus's temperament, this was almost impossible. The only explanation was that the mysteries goddess Hecate controlled were something even Zeus had to revere. If Ares dared to suggest to Zeus that he wanted to learn magic from this goddess, he would likely be deemed a rebel and cast into Tartarus the very next day. So when Zeus was about to bestow praise upon Ares, he instinctively and logically wanted to make this request, but he held back. To do such a thing, he needed a target that could attract Zeus's attention more than he could. Fortunately, it wouldn't be long before this dear target would be born. Athena, the archenemy of Ares, the god of war, a woman who, upon her birth, took away Ares's war strategy and god of victory divine authorities, took away Prometheus's god of wisdom divine authority, and various other major and minor divine authorities. She was undoubtedly the most famous of Zeus's children, the most powerful, the most beloved by Zeus, and of course, she was also the one Zeus feared the most. Once this daughter of Zeus and Métis emerged from Zeus's head, the vast majority of Zeus's attention would be drawn to her. At that time, Ares would also be able to naturally use the persona of this goddess and the god of war to do some unconventional things. Recently, Zeus's head had begun to experience intermittent severe pain. When he could no longer endure this suffering and invited Hephaestus to perform craniotomy on him, that would be the time of goddess Athena's birth. Only then would it be the opportune moment for Ares to fully exert himself and begin to vigorously advance his plans. Therefore, he now repeatedly reminded himself to proceed cautiously and not to be impatient. Afterwards, in order to train himself to be capable enough to deal with Athena, Ares also repeatedly left Olympus during this period to go to the lower realms and fight against the powerful monsters living on the earth at that time, honing his skills. During this period, the children of Zeus and goddess Leto, Artemis, and Apollo, also came of age successfully and were brought back to Olympus. Artemis took over the position of chief god left by Oceanus, and Apollo replaced Helios, becoming one of the new 12 gods. After another period of time passed, finally, one day, as Ares was returning to Olympus, he saw Hephaestus, carrying craniotomy tools, hurrying towards the god king's hall. Seeing this, Ares also quickly followed. Arriving outside the god king's hall, he found that the current chief gods of Olympus were all gathered there. However, except for Hephaestus, Zeus refused entry to other gods. Even heavenly Queen Hera was stopped outside, looking into the god king's hall with worried eyes. Therefore, Ares and the others did not witness the craniotomy itself. After Hephaestus entered, they only heard Zeus's somewhat painful groans emanating from the god king's hall. Afterwards, a powerful new divine power suddenly surged from within the hall, sweeping across the entire Olympus. It must be said that Athena truly lived up to her reputation as the most powerful fourth-generation god in mythology. Because she had already fully matured within Zeus's mind, her divine power reaction upon birth was already comparable to that of adult fourth-generation chief gods like Ares and Hephaestus. In any case, after sensing this divine power reaction, the faces of the other gods showed expressions of awe, while Ares's mother, Hera, had a face full of jealousy. Feeling the immense power of this divine power, Ares was also very happy in his heart. In his opinion, such rootless divine power, no matter how strong, was useless. On the contrary, the stronger Athena was, the more she would attract Zeus's hatred, and the easier it would be for him to act. However, on the surface, he still had to cooperate with his mother and show a look of disgust on his face. After the divine power reaction completely disappeared, the gates of the god king's hall opened wide, and Zeus called in the chief gods who were waiting outside. The gods entered the god king's hall and found that inside, besides Zeus, who looked relieved, and the somewhat dazed god of fire carrying craniotomy tools, there stood a graceful, armored, and beautiful goddess. She possessed a pair of eyes brighter than any god on Olympus, appearing radiant and poised. "This is my daughter, she is called Athena," Zeus announced, rubbing his forehead. "From today onwards, she will succeed Prometheus and become the goddess of wisdom of Olympus." Chapter 10 Touching to Porcelain. 1155 words. Ah? Upon hearing Zeus's decision, Prometheus, the current holder of that title, clearly displayed the words "fuck" on his face. But before he could point at himself and offer a defense, he heard Zeus continue. "Furthermore, Athena can also govern military strategy, art, medicine, animal husbandry, agriculture, navigation, law, and music. Moreover, she will take my place in overseeing victory." After he finished speaking, Poseidon, the god of the sea, Apollo, the god of art, medicine, and music, Demeter, the god of agriculture, Themis, the god of law, Hephaestus, the god of forging art, and Ares, the god of war, all simultaneously felt offended. Several ill-intentioned gazes immediately converged on this newly born goddess, who had yet to understand her situation. At this moment, Prometheus and Ares, witnessing all of this, simultaneously understood something. They both quietly reined in their thoughts. The former took a step back, swallowing his words, while the latter, cooperating with the other gods present, also feigned a furious expression. Zeus's action was clearly intended to force Athena to offend all the great gods present, allowing these great gods to restrain her and prevent her from being able to scheme for more than she should. Judging by Athena's expression, the goddess quickly understood the meaning behind her father's actions. Having grown in Zeus's mind, she naturally knew what her father god usually thought. However, Zeus's move was executed openly and honorably. Even Athena could not avoid such an overt scheme and could only temporarily endure it, planning to slowly counter it later. She looked at her uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters around her, offering them a friendly gaze, but was met with ill-intentioned and wary looks. This made Athena feel helpless, but because Zeus was present and Athena's divine office was Zeus's command, the principal gods present, though displeased, dared not express it directly. According to their roles, among all the great gods present, only one principal god was likely to defy Zeus's decision and stand up against him. Thus, the gazes of Poseidon, Demeter, Apollo, Hephaestus, and Artemis all converged on Ares. Hephaestus, Artemis, and Apollo, who had good relationships with Ares, showed a hint of worry in their eyes, but Poseidon and Demeter's gazes were somewhat anxious. Their eyes seemed to be saying, "Ares, why aren't you acting yet?" Feeling their gazes, Ares also understood that this was his stage. For his own purpose, Ares didn't mind performing. So, he silently brewed up some anger in his heart, then feigned a furious expression on his face, stepped forward, and raised his hand to Zeus, saying, "I object." As soon as these words were uttered, although the gods of Olympus were startled, seeing that the speaker was Ares, none of them showed surprise. In fact, Poseidon and other unscrupulous elder gods even adopted the posture of watching a tiger fight from a safe distance. "Oh?" Hearing Ares's words, Zeus did not seem surprised. He inquired, "Ares, why do you object to my command?" "Father, this is not fair at all." Struggling to maintain his furious state, Ares accused Zeus, "I am the god of war, I should rightfully govern military strategy and win victories for you. How can Athena just intervention and take what belongs to me? So, you wish to defy your father's command?" Zeus showed a displeased expression, but judging from the clear sky outside the palace, his true mood at the moment was not particularly unhappy. "I just don't accept it." Seeing this, Ares deliberately made himself appear like a character filled with anger yet afraid to disobey his father god. He feigned contemplation for a moment, then shouted, "Since Athena wants to seize what belongs to me, the god of war, then it's simple, let us use force to judge who is truly worthy of winning victory." With that, he drew his flame sword and blazing shield, and began striking his shield with the sword, making a clanging sound. "Wait, Ares, don't be impulsive." Hephaestus spoke up to dissuade him, but Zeus immediately interrupted him, "Since you are so confident, Ares, then come, Athena." He looked at the clear-eyed goddess who had just been born, and after a moment of thought, she nodded to him. "Good. Then let's decide Athena's authority through a duel." Zeus raised the lightning bolt resting beside his throne, held it high, and announced, "The location of the duel shall be the Mediterranean Sea." As his voice fell, he brought the lightning bolt down with a heavy thud, and immediately, a bright lightning bolt fell from the sky, splitting the waters of the Mediterranean Sea in two, revealing a large expanse of seabed land. Seeing that Zeus was serious, the goddess Leto, who had previously received Ares's favor, quickly spoke up. "Zeus, please reconsider. The gods of Olympus cannot fight and contend with each other like siblings over such matters. Leto, just take care of your own children. I don't believe my son can't defeat this little girl." Heavenly Queen Hera beside him spoke dismissively, then looked at Ares, "Ares, use all your strength and show them the power of the god of war." Ares nodded to Hera, then silently apologized to her in his heart. Having initiated this fight, he had no intention of winning. Only by losing to Athena could he prove that Athena's threat to Zeus was greater than his own, thereby making Zeus relax his guard and allowing him to act more freely. After Zeus announced the start of the duel, Ares donned his helmet, picked up his weapons, and leaped from the clouds, plummeting straight into the sea basin in the center of the Mediterranean Sea. Just as he plunged into the seabed like a meteorite, creating a massive crater, on the other side, Athena, majestic like a valkyrie, gracefully descended to the same spot. Subsequently, Zeus also arrived with a host of heavenly gods, riding on clouds. The group of heavenly gods hovered in the air above this duel arena, and then Zeus raised his hands, asking his children, "Ares, Athena, are you both ready?" Athena took a deep breath, appearing somewhat nervous, but she still nodded. Ares, on his part, naturally also nodded slightly, indicating he was fully prepared. "Then, let the duel begin," Zeus announced. Upon the God King's command, both principal gods took up their weapons. Ares's flame sword was imbued with his divine power, engulfed in roaring flames, while a mysterious aura began to swirl around Athena's spear. "Come, Ares," the golden-haired, clear-eyed goddess said to her half-brother, "I will prove to all that I am victory." Just being talkative doesn't make one the goddess of victory. Ares struggled to force a sneer onto his lips, while softly saying to Athena in his heart, "Come, Athena, I am ready too." The god of war of Olympus took a deep breath, then exerted all his strength, preparing to stage a fall against Athena. Chapter 11 thanks Athena for magic. 1322 words. However, although it was a deliberate provocation, it was also a technical skill. If Ares had made it too obvious, it would have aroused the suspicion of Zeus and the other gods. He had to use all his strength, forcing Athena to use all her means to defeat him. Only by losing by a single move to the goddess of wisdom would it be considered a successful provocation. So, after his words fell, Ares immediately charged at Athena with all his might, showing no mercy. The war god's toes shattered the earth, unleashing a brutal force that even demigod heroes of later generations could hardly match. The land twisted and broke under the will of the god, and Ares's body directly transformed into a blazing fireball. Even a simple shield charge, when performed by Ares, was like an extraterrestrial meteor striking the ground. Faced with such a terrifying attack, the goddess Athena's choice was also very simple and direct. She raised the round shield in her hand, stepped on the ground, shining with golden light, and charged forward without hesitation, rushing towards Ares, who had turned into a fireball. With a thunderous explosion, the shields of the two main gods crashed together. The divine power on them transformed into an unimaginable magical impact, directly exploding on the seabed. On the sand that had been undisturbed for tens of thousands of years on the seabed, visible dust waves were stirred up, and flames and golden light rippled out, turning into shockwaves that violently shattered. In their first charge, the two main gods were evenly matched. As an experienced main god, Ares's divine power was slightly stronger than that of the newly born Athena. However, Athena was a natural pay-to-win player. The shield she held was an Aegis shield, similar to Zeus's shield. The two shields possessed nearly identical power, capable of fully defending against even Zeus's lightning without any damage. Ares's flame shield and Athena's Aegis round shield were locked together under the interaction of immense force, and fierce sparks flew between the two shields. Behind the shields, the eyes of the two gods met, filled with battle intent. After a few seconds of stalemate, Ares, relying on his superiority in divine power and physical strength, suddenly pushed, forcefully repelling Athena. Then he closed in, his flame sword already slashing violently towards Athena's head. The power of this strike was comparable to many so-called anti-city noble phantasms of later heroic spirits. The divine power on the blade directly burst forth, forming a 1,000-meter-long flame sword chi. Even if a city-state stood before Ares, it would be reduced to ruins and ashes under this sword. However, in front of the Aegis raised by Athena, this sword was still unable to penetrate the protection of the divine shield, returning without success before the golden barrier. While raising her divine shield, Athena's other hand also held her divine spear, which swept across like a golden dragon. But this combat technique was useless in front of the war god Ares. The two main gods thus engaged in intense close-quarters weapon combat at a distance extremely close for gods. The war god Ares, needless to say, and Athena had also inherited the techniques of this divine king in Zeus's mind. The divine power, strength, and armaments of both sides had their respective advantages and disadvantages, and the situation became deadlocked for a time, making it difficult to determine the victor. However, the observing gods noticed something at this point. Athena's divine power foundation is insufficient. If this stalemate continues, she will lose to Ares. Apollo, who was observing, whispered to his sister, Artemis. "Isn't that good?" Artemis said happily when she heard this way, Ares won't have to cede his divine authority to her, and perhaps Apollo, you won't have to split off the divine authorities of music and healing. Not necessarily. Apollo looked at Zeus, who was calm and seemed to be deep in thought, and Hera, who was watching Ares with great excitement, and then said to his sister, Ares winning might not be a good thing for him. What do you mean? Artemis looked a bit confused, but under everyone's gaze, Apollo did not explain to her, only telling Artemis to continue watching. The fierce battle continued for a day and a night. Under endless high-intensity consumption, even in the divine era environment where ether permeated the atmosphere, Ares and Athena's divine power gradually faltered. After seeing the state of the two main gods, the gods also understood that the time for them to determine a winner was approaching. Perceiving their own and their opponent's current state, Ares and Athena both began to accumulate divine power, silently preparing for their final gamble. The weapons of the two gods clashed violently, and fire and golden light simultaneously scattered as sparks and light points. Their weapons also flew out of their hands at the same time. After his weapon flew out, Ares immediately retreated without hesitation. As he retreated, a burning spear appeared in his hand. He immediately used this spear as a throwing weapon, hurling it fiercely towards Athena's shield. Athena continued to raise her aegis to block, using the aegis divine shield's powerful, all-blocking defense to steadily block Ares' spear. However, while the aegis would not tire, Athena's divine power and stamina were rapidly depleting. Her shield, while blocking Ares' spear, also tilted slightly. Catching this scene, Ares, relying on his war god's combat instinct, immediately threw the flame shield in his other hand like a frisbee. With a bang, the flame shield transformed into a fiery sun, violently colliding with the surface of the divine shield aegis. This became the last straw that broke Athena's resolve. At this point, the goddess of wisdom could no longer hold her divine shield. The moment the flame shield was parried, her aegis also flew out. At this moment, Athena was completely exposed, full of openings, and the war god Ares had retrieved a giant bow made of snake bone from somewhere. He condensed all his divine power into a blazing flame arrow, aiming it at Athena's chest. However, at this moment, Ares suddenly noticed a magical power quietly lurking from the ground beneath his feet. Is it magic cast by Athena? Ares understood in his heart. If he were to immediately give up shooting and dodge on the spot, Athena's spell would not be able to affect him. However, unlike him, Athena should not be acting. This goddess also understood that facing an opponent like Ares, she had to defeat him according to Zeus's wishes. Pretending to lose narrowly to him would be all harm and no benefit to her. Not only would she not be able to get rid of this persistent guy, but Zeus might also take the opportunity to weaken her. Casting this magic should have exhausted the last of the goddess of wisdom's divine power. This was her final gamble. If Ares avoided this magic, Athena would never be able to defeat Ares with just physical strength. But what Ares wanted was precisely this effect, this gamble from Athena. So he stabilized his stance, deliberately stood still, and even tried to charge for an extra second. A golden beam of light suddenly burst forth from beneath Ares' feet, engulfing his body. Because of this strike, Ares also deliberately exaggeratedly raised the arrow he had shot towards Athena's chest, causing it to fly far past the goddess of wisdom's shoulder, cutting through a large expanse of the Mediterranean Sea, and then violently plunging into the coastal bay, where it stirred up a huge, visible cloud of fire. And within the golden light, Ares, feeling the intense pain spreading throughout his body, let out a terrible cry of agony without hesitation. Thanks for the magic, Athena. As his consciousness gradually dispersed under the impact of the spell, Ares' mind flashed with one last thought. Chapter 12 Athena, you are so powerful. 1150 words. When Ares regained consciousness, he was already lying in his own temple. His sister, the goddess Hebe, was watching over him. Seeing Ares awaken, she said in pleasant surprise. Ares, you're finally awake? Ares lay on the bed in the temple, thought for a moment, then asked, where is Athena? She's in the god-king's hall. Zeus has ordered Prometheus and his brother Epimetheus to descend and manage the earth in his stead, and Athena has officially completed the handover with Prometheus, taking over his position as god of wisdom. After Hebe finished speaking, she carefully glanced at him, then softly said, Ares, don't be angry. Zeus has ruled that Athena won your duel. She has obtained the divine duties of military strategy and victory. When Ares heard this, he was so happy he wanted to laugh out loud, but on the surface, he had to show a look of indignation in front of his sister. Seeing Ares's dreadful expression, Hebe feared he might get up and fight Athena again, so she quickly advised, "Don't get excited, Ares. You're not the only Olympus god who lost to her." In fact, after that, Athena competed with Apollo in medicine and music, with Demeter in farming, and with Poseidon in running on the sea. She won against all these main gods, so it's not shameful for you to lose to her, not shameful at all. How did she win? Ares asked upon hearing this. Hebe then meticulously recounted the process of Athena's competitions with the other gods to Ares. This goddess first competed with Demeter. Ares's aunt used her divine authority to directly make crops sprout and grow on a piece of land, caused fruit trees and orchards to bear abundant fruit, and made the wheat in the fields heavy like gold. However, after observing Demeter's performance, Athena used her wisdom to analyze the patterns of these crops sprouting, the water and fertilizer needed for growth, as well as the suitable climate and soil, and based on this, she created many new farming methods from scratch to increase yield. Because Demeter's divine authority was merely a manifestation of her divine power, even Demeter could not repeatedly use her divine power to make the gods' orchards and farmlands eternally fruitful, whereas Athena's farming methods could be used by the managers of the gods' orchards and farmlands, helping them to permanently increase output. Therefore, Zeus ruled that Athena had surpassed Demeter and could share a portion of the agricultural divine duties from this farm god. Afterward, Athena successively won in contests against Poseidon and Apollo. She used her wisdom to create chariots and reins, and also invented ships, riding the wind and waves on the sea, defeating Poseidon. In medicine and music, she also convinced Apollo through inventing new medical techniques and musical instruments. After listening to Hebe's narration, Ares also had his own calculations. Farm god Demeter and sea king Poseidon must have truly been inferior in skill. Given the personalities of these two deities, it was impossible for them to willingly submit. Apollo's loss, however, was more subtle. Because he had previously slain the giant Python and saved the goddess Leto, Ares and Apollo had a good relationship, and Ares often heard the music of this god of music, which was a level that could not be surpassed by mere wisdom. This god of light must have seen something in Zeus's actions, and thus deliberately lost to Athena, choosing not to be the first to stand out. And after hearing about Athena's glorious achievements, Ares couldn't help but praise her in his heart. "Excellent, Athena, you are so powerful." The more powerful this goddess was, the better it was for him. He wished that this goddess's brilliance could overshadow all of them, so that Zeus's wary gaze would only be focused on Athena alone. And under the brilliance of this goddess, in the shadows of the 12 gods, Ares would be able to act freely and carry out his survival plan. Thinking of this, Ares felt that the time for the next step was ripe, so he said to his sister, "Hebe, help me up." "Ah? Ares, but Apollo said your injuries haven't fully healed yet." "Don't say so much, just help me up." Under Ares's forceful demand, the goddess Hebe could only obey. She helped her brother's sturdy body up, then supported him, walking step by step to the outside of Zeus's god-king's hall. Generally, without Zeus's permission, other gods could not enter the god-king's hall to disturb the king of all gods. However, Ares, as one of the 12 main gods of Olympus and Zeus's son, still had this privilege. Seeing him being supported by the goddess Hebe, the Olympus guards standing at the entrance of the god-king's hall did not dare to stop him, allowing this battle god, whose face was filled with anger, to walk into the god-king's hall. Upon entering the god-king's hall, Ares saw that most of the 12 gods were gathered there. Besides them, there were also other important great gods like Leto and Themis. And Athena, the brightest new star among the 4th-generation gods, stood in the position of god of wisdom, where Prometheus had originally stood. A group of gods gathered around the star chart in the center of the god-king's hall, which displayed the appearance of the earth. Before Ares arrived, they must have been discussing something important. However, this had nothing to do with Ares. As soon as he entered, he cast his furious gaze towards the goddess of wisdom. Nah. He let out an earth-shattering roar, then walked step by step towards Athena, his posture suggesting that he still wanted to fight this goddess of wisdom before he would give up. Ares. Seeing him like this, Zeus unhappily slapped the star chart in front of him. He reprimanded, "You have already lost to Athena. A bet is a bet. What do you want to do by coming here now? As my son, can you not even admit your defeat?" "I did not." Ares retorted rudely to his old father, then widened his eyes, looked at Athena, and demanded, "What was that last move you used to defeat me?" "That." The goddess of wisdom smiled somewhat awkwardly and replied, "It was a spell, a type of magic I learned from my mother." "Actually, Ares, you are also very strong. I almost lost at the end, really. I only won because I was lucky." She seemed to be trying to reconcile with her brother Ares, but Ares had no intention of listening. After Athena had said what he wanted to hear, he waved his hand and said fiercely, "This time, you win. But, next time I will defeat you." Then, he looked at Zeus and shouted, "Father, to defeat Athena, I also want to learn magic." Chapter 13. If I knew magic, would I still be like this? 1208 words. What? You want to learn magic too? Upon hearing Ares's words, the Olympus gods were astonished. In the impression of the gods, Ares was definitely the god least associated with magic, a skill requiring wisdom. He had always been synonymous with brutality and thoughtlessness. For him to say this now was like Arnold Schwarzenegger suddenly announcing to the public that he was going to become a magical girl. What's wrong? What's wrong? Seeing the gods' reactions, Ares widened his eyes. Am I, a main god, not worthy of learning magic? Cough, that's not the issue. Ares's words had surprised Zeus too. He coughed, then quietly asked Athena, "Your spell, it didn't hurt his brain, did it?" "Absolutely not." Athena quickly shook her head, denying it. "My spell isn't even directed at the mind." "What do you mean? Do you all think I, Ares, can't learn magic?" Ares, meanwhile, maintained his persona with professional dedication. Standing in the God King's hall, he ranted, "I'm telling you, Athena only beat me because she had magic up her sleeve, and my magic resistance was low. If I learned magic, would I still be like this?" Although everyone felt there was something off about his words, they sounded quite reasonable. Ares. Zeus thought for a moment, then gestured to Ares. "How about this? There's nothing great about learning magic. I think with your might, learning it would be a complete waste. Come, I'll have your brother forge you a few more divine artifacts." "What do you want?" "A new chariot, how about that?" "No." Ares waved his hand, angered. "Father, I am at least the son of Hera and you, the most legitimate Zeus's son in this God King's hall. Why are you so biased towards Athena? It's bad enough that you carved out our divine duties for her, but are you not even giving us a chance to win them back ourselves? You're too biased." "Exactly." Ares's words immediately garnered the agreement of Hera, who was most indignant about the matter. She looked at her husband and said, "Zeus, how can you be so biased against our son? I tell you, if he learns magic, he will definitely be stronger than Athena, and more like a god of war. You won't even give him this chance? Aren't I afraid that if he can't learn it, he'll throw a tantrum and cause me trouble?" Zeus listened helplessly to his wife's scolding, pondering how to placate her. But at that moment, Leto, the mother of Apollo and Artemis, now officially married to Zeus, stepped forward. She looked at Zeus and softly said, "Zeus, just give Ares a chance. He helped our mother and son, and we owe him. My sister Asteria's daughter, Hecate, is the most powerful sorceress in this world. I will go explain to Hecate and let Ares try with her." Hecate. Hearing that name, Zeus showed hesitation. She was the most formidable deity in the world besides Athena, but when he saw his son, who resembled a red-haired gorilla, he lowered his guard. Judging from the previous duel with Athena, Ares's potential and strength are just so. He thought disdainfully. Even if I let him learn, the god of war doesn't have the patience or perseverance to devote himself to such a tedious path of magic. It's perfect, let him go bother Hecate, so that woman doesn't constantly conduct terrifying experiments. Thinking of this, Zeus immediately felt relieved. He nodded to Leto and then said, "Very well, Ares, I'll give you a chance." He looked at Ares and reminded him. "But I must say, if you want to challenge Athena and reclaim your divine duties, you will only have one more chance. If you lose, then you must honestly accept your defeat and stop doing annoying things that disrupt the normal work of the gods." "Yes, I understand." Hearing Zeus's words, Ares was overjoyed. A triumphant smile appeared on his face, looking contemptible and ridiculous in the eyes of the gods. Having gotten his wish, he came before the beautiful bright-eyed goddess, then leaned his head over, looking at her triumphantly, and laughed, "Just you wait, Athena. When I emerge from seclusion, your doom will have arrived." Ha 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 ha. With that, he left the temple on his own, just like the Ares of myth, reckless and devoid of manners. Watching Ares's retreating figure, Poseidon let out a disdainful sneer. He said to Zeus, "Zeus, look at your son, he's like an unevolved idiot." "My son is not for you to talk about, Poseidon." Zeus immediately retorted sharply to his brother. "At least he's better than your sons, who don't even look human." The sharp confrontation between the two brothers at this moment showed the gods their hostile relationship. Seeing this, Hades, as the elder brother, and Hestia, as the elder sister, exchanged helpless glances and sighed simultaneously. Meanwhile, Artemis looked somewhat worriedly as her mother, Leto, followed Ares out. She then asked her brother, "Apollo, Hecate is temperamental. Will Ares upset her?" "Who knows, but I think they might actually get along quite well." Apollo glanced at Zeus and Poseidon, who were glaring at each other, then at Athena, who stood smiling, and at Hades and Hestia, who were shaking their heads in resignation. Then he said with a smile, "Olympus isn't exactly a pure land either." On the other side, guided by Leto, Ares quickly left Olympus and arrived on Earth. At this time, there was no human activity on Earth, only various monsters born alongside the gods, and even more bizarre offspring produced by gods with peculiar tastes, like Poseidon, mating with monsters. And Hecate, the Greek goddess of magic, now resided on such an Earth. She lived in seclusion on the shores of the Oceanus, in a basin sealed by a magical barrier. On the other side of this ocean lay the underworld, ruled by Hades. Leto clearly frequented this place. Upon landing, she skillfully led Ares past the magical barrier and into Hecate's domain. After crossing the barrier, this desolate basin revealed its true form. The basin was like a wonderland, with various dense thickets inhabited by many small but beautiful fairies and elves. Heavy immortal fruits hung from the branches, and the air was filled with much richer ether than outside. In terms of environment alone, this place was no worse than the gardens of the gods on Olympus. Deep within the dense forest was Hecate's palace, woven from magic and trees. At the palace entrance lay Cerberus, the future guardian of the underworld, a three-headed dog. It was actually the pet of moon goddess Hecate. Sensing the arrival of the two gods, Leto and Ares, the vigilant hound raised its 3 heads and looked in their direction with hostility. However, upon seeing that it was Leto, it showed a joyful expression, wagging its tail and licking its tongue as it ran to Leto. "Good boy." Leto gently stroked Cerberus's head and then asked, "Is Hecate home?" The 3-headed dog nodded, then barked twice towards the palace. Then, a lazy voice suddenly echoed from within the palace. "Cerberus, who's here?" As soon as the words fell, a small figure slowly walked out of the palace. Chapter 14 Hecate Goddess of Moon. 1105 words. The goddess who emerged from the tree palace-like structure was a little girl who looked to be only 11 or 12 years old. She wore a long purple dress, the standard style for goddesses among the Greek gods, and had long purple hair that reached her ankles. She also wore a pair of slippers. Her face was full of weariness, her eyes looked hazy, and tears hung at the corners of her eyes. As she walked out of the palace, she scratched her hair and yawned. After coming outside, she glanced at Leto and Ares and said, "Ah, it's Aunt Leto. Is this person Zeus's son?" Her gaze lingered on Ares for a moment, then she said, "Judging by your divine power and appearance, you must be Ares, the son of Zeus and Hera, the god of war, right?" "Yes, this is Ares, the god of war." Goddess Leto looked at Hecate's weary state, feeling a bit helpless. "Hecate, have you been staying up all night again?" "It's nothing, just a small experiment." "I won't really die suddenly." Hecate walked up to Cerberus, casually patted the body of the fierce three-headed dog, then looked up at Leto and asked, "So, why have you come to see me today?" "Why don't I see Apollo and Artemis?" They are both very busy right now." Leto smiled, then said to Hecate, "Actually, I came today to bring someone to apprentice under you and learn magic." "Apprentice? Who?" Hecate looked around, then her gaze focused on Ares. "Could it be him?" "Yes, it's him," Leto nodded with a smile. "Huh? Is there something wrong with your brain?" Hecate jogged over, hands behind her back, circled Ares, and looked at him, asking, "You, a god of war, want to learn magic from me?" "What? Can't I learn?" Ares asked back, crossing his arms. Hecate murmured with a face full of surprise, "Even if Cyclops came to learn magic from me, I'd think it'd be more reliable than a god of war learning magic." "Hey, why do you want to learn magic?" "I want revenge on Athena." Ares shouted indignantly, "As long as I learn magic, I can definitely defeat her." "Magic isn't something for you to use to compete," Hecate sighed upon hearing this. "Hecate, Ares helped us, and he also helped your mother, Asteria. For our sake and your mother's, please let him try here." Leto came before Hecate, pleading for Ares. "Alright, fine." Hecate looked at Ares, then continued, "Anyway, Zeus's son certainly won't have any problems with his magical aptitude. It just depends on whether you have the patience and wisdom to learn. I'll say this beforehand, I don't care if you're the god of war or Zeus's son. If you don't follow my rules, I'll kick you out, understood?" "Understood." Ares nodded vigorously. "To defeat Athena, I will temporarily listen to you. Then I shall leave first." Seeing that Hecate had agreed to Ares's request, Leto felt relieved. She looked at Ares and said to him, "Don't worry, Ares. During this time, Zeus is preparing to create new things on the earth, and he was already planning for you to temporarily stop waging war. For now, you can stay here and learn well from Hecate." "Okay." Ares nodded to Leto. After speaking, the black-clad goddess rode on a cloud and returned to Olympus. Hecate watched goddess Leto depart, then sighed, "Ah, what a good aunt. That bastard Zeus really got a bargain." Hearing her words, Ares nodded solemnly. "Huh, I'm slandering your father behind his back, and you're not even angry?" Hecate asked Ares, somewhat surprised by his reaction. "Mother has long had reservations about Zeus's actions," Ares replied. "Besides, the daughter born to Zeus and goddess Métis recently took away my divine duty." "No wonder, it seems he really isn't popular," Hecate laughed heartily. "He deserves to be killed by his own son in the future." Ares's heart stirred. It seemed this moon goddess also had a premonition about Zeus's future. However, he pretended to be greatly surprised and asked, "What do you mean by that?" "It means nothing. If you can learn even a tenth of my magic, you'll understand what I mean." Hecate waved her hand and said, "Come inside with me." Ares followed the moon goddess into her palace. Inside this tree palace, there was only one immensely spacious room, which lacked the standard configurations of Greek god temples like divine thrones, baths, or stargazing platforms. This room was directly a colossal library, with 5 stories of tall bookshelves arranged in rows throughout the palace. Various stone tablets and papyri recording arcane knowledge filled these cabinets. Hecate herself also lived here. Her bed was a simple hammock woven from vines, with a few warm animal skins serving as bedding. In addition, some unfinished papyri were scattered on her hammock, and her bedding at the moment appeared disheveled. However, Hecate herself seemed not to mind Ares seeing her casual living state. After leading Ares into her palace, she walked along and said, "Although I promised Leto to take you as an apprentice, I don't have the patience to teach you word by word, like feeding a baby. As Zeus's son, as long as your brain hasn't been hit, you should generally be able to understand introductory magic books. I'll give you a few books, you read them first, and if there's anything you don't understand after reading, then come ask me, understood? Understood, Ares nodded. So Hecate led Ares to the innermost bookshelf in the palace, pulled out a few stone tablets from the first and second tier shelves. Then, she stood on tiptoes, trying to reach a stone tablet placed on the fourth tier shelf. However, her current height was indeed limited, so she gritted her teeth and struggled for a long time but still couldn't reach the stone tablet. However, just as Ares was about to step forward to help, he suddenly saw the goddess turn on the spot, and with her skirt swirling, she instantly transformed into a 16 or 17-year-old purple-haired girl, then easily took down the stone tablet from the shelf. Seeing her performance, Ares was stunned for a moment. In that instant, he hadn't felt any divine power fluctuations, so he asked curiously, "Is that magic too?" Hecate looked down at herself, then replied, "No, this is one of my appearances." With that, she stacked the stone tablets together and placed them in Ares's hands, then said to him, "Here, take these. Read everything on these stone tablets, and then you should be almost ready to begin." Chapter 15 Want to Eat. 1120 words. Magic from the Age of Gods is completely different from later magic. Later magic was created out of necessity as the great source of magical power gradually dried up. Their birth had to undergo a very complicated process beforehand. The system of magic had to be imprinted on the world in the form of religion or scholarship. Without this step, later magic users with diluted bloodlines would not be able to use magic in an environment where magical power was depleted. However, magic from the Age of Gods was fundamentally different from this formalized magic. Because they were born in an era where gods walked the earth, they were from the very beginning fragments of the divine authorities connected to the root. This type of magic required no magic circuit, no rituals, or cumbersome sacrifices. As long as one knew the incantation, it could be released. And because it was directly connected to the root, this magic could also be used in the environment of later eras. Furthermore, in this era, where humans have not yet fully emerged into the world, there is no magic in the Age of Gods, it is all sorcery. This is because sorcery refers to things that humans cannot achieve through other means. In this era, if a person with the right conditions traveled back in time, even if they brought a lighter, that lighter would become fire sorcery. This was both a blessing and a misfortune for Ares. The misfortune need not be elaborated upon. Ares believed that no one who knew Baldi Kuei would willingly face him as the god of war. The blessing, however, was that in this era, it would be much easier for Ares to approach the root and explore those supreme mysteries, at least compared to later eras. Just like the stone tablet he now held in his hand, personally produced by Hecate, the Greek goddess of magic. Although it was an introductory guide for new magic users, it was entirely composed of Age of Gods sorcery written in the language of the gods. Ares estimated that if he were to throw these few stone tablets into the clock tower of later eras, it would cause the lords there to fight tooth and nail over them. Fortunately, although his account in this world would eventually be cancelled, it was a privileged account. As one of the gods, and a very important chief god at that, Ares could naturally read these obscure divine texts with ease. The content written on them was also very easy for him to understand, almost like a math textbook from elementary school. It was not difficult for gods to learn sorcery. It was just that many gods, being the embodiment of authority themselves, looked down on sorcery as mere fragments of authority. However, a god like Ares, who was full of motivation and patience for the sake of survival, could easily learn and absorb these things. After receiving Hecate's beginner's textbook, Ares casually found a corner in this tree palace, sat down, and quietly began to read. Meanwhile, Hecate, who had transformed into a young girl, had returned to her hammock and reverted to her little girl form. She jumped onto her hammock, continued to complete the magic theory she had started writing, and then gently tossed the few sheets of papyrus. After leaving her hands, these sheets of papyrus floated on their own, wrapped themselves up in mid-air, and then automatically found a suitable empty spot on a cabinet in the tree palace and placed themselves inside. Having finished all this, Hecate yawned again. She smacked her lips, wanting to just sleep and refresh herself, but then she remembered that a hot-tempered Zeus's son was currently in her palace, and Hecate felt a little uneasy. Immediately, she decided to go and check on Ares. In her own palace, Ares's whereabouts naturally could not escape the moon goddess's eyes. In her perception, Ares's surging divine power was as conspicuous as a torch in the dark night. However, when she bypassed layers of bookshelves and arrived at Ares's corner, she was startled by the god of war before her. Is this really the god of war? Looking at the red-haired man sitting cross-legged in the corner, quietly reading the stone tablet, Hecate even felt a sense of absurdity. Even Zeus probably couldn't imagine such a scene, his most violent son now holed up in a corner, quietly reading a stone tablet carved with obscure and mysterious knowledge. Seeing that Ares seemed to be studying diligently, Hecate did not disturb him, but quietly circled back to her hammock. Maybe he's just staring at the stone tablet blankly, she muttered to herself while sitting on the hammock. However, a day later, when Ares, having finished reading the stone tablets, came to consult her, Hecate realized that this fellow had actually thoroughly understood all the stone tablets she had given him. After answering Ares's few questions about magic, Hecate sat on her hammock, smacked her lips, and asked Ares with great confusion, "Ares, do you really want to learn magic?" Of course. Ares was holding a blank papyrus he had asked Hecate for and making notes on it. Hearing her question, he said without raising his head, "Why else would I come here if not to learn magic? Isn't living on Olympus good enough?" It's truly surprising that the moon goddess would ask such a question. I just didn't expect the fickle god of war to actually listen to me and finish reading these stone tablets obediently, Hecate said. Hey, look at what you're saying, Ares said, raising his head. A father is a father, and a son is a son. Since I've recognized you as my teacher, I will naturally listen to you, just as soldiers must obey their commander's orders on the battlefield. An army that doesn't obey orders can't be considered an army, it's just a scattered mess. Then why do you want to learn magic? Hecate asked again. Hearing Hecate's words, Ares once again used Athena as a shield. I've already said it, to defeat that woman Athena and reclaim everything she took from me. Really? Hecate's suspicious eyes moved up and down Ares's body, then she withdrew her gaze. Forget it, it's none of my business anyway. Just learn magic and don't turn it against me. She thought for a moment, and even chuckled, instigating. If a god of war like you learns my magic, you might actually be able to trample powerful gods like Athena and Poseidon. Really? Ares cooperated by showing an excited expression, then he asked, can I surpass Zeus? Hecate heard him, pointed at him, and laughed heartily, you're dreaming. Chapter 16, The Birth of Aphrodite. 1111 words. The process of learning magic felt to Ares exactly like learning a brand new science subject. Although magic in the Age of Gods focused more on memorizing incantations, it also required calculating and utilizing various data related to magic trajectories, magic amounts, ritual pattern angles, celestial phenomena, and other aspects. Ares was a liberal arts student in his previous world, but fortunately, he chose liberal arts not because he was bad at science and couldn't understand it, but because his close friends all went to liberal arts classes. Although he studied finance in university and struggled with subjects like advanced mathematics because he had left science behind for too long in high school, starting from scratch and learning a science subject from elementary school level all the way to university and even postgraduate level didn't feel difficult for Ares at all. In this era, there was no internet, no mobile phones, no novels, no games, there were no entertainment activities to distract him from his studies. Moreover, as he progressed in learning magic, Ares could clearly feel himself growing stronger step by step, and this feeling filled him with motivation. What's more, he knew in his heart that his only chance of survival lay on this path of magic. Only by understanding more of the secrets of this unreasonable world could he find an opportunity to exploit loopholes and survive. Under the dual motivations of growing stronger and surviving, Ares's learning progress even astonished moon goddess Hecate, who at one point thought Zeus was underutilizing Ares by making him god of war. Currently, Ares, though not yet at Hecate's level, which could be called a doctoral supervisor in magic, is not far from challenging for a doctorate degree. Unfortunately, even though Ares actively asked Hecate to teach him more magic related to timespace and parallel worlds during his studies, such magic was as perplexing as calculus in advanced mathematics. Although Hecate taught some, and Ares tried his best to understand, according to Hecate, Kronos, the primordial god of time, not the second-generation god-king, and chaos already involved the most fundamental mysteries of this world. It was normal for Ares, at his current level, not to understand. The few calculus equations he solved were simply not enough to enable him to decipher the specific use of that black crystal, which clearly involved advanced applications of timespace laws. There was nothing Ares could do about this situation but work hard and strive to reach Hecate's level as soon as possible, then carefully analyze this crystal. However, just as Ares regrouped and prepared to continue studying diligently, Hecate stopped him. "Someone outside has come looking for you," she said to Ares, holding a stone tablet and floating in the air. "I don't want to see her, you go deal with it." "Who's interrupting my study?" Ares's face was full of displeasure, but he couldn't ignore his teacher Hecate's words, so he put down the magic book in his hand, rubbed the back of his neck, and walked out of the tree palace. Outside the tree palace gate, Hecate's pet, the three-headed dog Cerberus, was lying on the ground, its three heads staring menacingly at the forest outside the tree palace, letting out the characteristic woofing sounds of canines. From the corners of its three mouths, lightning, flames, and poisonous gas flowed respectively. Ares looked in the direction it was staring and found a goddess with pure white wings and a rainbow glow around her, hiding behind a bush, trembling in fear at the fierce three-headed dog. Her name is Iris, daughter of Thaumas and Electra, goddess of the rainbow, and messenger of the gods on Olympus. Before Hermes was born, she almost entirely bore the mission of delivering Zeus's commands. Therefore, Iris's arrival meant she brought Zeus's will. "Go away, get lost." So Ares kicked Cerberus in the butt, driving him to a corner of the palace's outer garden. Facing the god of war, this fierce beast could only let out pitiful, wronged whines, then tucked his tail between his legs and retreated into his doghouse. When Ares first arrived, this jealous evil dog thought Ares was coming to steal his master, so he often barked at Ares. However, on a dark and stormy night, when Ares, who had gotten up to observe the celestial phenomena and study astronomical magic, had his thoughts interrupted by this annoying dog, he furiously showed him the god of war's iron fist. Since then, Cerberus became well-behaved whenever he saw Ares. After chasing away the three-headed dog, Ares approached Iris, looked down at the young goddess, and asked, "Iris, do you have a command from Father for me?" Yes, great Ares." Seeing Cerberus driven away, Iris breathed a slight sigh of relief. She saluted Ares by placing her hand on her chest, then peered at the distant tree palace and asked, "Is Moon Goddess there?" "Are you looking for her too?" Ares asked. "Yes," Iris replied, lowering her head. "A new great god has been born on Olympus, and God King, to celebrate her birth, is inviting all qualified deities in the world, except for criminals, to a banquet on Olympus. Besides you, he has also invited Moon Goddess." "So that's it." Ares turned to look at the tree palace, then said, "Hecate doesn't like to see outsiders. I'll help you inform her." "When is the banquet?" "That's wonderful." Iris also breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It was clear that this goddess also didn't particularly want to face the goddess of witchcraft, whom even Zeus was wary of. She replied, "The banquet is 5 days from now, and the location is Zeus's temple." "I understand." Ares waved his hand and said, "You may go. Then I'll be leaving." Iris spread her wings and flew into the air. "I still need to deliver God King's invitations to other gods." Ares looked at Iris, and suddenly, an idea struck him. He then called out, "Wait a moment, Iris, which great god has been newly born this time?" "Ah?" Iris, who was about to fly away, forcibly stopped upon hearing Ares's words, scattering a few feathers in the sky. Then she replied, "The newly born great god is the daughter of the sky and the sea." She is tall and graceful, slender and full-figured, with a graceful and dignified posture. She is the embodiment of beauty, the epitome of love, and her name is Aphrodite? Ares murmured. Oh? You already know? Iris said in surprise. I had a feeling. Ares clutched his forehead, saying with some headache, I suddenly don't feel like going anymore. Chapter 17 Hot Women. 1112 words. Aphrodite, the Greek goddess of love and beauty, was arguably the most beautiful woman in all of Greece, if judged solely by her appearance. For Ares, the war god in the original myth, this goddess was also the most important woman in his life. In mythology, Ares would only fly into a rage over Aphrodite's infidelity, rushing down to the mortal realm to kill the mortals who committed adultery with the goddess of love and beauty. And Aphrodite would only feel jealous of Ares' flirtatiousness, even cursing Eos, the dawn goddess, causing her to fall into an endless lust for mortals. However, for the current Ares, Aphrodite was nothing but a huge problem. Firstly, because the male gods on Olympus, including Zeus, vied for Aphrodite's affection, leading to such jealousy that even Zeus himself could not obtain Aphrodite, the king of gods, in a fit of pique, married the most beautiful goddess to Hephaestus, the ugliest of the male gods. If Ares were to have an affair with her, it would lead to discord among brothers. Secondly, many of Ares' setbacks were due to Aphrodite causing trouble outside. From the very beginning, when Cupid, the little god of love, shot Hades with an arrow of love, causing him to irresistibly lust after Persephone and forcibly abduct her back to the underworld, leading to Demeter's heartbreak and the wilting of all life on earth, to later when Aphrodite contended with Athena and Hera for the golden apple, which triggered the most famous Trojan War in Greek history. Each time, Ares was passively drawn into conflicts with other gods because of Aphrodite, not only offending all the gods on Olympus but almost losing everything he had. In short, it is no exaggeration to describe Aphrodite as a femme fatale. Ares now only wants to stay as far away from this goddess of love and beauty as possible. No, to be safe, he'd best stay far away from all goddesses. In mythology, Ares' enmity with Sea King Poseidon was due to Poseidon's son raping Ares' daughter, Alcippe. Ares, in a fit of rage, killed Poseidon's son. If Ares were not to have children, wouldn't he be able to solve these troublesome matters once and for all? Moreover, Athena should also be on the verge of realizing Zeus's ambitions for her. To protect herself, she should take the opportunity to make the vow of a virgin goddess. In light of this, Ares also came up with a new plan. With Athena as a shield, this new plan would be reasonable and not troublesome for his persona. So, while pondering, Ares returned to the tree palace and informed Hecate, who was engaged in magical research, of this news. After hearing the news Ares brought, Hecate pouted a little unhappily and grumbled. It seems I have to go this time. I need to figure out a way to make myself look ugly. Ares heard her and said, all the goddesses under heaven wish to dress as beautifully as possible for Zeus's banquet. Why are you trying to go in the opposite direction with your makeup? What if I dress too beautifully and that guy Zeus sets his eyes on me? Hecate rolled her eyes. I'd rather sleep with a sea monster than have anything to do with that guy. Are you still afraid of Zeus? Ares asked in surprise. You should be stronger than Athena, teacher. So what? In this era, no one can defeat the king of gods except the destined usurper, Hecate said. If Zeus insists on bothering me, the last resistance I can offer is to curse him and shorten his reign as much as possible. Usurper? Ares' heart stirred, and he quickly asked, Teacher, what do you mean by that? You never taught me this point before. Why are you learning this? Hecate turned her head to look at him, asking mischievously, could it be that you also want to rebel? Nonsense, I'm just curious. Ares said solemnly upon hearing this, Hecate, you are insulting my divinity. I am eternally loyal to Olympus. Oh, really? Hecate looked Ares up and down, then snorted and chuckled, forget it, you don't have to be so afraid of me. For me, I can't wait for that old pervert Zeus to die soon. As for traitors like you, I'll just pretend not to see them. Ares was non-committal to Hecate's words, not taking her bait at all, which left the moon goddess somewhat helpless. However, after thinking for a moment, Ares suddenly asked Hecate again, "Teacher, this makeup, could you also help me with my makeup? Why are you putting on makeup?" Hecate looked at Ares with disdain. The dignified war god is secretly a sissy? No. Ares touched his face and said, "I think I'm too handsome, and I hope you can help me become a little uglier." Pa. Hearing Ares's words, Hecate spat at him with extreme contempt, then ignored him completely, turned around, pulled open a door to imaginary space, and disappeared directly from the palace. I'm serious. Seeing Hecate disappear, Ares was also a little helpless. Upon reflection, his words just now seemed to have a bit of shamelessness in them, but he was simply afraid that his position as war god would have some inexplicable attraction to Aphrodite. The current Ares wished he could make himself uglier than Hephaestus, preferably so that Aphrodite would take a detour whenever she saw him, saving him from future trouble. However, in this era, for him as a male god to wear makeup to Zeus's banquet would seem disrespectful to Zeus. So, after careful consideration, Ares decided to abandon this plan. Anyway, once his new plan was out, Aphrodite probably wouldn't have any thoughts about him anymore. 5 days later, Ares packed his gear and prepared to depart, and Hecate, having finished her makeup, appeared before Ares. She had now taken on her maiden form, wearing a deep purple long dress with purple hair flowing over her shoulders. However, she had forcefully painted her face a pale white with white powder, and then used purple pigment to draw many mysterious symbols on her face. Finally, she painted her lips with bright red pigment to resemble the Joker's lips from Batman, making her look like a witch performing magic in a circus. Looking at her appearance, Ares was speechless. Hecate at this moment looked like a monster, but what was certain was that if she went to Olympus looking like this, she definitely wouldn't have to worry about any male god taking an interest in her. So, after getting ready, the master and disciple set off towards Olympus. Chapter 18 I told you I am so handsome. 1256 words. Unlike the Olympus that later fell to the earth, at this time, Olympus, as the divine realm, was still suspended in the sky. Below it was the boundless sea, the territory ruled by Sea King Poseidon, but if one climbed to the highest point of Olympus and leaped down, following the mountain wall, they would fall into the boundless river Styx controlled by Hades. This was a special spatial overlap phenomenon that Olympus possessed as the divine realm. It was daytime now, and the golden gate on the mountainside of Olympus, leading to the gods' residences, had opened, welcoming the deities who did not reside on Olympus but came from all corners of the earth. Ares also led Hecate inside. Here, he had become the host, while moon goddess Hecate seemed somewhat unwelcome by the other gods. When the two passed through the golden gate, Eos, the goddess of dawn with rose-red fingers, who was guarding the gate, came to greet them with 3 virgin maidens, Hermes. This goddess, dressed in a long crimson gown, showed a joyful expression on her face when she saw Ares. "Ares, you've finally returned," she said to Ares. "Without you guarding Olympus at night, we all felt very uneasy." Ares looked down at this goddess. As she spoke, this beautiful goddess actually tried to rub against him, which scared Ares into quickly taking a step back, turning his body, and slightly avoiding her. Eos, the goddess of dawn, was also a goddess who had a romantic affair with Ares in myths, and like Aphrodite, Ares was not her only beloved, she had both human and divine lovers, and even wanted to poach Orion from Artemis. This was a thirsty and troublesome goddess, but in Ares's current memory, he should not have had any substantial relationship with this goddess of dawn yet, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. "What are you talking about?" Ares angrily retorted while dodging Eos's approach. "Isn't Athena on the mountain? Isn't she stronger than me? Goddess of victory, how awesome!" His words were full of his displeasure and dislike for Athena. Now that he was out in such a crowded place, Ares had to uphold his idol image and play the part fully. Athena is very busy with many matters, how could she wholeheartedly focus her energy on guarding Olympus? Eos sighed softly, looking at Ares with a resentful expression. "These days, only a few weak goddesses like us are still watching the gate, fearing that some monster might take advantage of this time to attack the mountain and disturb the great gods. As she spoke, she twirled her braid and cast a flirtatious glance at Ares. Ares. Auntie, please don't be like this, Auntie, we are decent people. It was clear that the beautiful goddess of dawn Eos had long admired the handsome and powerful Ares, but in Ares's memory, she used to be very reserved, at most smiling more happily when Ares entered and exited the Golden Gate. However, this time she was so proactive, probably because the true goddess of beauty had been born, thus stimulating a sense of crisis in these goddesses and prompting them to act faster. But Ares now had no desire to have anything with these beautiful goddesses. Just as he was about to harden his heart and push this goddess away to leave directly, he heard his teacher Hecate behind him let out a laugh. Ares, I didn't realize you were quite popular. Hearing this voice, Eos vigilantly looked behind Ares, but when she saw Hecate, whose face was painted like a performance artist, her face visibly relaxed. She glanced at Hecate's appearance and secretly compared it to her own reflection in the pool when she washed up this morning, and immediately a hint of contempt arose in her heart. A rookie, no threat at all. However, moon goddess Hecate held a respected status, so outwardly, Eos still needed to greet her. So it's the esteemed Hecate, you've come as well. MHM. Hecate nodded, then reached out and deliberately patted Ares's arm with a loud slap, chuckling mischievously, it was on the way, so I came with my disciple. Eos saw that after her rough action, Ares showed no sign of anger at all, standing obediently in place. Even though she knew this was mostly because Hecate was strong enough, a trace of jealousy couldn't help but rise in her heart. She wanted to continue her pursuit of Ares, but Ares took the opportunity to say, Zeus's banquet is about to begin. We shouldn't delay. Being late to his banquet is a big taboo, Eos, you should finish up quickly and come over too. After speaking, Ares fled, as if escaping, taking Hecate with him. Eos, the goddess of dawn, could only stomp her foot angrily on the ground, helplessly watching Ares depart. There was no way. In terms of divinity and power, neither Ares nor Hecate was someone she could compare to. The only way for the goddess of dawn to win her beloved's heart was to desperately throw herself at him, but from the current situation, Ares was not falling for it. Meanwhile, Ares and Hecate, who had followed the colonnaded mountain path to the cloud sea, finally arrived at the banquet venue. The banquet was not held inside the God King's hall, but rather in the enormous floating island garden outside the God King's hall. Here, Hebe, the goddess of youth, had already led the team of maidens from Olympus, arranging the venue in perfect order. Rows of long tables were filled with various exquisite foods and divine wine, and many noble gods moved between these tables, chatting in groups of 2 or 3. Upon arriving at the banquet hall, Ares complained to Hecate, see? I didn't lie to you, did I? I told you I'm too handsome and it would cause trouble. Just the goddess of dawn, can that even be called trouble? Hecate scoffed, you're a chief god. Just play with her for a bit, then dump her, she can't do anything to you, can she? Don't even think about it. Once you have a relationship with her, that's, what was it called, right, getting entangled in karma. Ares said, annoyed, I don't want to cause so much trouble right now. As they spoke, the two walked towards the venue, and the arrival of Ares and Hecate attracted the attention of the gods, the former because of his noble status, and the latter because her face was painted so ugly. All the guests at the banquet turned their attention to the two of them, but neither Ares nor Hecate paid any mind. They walked into the banquet hall, each took a cup of divine wine from the tray held by a maid, and then naturally separated. Ares took his wine cup to greet Zeus and Hera and other elders, while Hecate quietly retreated to a corner of the banquet hall by herself. Even tucked away in a corner, Hecate's unconventional face would surely not go unnoticed, but because this moon goddess, who commanded magic and witchcraft, had a fearsome reputation, no one dared to foolishly provoke her. All the gods pretended not to see this goddess, chatting and laughing as before, and Hecate was quite satisfied with this situation. However, at this moment, a male god suddenly approached Hecate with a wine cup. Hecate, Prometheus, the former god of wisdom, said to her, do you have time now? Let's talk. Chapter 19 Aphrodite. 1167 words. Ah? Hecate looked up, gazing blankly at Prometheus, then replied, Talk? What is there for us to talk about? Moon goddess, you should have been able to foresee this. Prometheus sat down beside Hecate, holding his cup, and said, Zeus has already ordered Epimetheus and me to create new beings from clay on the earth. Their arrival signifies a new order, a new era, and new primates for this world. He looked at the starry sky, higher than Olympus, and continued. I have made up my mind to help the new primates. Although they are much weaker than us, they have more potential and more hope. In the distant future, when the planet perishes, if anyone can find a way to survive, it will undoubtedly be them. But I am a little afraid of your disciple, Ares. What does he really think about these new primates? Do you have to ask me all these irrelevant things? Hecate pulled a long face and said, The reason I stayed away from Olympus was that I didn't want to get involved in these whirlpools. What happens to the old gods, or the new primates, what does any of that have to do with me, Hecate? I apologize, I misspoke. Seeing that the moon goddess seemed a bit angry, Prometheus quickly apologized to her. Then, he thought for a moment and changed his approach, asking, Then, are you satisfied with your disciple Ares or not? You can at least tell me that, right? He's all right. Hecate looked at Prometheus, then nonchalantly prevaricated, At least he doesn't bother me when he has nothing to do, interrupting my research. Is that so? Prometheus lowered his head in thought, then stood up and said to Hecate, I understand. Thank you, Hecate. Just as Prometheus was getting up to leave, on the other side, Ares, standing in the center of the banquet within the circle of the 12 gods, happened to see the former god of wisdom departing. He wondered. Prometheus? What is he doing looking for Hecate? It wasn't that Ares was overly concerned about Hecate, but rather because the one seeking her out was Prometheus. According to his estimation, Prometheus and Athena were probably the only two gods on Olympus who vaguely guessed his true intentions. Athena, for now, is out of the question. That goddess is currently in a difficult position, and any opposition, troublemaking, or cooperation with him would definitely have to be done in secret. This is an unspoken understanding between people like them who play both sides. Moreover, Athena is currently most constrained by Zeus, so she probably can't afford to pay much attention to him. As for Prometheus, that fellow has already gone to the mortal realm. Although he lost the benefits that came with the god of wisdom divine position after shedding his divine duties, he also gained more freedom and ample time to plan his own affairs. If he were to extract anything from Hecate, Ares was very afraid that this person would secretly scheme against him. Hearing Ares's words, Hephaestus also glanced over there, then replied, he might be asking the moon goddess for some concepts of divine duties. Recently, Zeus seems to have tasked him and his brother with creating a new batch of creatures. Oh? Ares's heart stirred at the news. Indeed, Leto had mentioned it when she sent him to Hecate. It seemed that the humans of mythology were about to appear on Earth. So he pressed, when are they planning to create them? I don't know. The god of fire shook his head. Zeus has put Athena fully in charge of this matter. Why Athena again? Ares raged at the opportune moment, why her? Don't be so quick to get angry. Hephaestus shook his head and advised, it is indeed most suitable for Athena, the wisest of the fourth-generation gods, to handle the creation. No way. Ares calculated in his mind, I must also have a hand in the creation of all things. Just as he was speaking, the doors of the god king's hall suddenly opened. A fragrant breeze carrying flower petals flew out, the muses began to sing, and Apollo played a melodious tune on his lyre. A beautiful goddess, dressed in a magnificent long gown and adorned with a flower wreath, walked out of the god king's hall with light steps, accompanied by several maidservants. The protagonist of this banquet, Aphrodite, finally appeared before the heroes. She had golden hair, and her cerulean eyes were as blue as the sea where she was born. Her skin, exposed from beneath her pink long dress, shimmered like white porcelain. Her figure, appearance, facial proportions, and inherent temperament were all perfect, all captivating. The moment they saw Aphrodite, all the male gods present felt as if they had fallen in love, while all the goddesses, with the exception of a few who possessed extreme self-confidence, involuntarily showed expressions of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Ares leaned forward to glance at the goddess, and his heart couldn't help but stir. It must be said that the current Aphrodite truly was a flower unsullied by mud, a lotus pure and unblemished. As the goddess of love and beauty, she seemed to naturally possess an ability to attract others to fall in love with her. This ability was extremely potent, so much so that even a chief god like Ares found it difficult to resist. Feeling the flutter in his heart, Ares quickly lowered his head. When he looked up again, having prepared himself, Aphrodite was merely passable in his eyes. Compared to his previous two-dimensional wives, she simply couldn't compare. However, among the male gods present, it seemed only he and Prometheus were truly aware. He was prepared and had psychological expectations, while Prometheus was too intelligent. From the moment he saw Aphrodite and felt his heart stir, the former god of wisdom knew that no matter what, such a woman could never fall into his hands. Even if there was a 1 in 10 million chance Zeus betrothed her to him, he wouldn't be able to keep her. So Prometheus very timely reined in his thoughts and completely discarded any superfluous ideas. Apart from these two, Zeus, Poseidon, Apollo, and others all showed adoration for her. Aphrodite instantly became the focal point of the entire banquet. Come, let me introduce her to everyone. Zeus beckoned to Aphrodite, who walked over innocently. Zeus then casually put his arm around her fair, fragrant shoulder, taking advantage of the moment while introducing her to all the gods present. Due to the need for divine duty adjustments, the moon goddess Selene has voluntarily withdrawn from the ranks of the 12 gods. Therefore, Selene's position as moon goddess will temporarily be taken over by my daughter Artemis. And this is our new chief god of Olympus. Her name is Aphrodite, and she will become our goddess of love and beauty on Olympus. Chapter 20, I want to choose him. 1129 words. Selene, the moon goddess, voluntarily giving up her position was definitely a lie. She, like Helios, was likely coerced and enticed by Zeus, forced to relinquish her place. Similar to the sun god, Zeus wouldn't truly eliminate deities representing the most important celestial bodies of a region. Although Artemis inherited the moon goddess's divine position, she primarily oversees hunting, and Selene will continue to manage the moon's operation in this world as Artemis's subordinate deity. However, regardless, Selene's replacement by Artemis and Aphrodite was already a foregone conclusion. Artemis's thoughts were solely on matters related to her divine duties. For her, it didn't matter who became the king of Olympus, posing no threat to Zeus. As for Aphrodite, there's no need to mention her, she's merely a pretty face. Zeus, that old lecher, probably promoted her just to get his hands on the most beautiful goddess. After Aphrodite arrived, Zeus, under the guise of introducing the new main deity to the gods, stayed with Aphrodite in front of Hera, and his other hand was constantly caressing Aphrodite, taking advantage of her. However, this situation was quickly broken as several other male main gods, captivated by Aphrodite, such as Poseidon and Apollo, also approached Aphrodite, showering her with flattery. 2 generations of one family quickly began arguing over this woman. Seeing this, Ares quickly avoided the center of the storm and ran to Hecate's side, watching from a distance. Aren't you going to contend for her? Hecate was just chatting with her cousin Artemis when she saw Ares avoiding them like a plague god. Hecate asked curiously. The most beautiful woman in the world is right there. And the most troublesome woman. Ares looked over there and said irritably. Artemis, why don't you pull your brother back? If he gets involved, Zeus and Poseidon might just beat his brains out. I can't control him. Artemis glanced at the Olympus's most handsome man who was holding a lyre and arguing red-faced with Zeus and the others, then said unhappily, as soon as he sees Aphrodite, he says such a beautiful being only deserves to belong to him, and he just went straight up. Mother and I couldn't even hold him back. Heh. Hecate suddenly chuckled softly, who do you think this Aphrodite will end up with? Do you even need to ask? Artemis pouted, it's definitely Zeus. He's been eyeing Aphrodite for who knows how long. But Hera is watching Zeus. Hecate said, glancing at Ares, your mother is being provoked, and you can't possibly go up and stop it, can you? Ares nodded, I'm not getting involved in this mess. Ares, then tell me, to whom will Zeus eventually marry Aphrodite? Artemis asked. Ares pursed his lips, who knows? Perhaps my brother will end up gaining the most from this. Hephaestus? Artemis said, her forehead covered in black lines, it's not that I'm targeting him, but Aphrodite probably wouldn't fancy him, right? Whether she fancies him or not, as long as Zeus is happy, who cares if she likes him or not? Ares said indifferently, crossing his arms. As they were speaking, the male gods arguing over Aphrodite seemed to have reached a conclusion. Since they were at a stalemate, Zeus suggested that they showcase their masculine charm in front of Aphrodite, allowing her to decide whom to marry. The male gods all agreed to this condition, so they set up their displays and began to take turns showcasing their talents in front of Aphrodite. First up was Poseidon. He raised his trident, summoned vast seas, and his majestic chariot, then began to boast to the goddess of beauty about how amazing and powerful he was. But when Aphrodite asked him who was stronger, Zeus or him, the king of the seas made a disgusted face and retreated grandly. Afterward, Apollo and Zeus also took turns. As the most handsome man in Olympus and the dream lover of countless goddesses, Apollo passionately played a piece of music in front of Aphrodite, but the goddess of love and beauty merely looked at him with appreciative eyes, a gaze that was more like looking at a good girlfriend than a man. Zeus then also came before Aphrodite. He was simpler, just a single phrase, I am the king of gods, already caused a ripple in Aphrodite's eyes. However, when Aphrodite demanded that she must have the authority of the Queen of Heaven if she were to marry Zeus, the exasperated Hera finally pulled a bolt of lightning down from the sky, scaring away the mere decoration that was Aphrodite. After his wife ruined his plans, Zeus's expression was not very pleasant, but he was in the wrong and couldn't directly vent his anger at Hera. So, he decided to take all his anger out on Aphrodite. He ordered Aphrodite to choose a husband from the male gods present at the banquet today and marry him. Moreover, she could not choose the three main gods she had already rejected. This put Aphrodite in a difficult position. Leaving aside the characters of Zeus, Poseidon, and Apollo for a moment, they were indeed the three most desirable stocks among the male gods of Olympus. Aphrodite was unwilling to lower herself and marry male gods who were not of main deity status. And now, besides these three desirable options, the only male gods left among the 12 gods of Olympus were Ares, Hades, and Hephaestus. Hephaestus was very talented, but unfortunately, his appearance was rather regrettable, and the haughty Aphrodite naturally looked down on him. Although Hades, the king of the underworld, was not inferior to Poseidon in terms of appearance, authority, or power, being with him would mean spending most of her time in the desolate and void underworld, which the goddess of love and beauty also found unacceptable. So, after some consideration, the goddess of love and beauty decisively bypassed the other gods and walked towards Ares, who was with Hecate. Hey, she seems to have seen you. Seeing this, the moon goddess pulled her cousin, quietly moving away from Ares, and at the same time, gloated to Ares. What cold remarks are you making? Ares said angrily, isn't it because the makeup you put on is too eye-catching? As he spoke, the moon goddess and the new moon goddess, both disloyal, had already left him far behind. Ares originally wanted to run too, but Zeus had already called out to him. Ares, don't move. Ares reluctantly stopped, turned around, and saw the golden-haired, blue-eyed goddess of beauty standing in front of him, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Zeus. She pointed at Ares and shouted, I choose him. What? Ares's reply was just as decisive, damn woman, get lost. Chapter 21 The Virgin Vow. 1511 words. Upon hearing Ares's words, Aphrodite's face turned pale with shock, and the gods erupted in an uproar. Ares, did you hear what we were saying? Zeus composed himself, then asked his son, Aphrodite, she wants to marry you, you know. I heard it, Ares replied. But why should I agree to her? Oh, she wants to marry me, so I must agree? Is she Aphrodite, one of the 12 great gods, and I Ares am not? That's not the issue. Of course, you have the right to refuse, but... Zeus looked at Aphrodite, hesitating to speak. Ares, is there something wrong with your body? What could be wrong with my body? Ares retorted. Can you find any god among the 4th-generation gods who is healthier than me? Then since you're healthy, why wouldn't you agree when such a beautiful woman proposes to you? Zeus tugged at his white beard on his chin, completely baffled. Could it be that you like men? Nonsense. Ares stomped his foot in anger. Father, you are insulting my divinity. Exactly, what nonsense are you spouting? Hera also shot her husband a displeased glance. Where would our son get so many strange hobbies? Actually, pretty boys aren't out of the question, Zeus muttered softly, but he didn't let Hera hear him. But Ares, Hera turned back to her son and began lecturing him again. You're already this age, and it's truly time to consider your spouse. Look, you are powerful and handsome, and you and Aphrodite can be considered a match made in heaven. The children you have will surely be very strong gods. If you have more children, it will also make our Olympus more prosperous. But I haven't had enough fun yet, and I don't want to get married. Ares behaved like a spoiled brat at this moment. Enough. Seeing Ares's behavior, Poseidon, who had just been snubbed by Aphrodite, roared with displeasure. This woman just rejected me and Apollo, and now she chose you, but you don't want her? What do you mean, Ares? Are you saying that something we fought tooth and nail for, you simply look down upon? Are you looking down on me and Apollo? Ares looked towards Apollo upon hearing this and indeed found the handsome man frowning deeply, his expression appearing somewhat displeased. After all, he was a man who would forget his divine status for a beloved boy. Apollo was usually clear-headed, but once it involved such beautiful things, he would also get carried away. There was nothing Ares could do. At this moment, he was cornered by 2 main gods. If he didn't nod in agreement, he would probably offend Apollo, with whom he had painstakingly built a good relationship, and his uncle Poseidon, together. Fortunately, among the gods present, Ares still had his close companion Athena. So he tried hard to wrinkle his face into a ball, showing an angry expression, and then suppressed his anger and said, How could I have such a thought, Poseidon? You are arbitrarily provoking the brotherhood between me and Apollo. Even you must be responsible for what you say. Oh? Poseidon immediately sneered, Then tell me, why are you unwilling to marry Aphrodite? That's because of Athena, of course. Ares pointed his hand directly at Athena, the goddess of wisdom, who was standing among the gods, originally holding a wine glass and watching the show. After he pointed at her, Athena showed a look of astonishment, as if saying, How did this get dragged into me? However, Ares ignored her feelings and continued on his own. Getting married means having children with a wife, and having children will delay my time. Won't my time for training and studying magic be delayed then? If this continues, when will I ever be able to defeat Athena? With you like this, you'll never be able to defeat her, will you? Zeus thought so in his heart, but in front of Hera, he still couldn't arbitrarily belittle the son he had with her, so he said. Having children, what time can that possibly delay? Ares, it's good that you focus on training yourself, but you should also pay attention to balancing work and rest. I don't believe it. Ares's eyes darted around, and he looked at Athena, saying, Unless Athena also agrees to marry one of the male gods present, then I will marry Aphrodite. It was difficult for anyone to realize that Ares's words were intentionally misleading, because when viewed in connection with Ares's own persona, this was just another foolish remark from the impulsive and thoughtless god of war. However, this time, Ares's words struck a chord with Zeus. Once Athena, as a goddess, was married off, then according to the prevailing patriarchal society, whether she liked it or not, her divinity would slowly be absorbed by her husband, gradually replaced by him, and eventually she would become a subordinate deity to her husband. Such an Athena, no matter how strong or intelligent, would pose no threat to Zeus. The goddess of wisdom herself clearly understood this point. Zeus had been planning this matter all along, but Athena had repeatedly defused it with ease. However, this time Ares was dragging her down with him, even at the cost of self-destruction. No matter what, Athena could no longer just brush it off this time. So Zeus turned to Athena and asked with a chuckle. Athena, I think Ares' suggestion is excellent. It's a great opportunity for you to marry a male god today. Our Olympus will have double happiness, a great auspicious event, indeed a great auspicious event. He pointed to the male gods at the banquet and said, Look, all the famous male gods in the world are here today. Pick one you like, and I'll make the decision for you. If you really don't like any of them, Daddy can make a sacrifice and be your husband. Regardless of the perverted thoughts flashing through Zeus's mind, as soon as he spoke these words, the male gods present, who had originally lost interest, became excited once again. In terms of appearance alone, although Athena was not as beautiful as Aphrodite, she was still an extremely beautiful goddess. Moreover, she exuded an aura of nobility even greater than Aphrodite's, like the Queen of Olympus, which greatly aroused men's desire for conquest. Furthermore, she was also the one among the current 12 great gods, apart from Zeus, with the most divine duties and the widest range of authority. If one were to marry her, it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as soaring to great heights. Damn you, Ares, you utterly despicable gorilla. Athena secretly seethed, but on the surface, she had to maintain a proper smile. She looked at Zeus and said with a smile, Great Zeus, thank you for your kindness, but I apologize, I have no intention of marrying. She thought for a moment, then raised 3 fingers and suddenly swore to the heavens. By the name of Pallas Athena, I swear to this world that I shall remain unmarried and chaste for life. Should I willingly violate this oath, may all that I possess be stripped away, and may I be cast into the lowest depths of Tartarus, to suffer the most agonizing torments in the deepest hell. She swore to the world by her true name, and immediately received a response from the entire world. In the unseen, a protective force from the inhibitory power descended upon her, granting Athena the protection of the entire world. Now, she could rightfully refuse any related demands from the god King Zeus. Feeling Athena's oath take effect, Zeus's face darkened. Even he could no longer force Athena, who had received the protection of the inhibitory power. So he said somewhat dejectedly, All right, since that is your wish, then I shall comply with my daughter's wishes. In this way, Athena had both gains and losses. She had indeed preserved her last line of defense, but this also precluded the possibility of her seeking other male main gods and forming an unbreakable alliance with them. All in all, Zeus was the one who profited. However, before Zeus could finish organizing his thoughts, he heard the voice of his son, who was suspected of having a mental illness, again. Humph, it's truly you, Athena. To be able to come up with such a method, to suppress your desires and focus on strengthening yourself, Ares said with a sneer, hands on his hips. But do you think this can stop my resolve? Cybele. Whatever you have, I must also have. With that, he also raised 3 fingers and, following suit, swore to the heavens. By the name of Ares, the god of war, I swear to this world that I shall remain unmarried and chaste for life. Should I willingly violate this oath, may all that I possess be stripped away, and may I be cast into the lowest depths of Tartarus, to suffer the most agonizing torments in the deepest hell. Chapter 22, God of Virginity. 1166 words. After this oath was made, Ares immediately felt himself locked by the restraining force, and then a protection belonging to the restraining force appeared on his body. However, after his words fell, all the gods present, whether Athena or Zeus, whether Poseidon or Apollo, were stunned by him, standing rooted to the spot, unable to recover for a long time. Eos, the goddess of dawn, who had always been showering Ares with attention, fainted uncontrollably the moment she heard this oath. And after hearing the oath Ares made, Hecate spat out the wine in her mouth, then she covered her mouth, trembling with laughter, even her makeup was ruined by her. Truly worthy of being my Hecate's disciple. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes as she spoke with a voice mixed with coughs and gasps, what a genius. The nearby Artemis looked at Ares with admiration, a thoughtful expression in her eyes. Zeus has also been urging me to marry recently, should I also make an oath for myself? Olympus was silent except for Hecate's unrestrained laughter. After a long while, Zeus, the king of the gods, slowly turned his head and asked his son in a bewildered tone, Ares, what are you aiming for? I will defeat Athena. No matter the cost. Ares roared, whatever Athena has, I will also obtain. Whatever Athena agrees to, I will oppose. A man is not a man just because he is married and has children. Instead, he must rush to the battlefield according to his beliefs, and win victory no matter the cost. Only then can he be considered a man, a warrior. He clenched his fists, shouting with boiling passion. After Ares's words fell, the gods' garden on Olympus once again fell into a long silence, the second time in countless years. After a long while, Zeus, the king of the gods, spoke to his son with a respectful tone, Ares, truly worthy of you. As an old lecher, he truly couldn't imagine how he would live without being close to beautiful women. Thinking of this, even in his heart, a trace of awe for his son inevitably arose. And after hearing Ares's great virgin oath, even Sea King Poseidon and Apollo were awestruck. The two looked at each other speechless, standing rooted to the spot, at a loss. Uncle, brother, are you still going to force me to marry Aphrodite like this? Ares stood with his hands on his hips, haughtily, taking a step forward and standing in front of Poseidon, staring at him. You're amazing, you're amazing. Facing this nephew of his, Poseidon didn't know what to say. He waved his hands repeatedly, then gave up on forcing Ares, and retreated back into the crowd of gods. Apollo plucked his lyre, not knowing how to answer Ares, and could only say, Ares, my admiration for you is beyond words. I can only express my feelings with music later. After speaking, he also followed Poseidon back among the gods. And when Ares saw Poseidon and Apollo being repelled by his shout, he immediately felt his whole body grow taller. He turned around, looked at the god of love and beauty, who was utterly bewildered by him, and loudly said, Did you hear that? Aphrodite, I am now the god of virgins, don't touch me. You. Aphrodite shivered at Ares's roar, and tears immediately streamed down from her eyes. With tearful eyes, she pointed at Ares and shouted, You mark my words. Looking at Aphrodite's wronged expression, many of the male gods present showed expressions of heartache for her. Afterward, they turned their very displeased gazes onto Ares. Upon noticing the gazes of these male gods, Ares looked around and shouted with his head held high, What's wrong? What are you looking at? What are you looking at, you bunch of midgets? If I hadn't voluntarily withdrawn to deal with Athena, would it even be your turn? He patted his chest and said, Now you at least have a chance to marry Aphrodite. I left this opportunity for you. Not only do you not thank me, but you even hate me. Is there any logic to that? After hearing Ares say this, the surrounding male gods looked at each other, and then realized that what Ares said was suddenly unpleasant, but it seemed to really make sense. As a result, some gods who had originally been hot-headed under the influence of the goddess of beauty's divine power and were ready to stand up for her, also calmed down. Some even secretly thanked Ares in their hearts. In any case, Ares, as Zeus's son, was also the highest-ranking wealthy and handsome god on Olympus. If he made the virginity oath, even if these male gods couldn't obtain Aphrodite, they would undoubtedly have one less extremely powerful competitor when pursuing other desired goddesses in the future. Seeing this group of people casually dismissed by Ares, Aphrodite angrily bit her lower lip, then looked aggrievedly at Zeus, pleading. Zeus, do I really have to choose a husband today? Zeus's heart softened at Aphrodite's pitiful appearance, and his attitude also loosened. He replied, You don't have to choose, but your divine power is truly too special, Aphrodite. If you don't want to find a husband, you can only swear to become a virgin goddess, like Athena and Ares. Of course, you don't have to swear to the world, swearing to my lightning is enough. In that case, it wouldn't be impossible for him to open a back door for himself to have affairs later. Zeus was calculating his own scheme, But Aphrodite clearly didn't have the same determination to cut off her own wrist like Athena and Ares. Moreover, her own divine portfolio included sexual desire, so it was impossible for her to completely avoid romantic relationships. However, with her current discerning eye, she only regarded figures who were also among the 12 main gods. But among the 12 main gods, only Hephaestus, the unappealing god of fire, and Hades, the somewhat gloomy lord of the underworld, remained. Just as Aphrodite was hesitating between these two options, she suddenly heard the voice of the new moon goddess Artemis in her ear. "Zeus, were the words you just said true?" The gods followed the sound and looked towards its source, seeing the white-haired moon goddess in a moon-white long dress, pulling the beautiful and majestic goddess of the hearth, Hestia, both coming before Zeus. "Artemis, Hestia, what is this?" Zeus looked at these two ancestors before him with some confusion. The two beautiful goddesses exchanged a smile, then Hestia softly said to Zeus, "Actually, during this time, we have also been troubled by issues in this regard. After just seeing Athena's and Ares' oaths, Artemis and I both feel this is a very good solution. So, Zeus, let Artemis and me swear to your lightning, we also want to be virgin goddesses." Chapter 23, The Four Virgin Brothers. 1187 words. Unlike Athena, Zeus had no improper thoughts about Artemis, nor was he wary of this daughter who cared nothing for power all day long. He merely saw her as a lovely daughter. In fact, Zeus truly didn't need to be wary of Artemis, as the moon goddess had no interest in the position of god-king to begin with. For her, the position of god-king, which required managing all things in heaven and earth, might even be a bother, as it would delay her hunting. Therefore, putting aside all other factors, Artemis was actually Zeus's most beloved daughter. As for Hestia, there's even less to say. As the eldest sister among the third-generation gods, she possessed the dignity of an elder sister even in front of the three god-kings. Even Poseidon, who had always harbored improper thoughts about her, could only behave like a proper younger brother in front of Hestia. Therefore, at the strong insistence of his most beloved daughter and most respected elder sister, Zeus had no choice but to agree. The two goddesses swore by the lightning in his hand and officially became virgin goddesses under Zeus's protection. With their delay, Aphrodite's thoughts on choosing a husband were interrupted again. The jealous Hera seized the opportunity to suggest to Zeus that Aphrodite be married to Hephaestus, their most skilled son. Under the combined pressure of the god-king and the queen of heaven, the goddess of love and beauty had no choice but to comply, holding her nose and marrying the god of fire, whom she considered ugly. After all, after Ares swore to become a virgin god, Hephaestus was the only one Aphrodite could choose. Choosing this god of fire, at least she could still enjoy the prosperity of the gods on Olympus. When the mortal realm prospered in the future, she would have plenty of opportunities to seek out other handsome men and rendezvous with them. If she had followed Hades to the underworld, it would likely become quite difficult for Aphrodite to run around freely. In fact, if she married Hades, she probably wouldn't dare to casually cheat. This god king of the underworld looked honest, but his status as one of the three god-kings was not false. The gods of Olympus all believed that the king of the underworld, who controlled death, was even more terrifying than Poseidon, who controlled the ocean. Thus, after Aphrodite nodded in agreement, the god of love and the overjoyed god of fire immediately began their wedding ceremony at the Feast of the Gods, witnessed by Zeus and Hera, becoming husband and wife. Look at them, how happily they're laughing. Ares held his wine glass and said to Athena, Artemis, and Hestia beside him. Athena glanced at him upon hearing this, then said, "Yes, truly happy." Aphrodite's expression right now looks like she's attending a funeral. What kind of talk is that? Ares looked at Athena with displeasure. You, the esteemed goddess of wisdom, how can you curse people? I'm just stating the facts, Athena said coldly to Ares. And don't talk to me so intimately. Our relationship isn't that close. Alas, Athena, that's where you're wrong. Hestia, who was beside them, frowned slightly upon hearing Athena's words. You and Ares are both Zeus's children, and siblings. Moreover, you two are the two most powerful gods among the fourth-generation gods. Since that's the case, you should get along well and set an example for your other brothers and sisters. Exactly, Ares echoed. Athena, although our battle isn't over yet, we are all virgin gods now. You, I, Artemis, and Hestia, I think the four of us should come up with a group name. What do you think of the four virgin sisters? After he finished speaking, he laughed heartily, patting the goddess of wisdom's back forcefully, making Athena's back thump loudly. What kind of ridiculous name is that? Athena endured Ares's vulgar actions with great effort while patiently retorting. Then how about the four virgin brothers? Athena felt her brain veins were about to burst. She covered her forehead and excused herself to Hestia. Sorry, Hestia, I think I need to go rest for a bit. Okay, go ahead. Seeing that Athena's mental state was very poor at the moment, Hestia didn't force the goddess any further. After the three watched the goddess of wisdom rub her temples and walk away, Ares also excused himself to Artemis and Hestia, then retreated alone to a corner of the banquet hall, eating while watching Hephaestus and Aphrodite's wedding. Why don't you try to persuade your honest brother? As he was watching, the moon goddess's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Ares turned his head and found Hecate had appeared out of nowhere again. She held a glass of wine, and her makeup, which had been smudged from laughing because of Ares, had also been touched up in her spare time. I did persuade him, Ares shrugged at his magic teacher. But he didn't listen. How did you persuade him? Hecate asked, looking at Hephaestus, whose face was beaming with happiness and who was completely immersed in Aphrodite's charm. The shaded path you yearn for may be covered in white frost every night and morning in the future, Ares sighed. After I said that, he got very angry and sent me back. Although it sounds poetic, upon closer thought, it's quite deserving of a beating, Hecate mused. If anyone said that to me at my wedding, I'd definitely beat him too. But I was speaking the truth, Ares gestured towards Aphrodite with his chin. Look at her deadpan face. Who would believe she won't cheat in the future? Hecate glanced at Aphrodite. At that instant, Ares saw a flicker of magical light in her eyes. Then, she looked at the god of fire with a somewhat pitiful gaze, such an honest man, truly tragic. Seeing her reaction, Ares's eyes lit up, and he asked, what was that just now? Foresight? A type of magic that imitates a magic eye, Hecate replied. I just briefly imitated clairvoyance, which has future-seeing abilities, and looked at this god of fire's future. Teacher, I want to learn this, Ares said, bowing his head sincerely. You're still a bit lacking in skill. When your magical cultivation reaches a certain level, it won't be too late for me to teach you, Hecate rolled her eyes. Moreover, this future sight is not omniscient. Even true future sight only observes the most likely future at the moment. However, based on the choices of different individuals and the development of different situations, the future is constantly changing. Even the worlds cannot fully control this. Is that so? Ares was a little disappointed, but he quickly perked up. According to the information he had just gathered from various gods, Prometheus and Athena should soon begin creating humans on Earth at Zeus's command. At that time, he would also need to plan the magic he would need for this. So he asked. Then, teacher, do you have any magic that allows one's spirit to be sustenance into another body? Chapter 24, Hecate's Favor. 1451 words. Whether it was deliberately acting as a trailblazer, feigning defeat to Athena in a duel, or studying magic with Hecate and swearing an oath of eternal chastity to the entire world, Ares's ultimate goal was always to survive. And the most secure way to survive, besides directly escaping this world, was to hide his true body and operate through created avatars. Hecate, as the moon goddess of Greece, must have known something about this technique. Moreover, according to Ares's memories, in the later era of depleted great sources, there was still a high-ranking puppeteer known as the Scarlet of Pain who used a similar method to replace his flesh body with a puppet and prepared many backup bodies, thereby gaining the characteristic of being difficult to kill completely. Ares didn't need any of that, he only needed a few shells that could hide his true self while being manipulated by his spirit. Indeed, after he proactively inquired, Hecate merely pondered for a moment before agreeing, "Very well, it's about time you researched some of your own magic. I have indeed studied this area, and I will teach you when we return." Thus, after Hephaestus and Aphrodite's wedding, and Ares presented a gift to his elder brother, Hecate, and Ares left Olympus and returned to the tree palace on the shores of Okeanos. Because Zeus was recently preparing to create all things, his desertion of duty as the god of war went unquestioned by other gods on Olympus. Zeus was even hoping Ares would behave himself during this period and not cause chaos on the land, saving him trouble. According to Hecate's estimation, besides this reason, the gods of Olympus didn't question Ares's whereabouts, probably because Ares's oath was truly too shocking to the divine hearts. However, none of this concerned Ares. Upon returning to the tree palace, he immediately devoted all his energy to studying life-saving magic with Hecate. During this process, he also didn't neglect his study of spatial-temporal magic. If one day he could successfully analyze the black crystal and escape this world, then he wouldn't need to force himself to learn magic that was already like advanced mathematics, causing him headaches. Thus, another period of time passed. During this time, Ares had completely mastered the spiritual attachment magic taught by Hecate, and he had even innovatively modified this magic to be more convenient. He had also fully learned puppet magic. However, the current Ares did not know the process by which Prometheus and Athena created humans, so he could not create a human body for himself. He could only first use some rare materials from the earth to create a disguised divine body slightly inferior to his own, and then inject his divine power and spirit into it, using it as his true form to be revealed to the outside world. His true self continued to stay in Hecate's tree palace library. Recently, he had gradually shifted his energy towards this crystal. Through Hecate's magic and Hephaestus's material identification techniques, he had also made significant achievements in the analysis of the black crystal. Through analysis, Ares discovered that this crystal was a substance born outside this world. Although he had not fully grasped all its properties, Ares had tested that it could absorb ether and convert it into its own energy. When it had enough energy, it could penetrate the spatial-temporal barrier, taking surrounding objects with it to travel through spacetime to other universes. And now, this black crystal had been filled with energy by him using a spiritual pulse on the earth, ready for a second spatial-temporal travel experiment at any time. However, how to find a suitable experimental site was a big problem. In today's world, the sky, the earth, the underworld, and the sea all have their masters. If Ares were to conduct experiments so brazenly in these places, he would likely be detected by Zeus and other god kings. In the age of gods, the god king's authorities were almost insurmountable. Apart from extraterrestrial beings like Yoshing Vanguard and Deus Ex Machina, the only ones who could defeat a god king were their own destinies, which were vaguely predetermined. If Zeus were to discover him engaging in these covert actions, it would be fine if Ares could truly escape with this black crystal. But if he couldn't, he would probably be in Tartarus tomorrow morning, bearing heavy chains with his grandfather, second uncle, third uncle, and other titans, enduring eternal torment. After much thought, Ares still couldn't think of anywhere in this world where he could safely test the power of this crystal. However, his concerns seemed to have been seen through by the moon goddess. Just as Ares was deep in thought, sketching the prototype of a secret magic laboratory that no one could discover on papyrus, Hecate suddenly called him out. "I'm taking you somewhere today," the moon goddess said, raising her hand to open a transfer gate. "Follow me." Ares didn't understand her meaning, but the moon goddess had already changed forms and walked in first. Considering that the moon goddess had no conflict of interest with him and should not harm him, Ares thought for a moment and then threw in one of his own false bodies. Although Hecate was his mentor, Ares currently lacked trust in all the gods of Greece. He would not actively harm Hecate, but while one should not harbor malicious intentions, one should also not be without caution. His relationship with Hecate was close now, but they had not reached the point of confiding in each other, so Ares decided to play it safe for now. After controlling the divine body he had created to pass through the transfer gate, Ares found himself in the deepest part of the underworld. Above was a sky made of rocks and gray mist, and on the ground were only endless rocks and sand, with countless biological skeletons buried within the sand. There was no sign of life here. In the distance, in the deep darkness of this area, one could still see a river burning with flames. Surrounding the river was a towering copper wall, and beneath the wall, giants with 100 arms could be seen patrolling back and forth. That was the bronze prison where the Titans were confined, and this land, naturally, was the terrifying hell beneath the earth, Tartarus. Ares withdrew his gaze from the distance and looked at the purple-haired goddess standing gracefully before him with her arms crossed. Hecate could naturally discern the authenticity of Ares's body, but she wasn't angry, she merely let out a disdainful snort from her nostrils. "Look at you, and you call yourself the god of war? I'm just following my true self." Ares spread his hands openly, saying, "Teacher, why did you call me here?" Hecate maintained her posture of standing with crossed arms, turned around, and lifted her chin towards a spot behind her where there was a stone palace. "There, my secret laboratory. Here, you will definitely not be discovered by Zeus, Hades, or Poseidon. Whatever magic experiment you want to do it quickly. Stop making that miserable face all day, writing and drawing in my palace, wasting my paper." Seeing Ares's surprised expression, Hecate added, "I saw through your thoughts long ago. Don't worry, I said before that as long as you swear not to oppose me, I won't care what you want to do. Use this laboratory yourself, and come out after you've finished your experiments. I won't watch you." Hecate. A complex expression appeared on Ares's face. When he first arrived here, all he thought about was how to escape his future destiny, so he hadn't considered other factors. Even when building good relationships with Hephaestus, Apollo, Artemis, and others, he always carried a layer of caution in his heart. For these Greek gods whose values were so different from his own, Ares naturally felt that they were not on the same path. However, Hecate's actions truly made Ares's heart waver a bit. The moon goddess clearly saw that Ares was secretly making small moves, but she still helped him conceal them and had no intention of questioning him about them. "Don't worry." So Ares solemnly swore to Hecate, "I, Ares, swear to the world that I will never be an enemy of the moon goddess Hecate. Also, I will remember your kindness, and if you are ever on the verge of death in the future, I will find a way to help you." Humph. Hearing Ares's oath, Hecate couldn't help but laugh. "Do you even know who the teacher is? Do I need you to save me? Little brat." Chapter 25 Treasures from Another Time and Space. 1405 words. Hecate's laboratory was indeed absolutely secret. In the deepest part of this Tartarus, even the king Zeus could not detect it, and the original great god who once gave birth to this Tartarus had already abandoned his autonomous consciousness under the impetus of the suppression, completely merging with this Tartarus, transforming into an absolute forbidden zone in Greece. The only ones who could possibly detect this stone temple were the 100-armed giants and the Furies wandering outside the bronze prison in the distance, but the temple also had countless barriers set up by Hecate, which completely cut off their senses. So, after accepting Hecate's favor, Ares quickly gathered the items he needed for his experiment and moved into the stone temple established by the moon goddess in Tartarus. Ares had already fully prepared for the experiment of the black crystal traversing the universe. All he lacked was a safe venue. With Hecate providing her laboratory, everything was ready, and Ares immediately began the experiment. He drew a huge spell formation he had woven on the ground, held the fully charged black crystal in his hand, and then simultaneously injected the last trace of divine power to activate them into the spell formation beneath his feet and the crystal in his hand. Buzz! The strange spell formation on the ground lit up, and the black crystal in Ares's hand also began to heat up and glow. He opened his palm, and the black crystal in his palm floated up on its own. Detected activation energy, confirmed authorization, detected intelligent entity, detected presence of nearby intelligent entity, confirmed permissions, confirmation complete, one supreme permission holder, multiverse intelligent navigation system at your service. So it can talk, Ares said, surprised, looking at the black crystal upon hearing the sudden voice in his mind. When he had examined this black crystal, he hadn't discovered that it was an intelligent system. However, if this black crystal was equipped with such a thing, then it would indeed be much simpler for him to operate, at least better than the previous situation where he was completely in the dark. Moreover, it sounded like, for some unknown reason, he had also inadvertently obtained the supreme operational authority within this black crystal, which made things much more convenient. So he tried to communicate with this black crystal using his mental power, sending his desires to it. Checking permission holder's input command confirmed, filtering eligible universes, filtering complete, inter-universe fast travel channel about to open. After the black crystal's voice faded, a peculiar energy beam projected from the crystal, striking the air. Immediately, the space there seemed to indent as if pressed down hard, then produced voids and cracks, and slowly formed a teleportation channel leading to other spaces. It worked. Seeing the slowly appearing channel, Ares was overjoyed. However, just as he had slung his pack over his shoulder and was about to jump in, he suddenly felt a terrifying power in the unseen lock onto his location. Then, the spatial channel that had just formed in midair disappeared rapidly, like a pencil mark erased from white paper, leaving only a black crystal pendant still suspended in the air. Upon seeing this result, not only Ares was stunned, but the activated black crystal also remained suspended in the air, as if it too were stunned. At the same time, a terrible premonition emerged from the depths of his soul, carrying a warning. Was that the suppression? By the time this warning slowly faded in his mind, Ares was drenched in a cold sweat, feeling somewhat unnerved. However, Ares being afraid did not mean this black crystal was afraid. A navigation system capable of freely traversing the multiverse would, no matter how one thought about it, not be afraid of a tiny suppression of a planet within one universe. So, as if with a hint of defiance, the black crystal's voice continued. Channel suffered unknown interference, opening failed. Activating backup plan, intercepting items that meet the permission holder's filtering criteria for reverse transmission. After speaking, Ares saw the black crystal suspended in midair seemingly seize the moment of the suppression's retreat, suddenly opening another small black hole. Then, a dazzling blue electric light shot out from that small hole, striking his forehead. This electric light poured into his mind, shaking his soul, and scenes like a revolving lantern suddenly appeared before Ares's eyes. Fight your mother! Overlord, Overlord, Overlord! Invincible Shock Zen! Whale-slaying Overlord Fist! Damn it, magnetic field rotation, 1,000,000 horsepower, Sea Tiger Explosion Fist! Ares. Various combat scenes, accompanied by faint insights, were transmitted into Ares's soul. At this moment, he seemed to see the memories of countless powerhouses, yet also seemed to see nothing at all. All sorts of visceral, blood-boiling combat scenes appeared one after another. The battles between various world-destroying powerhouses excited Ares, who bore the divine office of war, beyond control. Swallowed it, swallowed it. How do you feel, how do you feel? Master, save me. It seemed some strange things were mixed in, but Ares didn't pay attention, forgetting these scenes as if throwing away non-recyclable trash. As these various scenes slowly disappeared, Ares's impression of them also began to thin, until finally, only one method remained in his mind, a method to activate and cultivate a power called magnetic field rotation. This is... Ares recalled carefully, then a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. What he had obtained was a new cultivation method, different from this world's power system, and it was also a power he had been desperately seeking, one that could be freely used even in the environment of the Steel Land where the great source was depleted. Calm down, this can wait until I get back. Ares continuously cautioned himself in his mind, and finally allowed his agitated heart to slowly calm down. He reached out to catch the black crystal falling from midair, put it away close to his body, and then began to ponder. It seemed that directly opening a portal to another universe through the black crystal and escaping to other worlds was currently unfeasible. According to the warning just now, any such action would attract intense attention from this world's suppression. This troublesome entity would not allow strange things from different timelines to enter and exit casually. Moreover, Ares was a god, an extension of the root, and a thing created by the suppression. This will certainly not let go of its own creation so easily. Perhaps, whether Ares wanted to break free from his destiny as the war god or use the black crystal to lead this universe, the first thing he had to do was find a way to sever his connection with the suppression. Furthermore, he didn't dare to try again casually now. The suppression had just warned him. If he were to attempt it next time, I'll still dare move. Ares estimated that the moment he opened a channel to another universe, the fully manifested, complete spiritual foundations of the Grand Seven Servants would cross the long river of time, summoned by the suppression to descend here, and then all look at him with benevolent gazes. Stepping back, even if Ares was truly unparalleled in bravery and managed to counterkill the Grand Seven Servants summoned by the suppression to clean up the mess, he wouldn't dare to misuse this black crystal again. One must know that the so-called suppression's trump card tools, the Grand Servants, do not refer to a specific heroic spirit, but rather a qualification certified by the suppression. Although the number of heroic spirits that meet this certification is not large, it is not just a single one. If Ares defeated the Grand Seven Servants who first descended, there would still be a second wave of Grand Seven Servants. If Doctor came today, Merlin tomorrow, and Gilgamesh the day after, all giving him their grand class strike, even Zeus would be beaten into a fool. It seems directly running away isn't possible. To have the qualification to use this crystal, not to mention directly clashing with the suppression, I must at least possess the ability to deceive the suppression. To do this, to be safe, I probably need to learn magic equivalent to the 5 true magics. Ares thought. But for now, I should go back to Hecate's place and study this magnetic field rotation cultivation method. Chapter 26, Chapter 26 Current Drive. 1242 words. In Ares's memory, the physical laws that existed on Earth in later generations were like a membrane, nailed to the planet's surface by a certain clumsy, big-chested king's holy lance. He originally thought this meant that once the holy lance was pulled out, the physical laws on Earth would cease to function. However, upon arriving in the Age of Gods, he realized this idea was wrong. Physical laws should exist constantly throughout the entire universe, otherwise, if there were no physical laws of later generations in the Age of Gods, the entire world would fall into disorder, gravity would disappear, celestial bodies would become chaotic, and atoms on Earth would not be able to form complete objects. The so-called Holy Lance nailing down physical laws should refer to when the clumsy king used the Holy Lance to kill Vortigern, completely ending the Age of Gods. The Holy Lance also nailed the entire world's mystery under a thin membrane. From then on, the mystery of the Age of Gods only existed in the inner sea of stars within the world, physical laws became mainstream, and the outer source dried up as a result. Magic users were forced to begin conserving mystery to maintain their power. This means that in this world, the universe's 4 fundamental forces should also exist and be the basic laws spread throughout the entire universe. Ares received a positive answer after bringing things back to Tree Palace and asking Hecate. Ares had previously considered that if he could create a power system directly based on the universe's fundamental laws, he could achieve his idea of the strong getting stronger. However, the idea was beautiful, but he was just an ordinary person before transmigrating and couldn't possibly explore such a system from scratch. Fortunately, relying on the power of the black crystal to travel through worlds, he obtained this magnetic field rotation cultivation method. Although this was just the simplest, most basic cultivation method, not the profound martial arts or ultimate skills from that world, it was precisely because it was the most basic that it allowed him to understand the structure of this power system. To cultivate magnetic field rotation, one must first enter the realm of electric current propulsion. When martial artists temper their physical bodies beyond mortals, they gradually acquire various extraordinary senses: an eagle's vision, a bat's hearing, a spider's heat sensing, a cheetah's speed, and so on. One step further, they can master the biological currents generated within their bodies and gradually enter the realm of electric current propulsion. However, awkwardly, Ares, as a naturally born god, possessed a divine body whose power already surpassed all martial artists in the early stages of that world. His current vision was immeasurably superior to an eagle's, and his hearing was immeasurably keener than a bat's. Although he couldn't perceive heat, he could directly sense the fluctuations of energy like magic and divine power, making his abilities immeasurably stronger than those cultivated by others. So, at the starting point, Ares found himself in difficulty. He didn't know how his body, which was already more powerful than a human's, could cultivate electric current propulsion. However, according to the method described, electric current propulsion doesn't only rely on self-cultivation. Other martial artists can also directly plant electromagnetic seeds in one's body to stimulate this power. Ares thought about it and then sought out his teacher, Hecate. What? You want me to electrocute you? Hecate looked at Ares in surprise. What kind of experiment are you doing? Is your mind all right? She thought for a moment, then took a step back, looking at Ares warily. You, by any chance, don't have some special fetish, do you? No. Ares explained, I'm exploring a new power system, teacher. Can you help me out? A new power system? Hecate's eyes lit up upon hearing this. She asked curiously, what is it? A magic furnace? Or that magic circuit you mentioned before? Neither, Ares shook his head. Anyway, if you help me with this, and I succeed, I'll also tell you the cultivation method for this system. How about that deal? Hecate considered for a moment, then nodded in satisfaction, all right. Because Hecate was invited as an experimental partner, Ares's experiment location this time was set within Tree Palace. Hecate's palace was also a place that could conceal the gaze of Zeus, and even if Zeus saw it, it wouldn't matter. He wouldn't understand anyway. If he saw Hecate electrocuting Ares, he would probably only think that Hecate, the terrifying witch, was coaxing her foolish son into being a test subject for some dangerous experiment. The experiment began quickly. Because she needed to control the force, Hecate didn't use her full power at first. She used magic to summon fragments of Poseidon's authority. This sea king could control storms, although not as powerful as his brother. He could also use the power of lightning to a certain extent. After summoning the storm, Hecate used her superb magical skills to extract lightning from the storm like drawing silk, then flung these lightning bolts onto Ares's body. Crack! A lightning bolt as thick as a child's arm struck Ares's chest. As the current surged through his body, a reddish divine power also flashed across Ares's body. The aura of divine power swayed, and the god of war endured the lightning bolt without even batting an eyelid. How was it? Seeing Ares close his eyes and ponder for a moment, Hecate asked. Tisk, no defense penetration. Ares opened his eyes with some frustration. It seems Poseidon's lightning isn't strong enough. That's expected. You are Zeus's son, you should naturally have a certain degree of control and defense against lightning. Hecate said, raising her hand. Then pay attention. Next is the genuine fragment of Zeus's authority, Zeus's lightning. Accompanying the moon goddess's call, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly transformed into a vortex. Countless lightning bolts descended from the sky, gathering in Hecate's hand, transforming into a lightning spear made purely of thunder and lightning. In terms of power, this lightning spear was immeasurably stronger than Poseidon's storm just now. Even if it couldn't compare to the divine lightning unleashed by Zeus himself, it was already enough to pose a threat to a main god. To be able to freely manipulate the authorities of various gods to such an extent, Hecate indeed possessed the capital to be feared by Zeus. After gripping the lightning spear, Hecate told Ares to get ready, then forcefully flung the lightning spear, whipping the dazzling thunderbolt like a long whip onto Ares's chest. Boom! The power of this strike was immense, even the sound of the lightning changed. Ares's automatically responding divine power barrier shattered like glass under this blow, and he himself flew backward, plunging into the doghouse where Cerberus lived, causing the demonic dog to let out a series of strange yelps. A moment later, Ares, scorched all over and smelling of roasted meat, crawled out of the doghouse and returned to Hecate, giving her a thumbs up. Excellent, I can already feel the current surging through my body, but your last strike was too powerful. My mind went blank, and I couldn't seize the opportunity to continue the current. Adjust the power, and let's continue. Seeing his performance, Hecate's research desire was also ignited. The moon goddess nodded enthusiastically, then raised her hand. Get ready, here I come again. Chapter 27 Athena's Creation. 1091 words. While Ares and Hecate were engrossed in their electric current propulsion excitation experiment, on Olympus, in Zeus's god-king's hall, the remaining 11 Olympian gods were gathered, holding a meeting among the gods. After the gods finished their reports on the recent situation, Zeus turned his gaze to the goddess of wisdom. Athena, how is the work of creating all things progressing? Upon hearing this, the goddess of wisdom reported, Yes, Father, the concepts the gods wish to bestow upon all things have almost all been collected. The only one still missing is Ares. He has not yet given me his concept for all things. Zeus wondered, hearing this, didn't he come to Aphrodite's banquet last time? You didn't ask him for it. He kept pulling me aside and talking nonsense, Athena said, her face falling. I was so angry that I forgot about it. Zeus initially wanted to scold Athena for her inefficiency, but recalling Ares's actions at the banquet, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Ares's virgin's great oath was too shocking. Even now, when Zeus recalled it, he still felt his full-throated voice echoing in his ears, lingering endlessly. Therefore, it was understandable that Athena forgot about it due to his actions at the time. So he cleared his throat and instructed. Our brother Prometheus has been in the lower realm for many years, and they are already prepared. This matter concerns our future rule as gods and cannot be delayed. How about this, Athena, you go directly to the shores of Oceanus to find Ares. Once you find him, have him give you his concept. Understood, your will. Having received Zeus's command, Athena immediately withdrew from the god-king's hall. She turned and returned to her own temple, taking with her the concepts given by the other gods, and then descended Olympus, arriving at the shores of Oceanus, searching along the coastline. Although Athena was now officially the first among the fourth-generation gods, the moon goddess Hecate's magical prowess was still far superior to hers. Therefore, upon arriving here, Athena could not discern where Hecate and Ares were hiding. However, just as she was searching with all her might, a bright bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the distant sky, striking a desolate basin by the sea. Zeus's lightning? Seeing this lightning, Athena was somewhat surprised. No, that's not right. Someone is summoning fragments of Zeus's divine power. Is it Hecate? The power of that lightning also made her secretly tremble. Athena, who had always considered her father her greatest imagined enemy, both revered and feared Zeus's divine power. Although the distant lightning could not directly defeat her, it still sent a shiver down the spine of the goddess who had inherited her mother Metis's memories. But she still composed herself and hurried towards where the lightning had fallen. As Athena rushed over, the swirling dark clouds in the sky had not dispersed, and several more bolts of lightning fell one after another. By the time Athena reached the desolate basin, she could already observe the interior through the cracked barrier. This barrier was extremely well hidden, and ordinarily, she would not have discovered it. But at this moment, the barrier had been cracked open by the very person who set it up. Seeing the crack, Athena's eyes flickered, and she silently apologized for her intrusion. Then, she suppressed her presence and aura and stepped inside. Inside the barrier was a vibrant, mysterious forest, home to various small fairies. However, at this moment, they had all been scared out of the trees by the lightning descending from the sky, scattering like startled insects. Athena ignored these small creatures. She continued to advance quietly until she finally heard a familiar, rough voice. Come on, Hecate, keep striking. Don't spare me just because I'm Ares. As soon as his voice fell, 3 more bolts of lightning, as thick as buckets, mercilessly fell from the sky, making the ground rumble and tremble. The moment the lightning exploded, a charred figure, like a human-shaped piece of charcoal, suddenly flew backward, smashing heavily onto the ground not far from Athena. The goddess of wisdom pinched her nose and tiptoed over, then summoned her divine spear and poked the charcoal with the butt of the spear. Stop messing around. The human-shaped charcoal on the ground raised a hand, batting away Athena's extended spear. Then, he seemed to sense that something was amiss, so he raised his head, revealing 2 silver eyes inherited from Zeus, staring intently at Athena for 2 seconds before suddenly jumping up. "Damn it," he yelled, jumping up and down. "What the hell are you doing here? Hecate, Hecate! Someone's trespassing on your residence." "Ares, it is indeed you." Athena ignored the charred ape's clamor in front of her. She casually pushed Ares aside and walked out of the forest, arriving before Hecate's tree palace. On this flower-filled lawn, the moon goddess Hecate was there. She maintained the form of a little girl, yet wore the long dress she wore in her maiden form, the straps of the dress loosely draped over her fair shoulders. This goddess, with the appearance of a little girl, was sitting on a wicker chair woven by her own magic. Beside her was a naturally grown tree table, from which a small fruit tree had sprouted, laden with fresh and delicious immortal fruits. Next to it was a flower shaped like a cup, filled with sweet dew, and all of this was the result of Hecate's profound magic. She was barefoot, one leg tucked onto the chair, and the other foot resting on the demonic hound lying beside her chair, using this fierce monster as a footrest. When Athena saw her, Hecate was still holding a cup-shaped flower filled with dew. Clearly, she had just been relaxing in such a leisurely manner, while simultaneously whipping Ares with lightning. Moon goddess, forgive my intrusion, I came in without notifying you." Seeing the displeased expression on Hecate's face, Athena proactively apologized, "Because I saw the barrier on the coast cracked by lightning, I simply followed it in." Her attitude was proper, so Hecate couldn't directly lash out at her and asked, "What is Zeus's current favorite, deigning to visit the place of small gods like us?" "I came to find Ares." Athena replied, then looked at the small pits and scorch marks left by the lightning around them, and asked again, "May I ask, what were you two just doing?" Chapter 28 Have you ever seen a goddess without makeup? 1307 words. Athena's expression was subtle, because judging solely from the scene just now, it looked like the crude Ares had angered the moon goddess and was punished by her magic. However, when she connected it with Ares's words she heard upon entering, the dynamic between them changed. However, the goddess of wisdom thought a layer deeper. If their actions just now were initiated by Ares, then had Ares already achieved mastery under Hecate and was deliberately concealing this from the gods? Her inquiry was merely a probe. If she truly uncovered any clues about Ares concealing his strength, then Athena would have to elevate Ares's threat level to be among the foremost of all gods, second only to Zeus. However, after she inquired, Hecate simply yawned languidly, then pointed at Ares and sighed. "This foolish disciple, he can't understand profound magic, so he simply wants me to use this method to help him train his magic resistance." How did he put it, again? "As long as I stack my resistance high enough, it doesn't matter if you have magic or not." Ares's voice boomed, shouting from behind Athena. Exactly." Hecate nodded, then got up and picked an immortal fruit from a small fruit tree on the nearby tree table. "If it weren't for him having been kind to my mother, and not having caused any destruction during this time, I would have swept him out long ago." Athena watched Hecate languidly bite into the immortal fruit, then turned to look at the soot-covered Ares. Although she still harbored suspicion, Ares certainly looked like a fool in his current state. Before the goddess of wisdom could ponder further, Ares clamored behind her, "My virgin second sister, what brings you to your brother?" "Who's your virgin second sister?" Athena's face immediately darkened upon hearing Ares speak. She turned to look at Ares, then snorted and said, "Zeus commanded me to create all things. All the gods have given me the concepts they govern as gifts for the new heavens and earth. Now, only you haven't given me a concept. So you've come to me for a concept?" Ares tilted his head, looking at Athena. "Exactly." The goddess of wisdom nodded. "This lord won't give it to you." Ares belligerently put his hands on his hips and retorted, "Why should I give it to you just because you ask? We're not done with you snatching my divine authority. This is Zeus's command." Athena frowned. "Are you going to defy even Zeus's words? It's not like I haven't opposed him before." Ares pointed at the sky and roared, this matter was originally his fault. Why do you get all the good things? Victory is yours, wisdom is yours, and now even the credit for creation is yours. Oh, I, Ares, am just not worthy, right? Arguing with me is useless. Athena spread her hands. If you have an issue, go find Zeus on Olympus. I can't make the decision, but you must give me that concept today. I won't. Ares cursed under his breath as he drew his flame sword from thin air. Come on, winner takes all. If you have the guts, make me give it to you today. Athena took a step back, clearly not wanting to fight Ares to a mutually destructive end in this place. If she were to fight Ares to the state they were in on the day of their duel, the moon goddess Hecate, who was present, would likely happily collect Athena's body and thoroughly research her divine form. At that point, who knew how many of her secrets would be exposed to the moon goddess? How about this? After much thought, the goddess of wisdom decided to retreat to advance. Ares, let's both take a step back. This time I will be in charge of the creation of all things, and I'll include you, having you participate in the creation activities with me and Prometheus. In exchange, you must hand over your concept. Can you agree? Let me join? Ares stopped his movements upon hearing this. Zeus will agree? Zeus designated me to be in charge of this creation, so I am the supreme person in charge. Athena said, as long as it benefits the creation, I can ask anyone for help. Ares stood still, pondered for a moment, then said, all right, I'll let you off this time. Just you wait, I need to go back and change my clothes and wash up. With that, he turned and walked into the tree palace, disappearing from Athena's sight. Seeing Ares leave, Athena focused her gaze on Hecate, who was sitting nearby, eating immortal fruit and watching the show. Noticing Athena's gaze, Hecate wiped her mouth and asked, what are you looking at? Just marveling at Hecate's beauty. Athena smiled. How is it that Hecate looks so vastly different and more beautiful today than at the Olympus banquet? What? Don't you know it's rude to look at a woman's bare face? Hecate retorted impatiently, spit it out, whatever you have to say, don't waste my time with this useless babble. Then I'll be direct, Hecate. Athena requested of Hecate, could you tell me the coordinates of hope? Oh? So you didn't inherit all of your mother Metis's memories? Hecate then laughed, I thought you were omniscient and omnipotent like her. Of course not, otherwise wouldn't my father Zeus's actions be meaningless? Athena humbly replied, compared to my mother, my wisdom is still very shallow. So, Hecate, can you tell me? Do you think that's possible? Hecate rolled her eyes. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, Athena. I'm not interested in meddling in your god-king family's domestic affairs. If I really told you the coordinates of that thing, that old man Zeus would definitely kill me at all costs. Seeing the hesitant look on Athena's face, Hecate waved her hand again and said, you already know who to go to for this matter. I'm just a magician with a few tricks. There are already gods on this land who possess the divine authority of foresight. Whatever you want to do or ask, go discuss it among yourselves. Farewell. Athena still wanted to persuade her further, but at that moment, Ares, now in fresh attire, emerged from the tree palace. He adjusted his collar and said to Athena, I'm ready, let's go. Seeing him, Hecate narrowed her eyes and subtly gestured with her fingers, while Athena also ceased her words and said to Hecate, in that case, then let's leave it be. I apologize for disturbing you, Hecate. After speaking, the troubled Athena and the seemingly carefree Ares, who looked like a mischievous child going on an outing, left the forest together. After they walked out of the barrier, Hecate waved her hand, and the barrier, which had been cracked by lightning, immediately closed up as before. Then, space seemed to shift, and the surrounding terrain transformed from a basin into a flat plain. After doing all this, Hecate turned to look at the tree palace and said, come out, she's gone far. I know, my clone is following her. Inside the tree palace, another Ares walked out, identical in appearance and clothing to the Ares who had just left. Looking at this Ares, Hecate said, I thought you were going to follow with your main body. Teacher, my intelligence is only barely that of an ordinary person. I can't compare to a goddess of wisdom like Athena, who is so intelligent she's almost demonic. So I can only be cautious everywhere and use this method to naturally stand in an invincible position. Ares stretched his body, then looked at Hecate and said, moreover, I feel that with a bit more effort, electric current propulsion will be successful. Come on, teacher, let's continue. Chapter 29, I smell a shady deal. 1385 words. Above the clouds, Athena saw Ares, the god of war, who had been silent beside her, suddenly shiver violently. Seeing his epileptic-like symptoms, Athena was also startled. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? It's nothing, some of Hecate's lightning still remained inside my body. Ares shook his head. It's just an after effect. On the other side, in front of Hecate's tree palace, Ares's true body leaped up from the ground, covered in electric light, and shouted to Hecate, again. I'm close to grasping the neck. Really? Athena looked at Ares suspiciously, secretly speeding up her steps and moving a little further away from him. Seeing Athena's actions, Ares didn't expose her. The two main gods maintained this subtle distance as they returned to the land managed by the Greek gods. During this time, Ares shivered several more times, looking like a malfunctioning robot. Athena also remained silent, only focusing on flying forward. She quickly led Ares to the temporary dwelling of Prometheus and his brother Epimetheus on the earth. Having moved out of the magnificent Olympus, Prometheus, the former god of wisdom, had no desire to erect tall temples for himself on the earth. The house he and his brother lived in was merely a simple stone house built by the two gods using divine power, capable of sheltering them from wind and rain. Arriving at Prometheus's door, Athena walked up and knocked, explaining her purpose to the Prometheus brothers. After listening to Athena, Prometheus immediately turned and went back into the room without a word, pulling out his brother Epimetheus, and then led Athena and Ares towards the cave where their creations were stored. As they walked, Prometheus looked at Ares with confusion and asked Athena, "Why is the god of war here?" "He didn't give me his concept," Athena said as they walked. "So I took the liberty of bringing him along. When the time comes, he will bestow his concept as a gift from the gods upon one of your creations." "I see." Prometheus looked deeply at Ares after hearing Athena's words, and said nothing more. The gods arrived at the cave entrance. Prometheus asked Athena and Ares to wait on the flat ground outside the cave, then called his brother Epimetheus, and the two gods together carried out the creation prototypes from inside the cave, one by one. Seeing what they brought out, Athena and Ares curiously leaned in to observe. They found that the Prometheus brothers had made small animal clay figurines. The forms of these animals were unfamiliar to Athena, but in Ares's eyes, most of these animals were wild animals that would survive in later generations. As long as we bestow the gifts of the gods upon these lives, and then we imbue them with souls, they can come to life. This shouldn't be all, right? Athena's gaze swept over the clay figurines placed at the cave entrance, and then she asked Prometheus. Prometheus looked at the goddess of wisdom, and the gazes of the two generations of gods of wisdom met. Then Prometheus bowed his head slightly, thought for a moment, and smiled brightly. "Of course not. In fact, these are all Epimetheus's works. I only completed one piece, which is in the innermost part of the cave. I'll go get it now." "I'll go with you," Athena offered. "All right," Prometheus nodded. "The gifts from the gods can be left outside, Epimetheus will watch over them for us." Athena had some thoughts in her mind. Upon hearing Prometheus's words, she handed the luxurious bag she was carrying directly to the foolish god Epimetheus, and then followed Prometheus into the cave. I smell the scent of a shady deal." Ares watched their figures disappear, pondering. At the same time, his true body in the tree palace informed Hecate of the situation and asked, "Teacher, do you think these two might have gone to have a tryst?" "Haha, how could that be? Hasn't Athena taken that virgin goddess oath? The object of her oath is the inhibitory force. If she violates the rules, the inhibitory force will directly cause her power to be greatly diminished," the moon goddess said. They should have gone to do that thing. What thing? Ares humbly asked. Alright, I guess it's fine to tell you, Hecate thought for a moment, then extended her index finger and gently tapped Ares's forehead. Ares immediately felt a burst of magic pass through his body, then, following the connection between him and his simulated clone, it transmitted towards the clone. Ares did not resist, allowing the magic to transfer. After this magic reached Ares's clone, it immediately flowed from his clone's fingertips, turning into a drop of water that fell to the ground. This drop of water quickly sank into the earth, then transformed into an earthworm underground, wriggling rapidly and crawling into the cave. Then, Hecate extended her finger again and drew a circle in midair. A light screen appeared there, and Ares immediately saw Athena and Prometheus standing side by side in the cave on the light screen. At the same time, Athena's voice came from the light screen, Prometheus, I want to ask you for a prophecy. Noble Athena, but I am no longer a main god, Prometheus replied with a smile, carefully moving a batch of clay figurines. As a lower-ranked god, how dare I casually make a prophecy for a respected main god? What if my prophecy goes wrong? Then I would be responsible. You are being modest, god of foresight. In terms of vision for the future, no god on Olympus should see as far as you, Athena pressed on relentlessly. I only ask for one prophecy. I promise that afterward, I will do my best to help you regain your position among the 12 gods of Olympus. Oh? So, which great god is Athena preparing to yield their position to me? Prometheus scoffed. Could it be that foolish god of war palace outside? It's not about yielding, Athena shook her head. Hades and Hestia, 2 main gods, should voluntarily withdraw from the ranks of the 12 gods within the next few hundred years, making way for new gods. Come on, Athena, that position is for Zeus's son. Prometheus struggled to lift several boxes filled with clay figurines that he had placed on the ground, and said to her, Aren't you here to help me? Then lend a hand. Athena frowned slightly, then walked over and easily lifted the boxes Prometheus was carrying with just one arm, while simultaneously asking, Are you really not going to reconsider? Prometheus said nothing, but as the two carried the boxes out of the cave, the god of foresight let out a cry of alarm and astonishment. Oh my god, Epimetheus, what are you doing? Hearing his shout, Ares focused his attention on his clone. He then discovered that the bag Athena had given to Epimetheus was now empty, and the lifeless clay figurines on the ground, under the influence of the concepts given by the gods and the divine power bestowed by Epimetheus, now possessed spirituality. They transformed into creatures of various sizes and scattered across the ground, fleeing. As for Epimetheus, the instigator, he stood in place with an empty bag, scratching his head and smiling foolishly. Look, Prometheus, he said, seeking praise from his brother, my creations have all come to life. Ares. Athena saw this scene and immediately questioned Ares, why didn't you watch him? Damn it, don't try to pin the blame on me. Ares's clone shivered, then angrily retorted, how was I supposed to know what you gave Epimetheus? You gave it to him yourself, and you didn't ask me to watch him, so is it my fault? What are we going to do now? Prometheus took the boxes from Athena's hands and placed them on the ground, then looked at the clay figurines inside, each resembling a god, and sighed, is it true that only my creations will not have the blessings of the gods? How will they survive on this earth then? Seeing the disheartened expression of the god of foresight, a resolute glint flashed in Athena's eyes. Then, she proactively said, don't be afraid, Prometheus. This is also my oversight. Let me give them a gift. Chapter 30, so sinister. 1018 words. How cunning, Ares's main body exclaimed, Prometheus is truly cunning. Why do you say that? Hecate glanced at him. Athena giving those concepts bestowed by the gods to Epimetheus could be attributed to her unfamiliarity with Epimetheus's character. But Prometheus and Epimetheus are close brothers who have spent every day together. Would he not know his younger brother's reckless nature? I don't believe he wouldn't know what would happen if Athena gave the gods' concepts to Epimetheus. Ares explained, but he still did it, which means he intended for this to happen. What he actually wanted was the concepts Athena gave this time. Oh, Hecate drew out her voice, you see things quite clearly, disciple. I'm too lazy to put on an act in front of you, teacher, Ares said, spreading his hands. We have no conflict of interest, and besides, I left my main body here for you to strike as you please. We won't harm each other, right? The moon goddess smiled at Ares, then said, hey, you're right. The two continued to watch, and sure enough, after Athena's declaration, Prometheus immediately showed a surprised expression. You're really willing to give it? Creation is a duty Zeus bestowed upon me. If your creations fail due to my oversight, I would be blamed by Zeus. Athena said, walking over to the clay figures. Now, I shall bestow upon your creations the most precious blessing, the goddess of wisdom Athena's wisdom. With that, she pursed her delicate pink lips, her fragrant mouth slightly open, and gently blew a breath towards the clay figures in front of her. This breath, a mixture of divine power and concepts, transformed into a sky full of hazy light after leaving Athena's lips, descending upon the clay figures. After the light descended, these previously lifeless clay figures seemed to become full of spirituality. Seeing this, Prometheus quickly added his divine power, and immediately, the clay figures on the ground rapidly grew under the influence of his divine power, then transformed into a group of creatures, all male, with appearances similar to the male gods. The future primates, the race that would replace the gods as the new overlords of Earth, humanity, was finally born. Seeing this scene, Ares widened his eyes, trying his best to clearly see how Prometheus and Athena created humans. Afterwards, he turned to Hecate and asked, Teacher, did you see clearly? It's about what I expected. Hecate nodded. Clay is Gaia's flesh, and river water is Gaia's blood. When these two combine, they become the offspring formed from Gaia's flesh and blood. As she spoke, Greece's most powerful witch manipulated the earth and river water flowing from an unknown source, mixing them together and molding a clay sculpture out of thin air. Then granted divine power, use the divine power to activate the life factors within its body, and it can become a true human. Hecate raised her small hand, purple divine power infused into the clay sculpture, and the sculpture immediately transformed into a robust, handsome, living male human body, though without hair. Incidentally, the main components of this body are carbon and water, and it also contains various trace elements. Ares's main body looked at this physical form, carefully recalling the process Hecate used to create humans, while his clones simultaneously multitasked, looking at the living humans on the ground and asking in a rough voice. Prometheus, are these your creations? What are their names? Humans. The god of forethought replied with a benevolent, parrot-like smile, they are called humans. He looked up at the sky, as if prophesying to someone, they will become the smartest, most vibrant, and most powerful race since the world's inception. They will be the gods' most loyal believers. Then, he turned to Athena behind him, Athena, thank you for bestowing the most precious wisdom upon my creations. In return, I will give you a prophecy. Come with me. After speaking, Prometheus restrained the naked, newborn humans in place, then turned and walked back into his cave. Upon hearing his words, the goddess of wisdom's face showed an expression of pleasant surprise, but she quickly composed herself, said something to Ares, and then followed Prometheus back into the cave. Watching their retreating figures, Ares's main body asked Hecate, Teacher, let's follow them again. No need, I probably know what Athena asked. Hecate replied. What? Ares looked at Hecate in surprise. Does studying too much magic make one omniscient? Why do you always think of such illusory things? The moon goddess rolled her eyes. Of course I know because Athena came to ask me before, just before you and she left. Then what did she ask? Can you tell me? Ares inquired very sincerely. It's not impossible to tell you. Hecate pondered for a moment, then said, but you must swear that you won't tell anyone else that I told you this secret. All right. Ares nodded quickly. After he finished swearing a magical contract oath, Hecate didn't keep him in suspense. She cleared her throat and began to speak, the thing Athena is searching for is called hope. Oh? Ares's heart stirred. He remembered the story about Athena, Epimetheus, and the legendary witch Pandora. In the story, the most precious thing Athena bestowed upon humanity, sealed at the very bottom of Pandora's box, was hope. However, after interacting with Athena, and even fighting her, Ares did not believe that Athena herself could bestow such a level of power. If she could, Olympus would have long since changed its dynasty. Now, judging from Hecate's words, Athena's hope was indeed something she found elsewhere. Do you know why Metis was eaten by Zeus? Hecate continued. It's because she discovered this hope, which aroused Zeus's apprehension and even fear. However, what hope specifically is, even I don't know. I only calculated the exact location of that thing afterwards by deducing Metis's whereabouts before her death. Athena came to ask me about the location of this very thing. Then, teacher, Ares thought for a moment and asked, can you tell me the location of this thing? Chapter 31, Wilpa 03. 1234 words. When Athena and Prometheus finished their transaction and emerged from the cave, they saw Ares had already, on his own accord, divided the humans into two groups. One group remained where they were, while the other group he separated into another pile, standing before him. The group that stayed looked somewhat frail, while all the people Ares selected were tall, strong, and powerfully built men. Seeing his actions, both Athena and Prometheus were stunned. Prometheus asked, Ares, what are you doing? I'm obviously choosing my elect. Ares declared loudly, Athena, just you watch, these elect who worship me in the future will surely beat your people until they're spitting teeth. Whatever makes you happy. Athena was currently preoccupied with searching for the coordinates of hope that Prometheus had told her. Hearing him, she rubbed her forehead and said, I'm leaving. You can continue playing in the mud here. Wait. Stop. Ares flung the mud from his hands, stood up, and angrily said, our business isn't finished yet. Ares, you're being a bit unreasonable. Prometheus also helped Athena by advising, Athena is not like us, she has many things to busy herself with every day. Prometheus, shut up, this is between us. Ares glared at Prometheus, then said, don't forget, my gift hasn't been given to your creation yet. If you keep nagging, I won't give it. Prometheus immediately fell silent. However, after staring at Ares for a moment, the goddess of wisdom Athena asked in a deep voice, Ares, are you determined to oppose me, Athena, to the very end? Ah? Why would you ask such a foolish question? Ares laughed heartily and replied, I've said it so many times, do you still think I'm lying? Good, I understand. Athena nodded, smiling radiantly, and said, then let's have a race. We'll start here and run all the way to the end of Oceanus. If you win, I'll return the divine authority of victory and military strategy to you. If you lose, don't bother me for this period. Alright, Ares seemed to have no doubts and readily agreed. The two gods quickly squatted at a starting line drawn by Ares's flaming sword, with Prometheus as their witness. After the god of foresight gave the command, the figures of the goddess of wisdom and the god of war, propelled by a sudden burst of divine power, transformed into two shooting stars, streaking across the land. This outcome also seemed to attract the attention of Zeus and the gods in the heavens. Their attention was drawn by Ares and Athena's race, and they all began to watch the show. However, for both Athena and Ares, this outcome was actually a pretense. Athena wanted to use this opportunity to escape Zeus's attention, using it as a cover to advance towards the coordinates of hope. Ares, on the other hand, also wanted to delay Athena. After consideration, Hecate had already told him the location of hope. On the other side, he had also asked the goddess Hecate to open a teleportation gate for him to the location of the hope coordinates, and he had already dispatched a false body. He wanted to reach the hope power, capable of killing Zeus, before Athena, and investigate its true nature. The two gods moved like lightning, quickly sweeping across the land managed by the Greek pantheon and arriving at the domain of Oceanus and Poseidon. Their speed left two enduring trails on the sea surface, and even the ocean river god and the sea god Poseidon, along with numerous sea nymphs and their offspring, surfaced to watch the two gods race. After managing her divine authority for some time, Athena's divine power became increasingly strong. In contrast, Ares's divine authority was not only reduced, but this was also merely a false body he had split off and infused with divine power and spirit. Therefore, the distance between Ares and Athena quickly widened. No matter how Ares burned the power of this clone, he could not catch up to Athena's retreating figure. Is this the most I can delay? Ares felt a little disappointed, but fortunately, there was still some time until the end of Oceanus, and his other false body had successfully reached the end of the world, the deepest part of the ocean, where Zeus's gaze could not reach. According to Hecate's calculations, he submerged into the deepest ocean trench. Here, he could already visually perceive the end of this world. The ocean here seemed to be cut off. Although seawater could still flow, various sea beasts, fish schools, and sea monsters in the ocean could only stop before that invisible barrier. When submerging into the trench, Ares also deliberately moved closer and carefully observed that barrier. This barrier was composed of powerful magic. Beyond the barrier, many chaotic whirlpools and various terrifying energy flows could be seen. According to the moon goddess, this was also the work of the inhibitory force. Since the ancient gods had their divine essences shattered by the Yoshing vanguard, the scattered divine essences dispersed everywhere, forming the second divine generation on Earth. These scattered divine essences also formed different pantheons in different regions and different spacetimes. At the same time, there could be several different pantheons on Earth. To prevent these pantheons from clashing with each other, erupting in divine wars, and ultimately leading to the fusion of divine essences, allowing the gods to return to the first divine generation, the Earth's inhibitory force spontaneously formed such barriers on the surface, isolating different pantheons into independent worlds. Even the king of gods Zeus could not cross this barrier to reach the world on the other side, but strangely, the power of hope that Hecate had calculated was within the area inside this thick barrier. Ares's false body continued to descend, following the route Hecate had calculated, until it reached the bottom of the trench. Here, light had completely disappeared. Ares felt that the will of Oceanus and Poseidon contained within the ocean had become incredibly weak, but strangely, in a certain area ahead, the barrier set by the inhibitory force seemed to have disappeared. Ares's false body followed this void, swam into this barrier, and after swimming forward for another 2 minutes, a faint red light appeared before Ares's eyes. He looked up and was astonished to find a colossal object silently resting at the bottom of the deep ocean ahead. This object was like an almond-shaped Rubik's cube, with several gaps on its surface. Inside these gaps, there were straight pipelines emitting a luminous glow rich in magical power. These glows formed a barely perceptible barrier, which even blocked the magical turbulence stirred up by the inhibitory force. And on the surface of this Rubik's cube, there was also a ship resembling a starship from a sci-fi movie. This ship was only half present, the other half was unknown. It was like a sharp sword, piercing into this giant Rubik's cube, which was about 600 meters in diameter. On the hull of this ship, there was also a line of special text, seemingly left by high-temperature scorching. Strangely, although Ares was certain he had never seen this text before, he unexpectedly understood its meaning. He couldn't help but read it aloud. This is a fragment of Wilpa, the forbidden harvest star, one of the Yoshing vanguard that invaded star systems. Its designation is Wilpa, 03? Chapter 32, Chapter 32 Uranus. 1,204 words. When the forbidden harvest star Wilpa was mentioned, Ares naturally knew what it was. After all, not long after he arrived in this world, the god of foresight told him the story of the Yoshing vanguard shattering the original godhead of Earth. However, in Ares's memory, the Yoshing vanguard that destroyed the age of gods on Earth should have been the giant god Attila, designated as Wilpa 02, and the starship fragment carrying the giant god Attila should have fallen onto the moon. But now, what was this Wilpa 03 in front of him, and was the Yoshing vanguard inside it still alive? However, after careful thought, Ares felt relieved. In this universe, there was a concept of parallel worlds, and the history of the Yoshing vanguard Wilpa 02 he knew was, in the end, just one of countless parallel worlds, just like in some parallel worlds, a certain Gilgamesh could use the characteristics of his Gate of Babylon to contend with a B-rank Heracles, but in other parallel worlds, when facing Heracles of other classes, he would be utterly defeated. It was very possible that in the current spacetime and world he was in, the Yoshing vanguard Wilpa-03 also fell to Earth and was then defeated by some kind of deus ex machina similar to a holy sword wielder. However, if this Wilpa-03 was the hope Athena was searching for, then it made sense, because in the face of the Yoshing vanguard, the mere god King Zeus truly amounted to nothing. However, Ares was a bit unsure how Athena planned to utilize this Yoshing vanguard Wilpa-03. The goddess of wisdom would certainly not tolerate a chess piece beyond her control, but Athena definitely did not have the ability to directly control this envoy dispatched by the UCI, as the difference in their power levels was too great. As an ordinary person, Ares was well aware of his limits. When he couldn't figure something out, he would never insist on saving face, so Ares decisively shared information with Hecate, who was beside his main body, and asked, "Teacher, what do you think?" After pondering for a moment, the moon goddess replied to Ares, "My understanding of the predatory UCI is not very deep. How about this, I'll teach you a magic spell, and you and I will share vision." Good. The magic Hecate taught was already a very simple spell for the current Ares, so as soon as she finished speaking, Ares immediately learned this small spell and then shared his vision with Hecate. After they shared the vision of Ares's false body, Ares immediately controlled this body and, following Hecate's instructions, cautiously explored from the broken opening of the shattered starship, entering the Yoshing starship. "I once heard that the origin of us gods came from Uranus of the sky." As her vision followed Ares's false body moving within the starship, Hecate said, because he was a god who descended from the sky, he was also called the god of the sky. Zeus's father, Cronus, claimed to be the son of Uranus and Gaia, and his legitimacy as god-king came from his patricide and usurpation. However, you and I both know that the so-called Gaia does not exist at all, or rather, she is the planet itself. For such an existence, Cronus was completely unimportant to her. Therefore, those of us who research magic have also become suspicious of the so-called Uranus. Looking at the modeled pipelines on the starship, Hecate said in a solemn voice, "Now it seems that the so-called Uranus might actually exist." "Do you mean this starship is Uranus, or at least something belonging to Uranus?" Ares asked as he walked. "It's very possible." Hecate confirmed Ares's conjecture. "Originally, in my research findings, many aspects of our divine physiques were incompatible with the rules of Earth, as if they were forcibly embedded." As she spoke, Ares's false body had already followed the starship's hull into a huge space inside the starship. His gaze casually swept over the patterns covering the floor and walls of this metal room. When he swept over a wall covered with mysterious characters, Hecate whispered, "Stop." Ares immediately stopped his false body upon hearing this and focused his gaze on the wall covered with these characters. Like the characters outside, Ares also understood these characters. According to the records in these characters, the name of this starship was Uranus, and it came from a place whose name was already blurred. However, it was somewhat unlucky on its way to Earth, as it actually collided head-on with the Wilpa-03 starship fragment, which was released by the predatory UCI and carried a vanguard. The two engaged in a great battle in outer space. Because the vanguard carried by Wilpa-03 could not fully deploy, it was destroyed along with the starship Cronus by crashing into it. Both fell together into the deep ocean of Earth at that time. Upon realizing its time was running out, the starship system Uranus made a judgment, dismantling its own system and assimilating with the local planet. It actively integrated into the planet, and the planets will also accepted this guest, transforming the 12 life forms it separated into the gods of the local region. And these 12 life forms separated from the system were the previous generation of the 12 titans. Because the proportion of machine gods was greater than that of earth gods, the bodies of the 12 titans were enormous and not composed of organic matter, but rather inorganic matter. However, the 12 titans continued to reproduce, and by the third generation of gods, such as Hecate and Zeus, their bodies had become similar to humans, and their personalities, emotions, souls, and desires were also closer to earth life. Hecate on the other side also seemed to understand the meaning of these characters. After reading them, she sighed. A self-fulfilling prophecy. I didn't expect that what we casually guessed would actually be true. But none of that matters. Ares said. The key is what Athena wants inside. Currently, I haven't seen anything particularly valuable, Hecate said. Continue searching. So Ares controlled his clone and continued searching the starship. The main body of Uranus had already separated and transformed into the 12 Titans, who were currently imprisoned by Zeus in the bronze prison of Tartarus. There was nothing left on this starship. After inspecting the starship, Ares's clone jumped out of the starship's breach and officially entered the hull of the Yoshing Ark Wilpa-03. Unlike the starship design of Uranus, which looked like it flew out of a high-tech movie, the Yoshing starship, although theoretically a more terrifying object, had an interior that resembled an ancient stone chamber, with dark red, peculiar patterns appearing on the stone walls. In the center of this stone chamber was a damaged, dark red cube with straight patterns on its surface, roughly identical in appearance to Wilpa-03 except for its size. In front of this cube was a giant, about 16 meters tall, lying quietly there. Its chest was pierced by the bow of the starship Uranus, and it had long since lost all signs of life. Chapter 33, Take What You Need. 1,137 words. This is, the Yoshing vanguard that shattered the primordial divinity? Ares couldn't help but ask, looking at the giant lying quietly on the ground. According to the planet's records, the giant god that shattered the primordial divinity was Wilpa-02. This one should be its companion, Hecate said. The original Wilpa-02 possessed a powerful ability to continuously absorb surrounding magic and evolve itself. This thing should also have it, but it was killed by Uranus's self-detonation in space before it could even unfold. It was quite unlucky. Then, she couldn't suppress her excitement and said, "Don't worry about all that, hurry up and bring me what's inside. I'll research it, and you'll get the results. Aren't you afraid that if Athena finds out, she'll self-destruct and tell Zeus, and then we'll both be struck dead by his divine lightning?" Ares switched his clone's perspective and continued, "Besides, my other clone and Athena are almost at the coordinate location. That giant is too big to move in time." Hecate frowned, thought for a moment, then clapped her hands and said. "Then bring me that shattered core, yes, that Rubik's Cube. Be careful not to drop any fragments." "This Rubik's Cube?" Ares looked at it. Although this Rubik's Cube was larger than a human, his clones were infused with divine power, so carrying such a large object wasn't tiring. Sensing Athena's approach, he quickly picked up the fragments on the ground and put them back onto the Rubik's Cube. After thinking for a moment, he casually threw a small monitoring magic item into a dark corner of the stone chamber. Then, he picked up the Rubik's Cube, quickly returned to the starship, and jumped out through the ship's opening. Within the barrier of the restraining force, Hecate's spatial teleportation magic still found it difficult to interfere. Therefore, he had to go to the bottom of the trench where he had previously entered the barrier. Just as his clone was swiftly swimming towards the designated location with the Rubik's Cube, on the surface of the sea, two figures rapidly ran towards the location of the trench, their extraordinary speed stirring up two huge waves. Under the gaze of the gods, Athena and Ares arrived one after another at the end of Oceanus, which was also the end of the world. Athena reached the finish line first. She stood still for about a second before Ares's clone, burning with divine power, rushed past her, crashed into the world's barrier, then slowly slid down and fell into the seawater, appearing incredibly clumsy. The goddess of wisdom turned around, standing on the sea. At the same time, a faint light quietly fell into the sea from beneath her feet, transforming into a swimming fish that flicked its tail and swam into the deep sea. After this small action, she spoke softly to the god of war, who was slowly emerging from the sea. "Ares, you lost." Ares surfaced, angrily wiped his face, and then shouted with a helpless loud voice. "Damn it, fine, you win this round." As he admitted his defeat, the gods on Olympus burst into an uproar. Some were happy, some were angry. They had set up a wager on the competition between the god of war and the goddess of wisdom, with Zeus as the dealer, who bet on his daughter and made a killing. However, just as the king of gods was smiling, the fish transformed by Athena had already reached the seabed where the trench was located. At the same time, Ares's clone, carrying the Rubik's Cube taken from the UCI starship, swam out of UCI's range of influence, then entered the spatial gate opened by Hecate and disappeared into the deep sea. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, Athena's illusionary clone also said to Ares, "A bet is a bet, Ares. Go back now and bestow your concept upon Prometheus's creation." Ares's clone feigned a disheartened expression and then said, "A bet is a bet, I won't go back on my word, don't worry, I'm heading back now." "I'll go back with you," Athena's illusionary clone said, and then, along with the god of war's clone, quickly flew back towards the residence of the Prometheus brothers. At this time, Ares's clone had already moved the strange Rubik's Cube from the UCI starship back to Hecate's tree palace. The moon goddess quickly sealed the Rubik's Cube with a barrier, then swiftly took the Rubik's Cube and, with a flash, went to her secret laboratory within Tartarus. Ares's main body continued to observe Athena's actions through the monitoring device he had previously left in the starship. He saw Athena's avatar enter the UCI starship through the breach, then transform into her original form. The golden-haired goddess, with her strong and slender legs, approached the fallen and dead Yoshing vanguard, trembling as she looked at it. "Boros," she said softly. "I've finally seen you." The Yoshing vanguard on the ground was dead, so it naturally didn't respond. However, the goddess of wisdom took out a metal syringe-like tool from her body. She used this tool to pierce the Yoshing vanguard's skin and extracted a certain substance from it. Next, she used her spear to cut open the Yoshing vanguard's chest and abdomen, and then took out a small, blue, opaque Rubik's Cube from within. She placed both the syringe and the Rubik's Cube on her person, then wielded her spear, casting runes that were inscribed on the inner walls of the stone chamber of this UCI starship. After completing all of this, the goddess of wisdom hastily left. Seconds after she departed, the runes she had inscribed on the inner walls of the stone chamber suddenly transformed into powerful magic, erupting. Ares's monitoring lost its image at this moment, turning into a vast gray mist. Ares turned off the monitor and fell into contemplation. What did she take from the Yoshing vanguard? Is that the power of hope that she will put into Pandora's box in the future? It now seemed that Athena had extracted some substance from the Yoshing vanguard and also taken something akin to its core. It was just unknown what the goddess of wisdom intended to do with these items. However, what magic graduate student Ares couldn't guess, magic doctoral supervisor Hecate might be able to figure out. Therefore, Ares was not in a hurry. He would wait until Hecate had researched something from that core, and then he would ask Hecate that question. He focused his attention on the clone that was accompanying Athena's clone. During this time, the two clones had unknowingly almost returned to Prometheus's residence. After Ares shifted his attention, the two clones flew for a while longer, then once again landed in front of the seer god's cave. Chapter 34 Promise. 1066 words. After the two avatars landed in front of the residence of the Prometheus brothers, Prometheus immediately stepped forward and asked with concern. "Who won?" "I lost," Ares said in a muffled voice. "Don't worry, I'll honor my bet. I'll grant a part of my concept to your creations, Prometheus. I'll leave him to you, Prometheus." Unlike Ares's avatar, Athena's illusionary avatar had no physical form, and she dared not linger before Prometheus, fearing that the god of forethought might discern something amiss. So, after escorting Ares's avatar back here, she said to Prometheus, "I need to report the results of this creation to Zeus first, so I'm returning to Olympus. Ares, remember to come back after you've helped Prometheus." With that, she didn't wait for Ares and Prometheus to agree. This illusionary avatar floated up and flew towards the distant sea of clouds. Prometheus narrowed his eyes as he watched her retreating figure, then turned to his younger brother, who was scratching his head, and said, "Epimetheus, go play with your creations in the nearby forest first." "Oh, okay." Epimetheus was clearly impatient. He watched the animals he had endowed with various abilities run and live freely in the forest, and he also wanted to get closer to his creations. So, after Prometheus finished speaking, Epimetheus happily ran into the forest and began playing with his creations. Prometheus and Ares exchanged a knowing glance, then the god of forethought invited, "Respected Ares, please come with me into the cave to bestow your gift upon my final creations." Okay. Ares knew that this god wanted to say something to him, so he nodded and agreed. The two gods led the bewildered humans back into the cave. Prometheus first asked Ares to bestow the nature of struggle upon humanity, and Ares did not refuse, directly using his divine office as the god of war to imbue this concept into the human soul. After Ares's concept was bestowed, these still bewildered humans, though not yet fully awakened to self-consciousness, began to develop a subconscious desire for competition under the influence of Ares's war divine office. Several tall men in the crowd had already started pushing each other back and forth with their bodies, seemingly to see whose body was stronger. However, Prometheus breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. After restraining these humans, he said to Ares with gratitude, "With this, my creations are complete. Thank you, god of war. Just honoring a bet." Ares shrugged, "Who told me I lost to Athena? If you didn't want to lose, would you really have lost to her?" The god of forethought looked deeply at Ares. "Ares, honestly, I didn't expect you to so decisively bestow the most core concept of struggle and war upon humanity. Creatures lacking the will to fight cannot survive in this world," Ares said meaningfully. "You're right." Prometheus sighed, then a hesitant expression appeared on his face. He looked at Ares and suddenly said, "You already know that Athena succeeded, right?" "Although my eyes aren't that good, I can still tell that her avatar is an illusion," Ares replied. "I haven't been following Hecate for so long for nothing." "But you," he looked at Prometheus, "you told her the location of hope. What exactly are you thinking, god of forethought?" Before answering that question, I hope you can answer one of mine first, god of war." Prometheus pointed to the humans nearby and asked Ares, "If I were to say that one day, my creations will completely replace the gods, surpass the gods, and become the new overlords of this planet, as a god, what would you do now?" "What to do?" Ares thought for a moment, then said, "What's it to me?" "I just want to live now, to escape from the fate in your damned prophecy," Ares said without hesitation. "Gods have endless lives, and I'm far from having lived enough. I don't want to be buried with any gods, destiny, or whatever. I want freedom, the right to live without fear. As for the rule of the gods, or the overlord of the planet, what do those things have to do with me?" Ha ha, ha 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 ha, Prometheus suddenly burst into laughter after hearing Ares's words. He laughed at Ares, "Is that so? So that's what you think? Then I'm relieved." He looked at the entrance of the cave, smiled wryly, and said, "It seems your stance is similar to your teacher Hecate. That's good. This way, although I still have no allies, I don't need to guard against you anymore, Ares. You don't know this, but calculating you as an enemy is even harder than playing schemes with Athena. Let's talk properly, you don't need to flatter me." Ares took a step back, looking at Prometheus with distaste. "I won't lay a hand on your creations, so bro, stop licking, it's a bit disgusting. I'm serious, compared to you, Athena is really easier to scheme against." Prometheus looked at Ares and said with a smile, "Because I don't know what you want, so I can't scheme against you. But Athena, even if she's as cunning as a demon and inherited her mother's wisdom, she's not without a trace. She has her own schemes, and she seeks a lot, and wants a lot. The more she wants, the easier it is for me to scheme against her. Sometimes, even knowing that it's a trap, the goddess of wisdom must step into it because of her own goals." "So, you know her purpose?" Ares asked. Prometheus nodded. "Athena seeks nothing more than two things. First, revenge for her birth mother. She inherited the hatred of her innocent mother, who was devoured by her tyrannical husband. Second, to become the fourth-generation god-king, because she firmly believes this is her own destiny. However, He glanced at his creations, then suddenly said to Ares. Ares, do you remember what you promised me when I first told you about that prophecy concerning Zeus? Ares thought for a moment, then nodded and said, yes, what help do you need from me? Just say it. If one day, the gods want to destroy humanity, Prometheus solemnly requested of Ares, I hope you can help humanity. You don't need to oppose the gods, you just need to use a small trick to preserve the spark of human survival. Chapter 35 Magnetic Field Rotation 1199 words. Ares wondered if this god of foresight had foreseen something else. He vaguely remembered that in Greek mythology, just like in other mythologies, humanity seemed to have experienced a world-sweeping flood that nearly wiped them out. He couldn't quite recall the cause and progression of this event, but he remembered that humanity ultimately survived. If that was the case, agreeing to Prometheus was no big deal. So, he nodded and agreed to this god of foresight. Excellent. Thank you for your generosity. Upon hearing Ares's reply, Prometheus let out a long sigh, as if a huge burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Ares watched these humans. Before Hecate went into seclusion to study the Rubik's Cube she had brought back from the UCI starship, the moon goddess had already left the human creation methods Ares wanted to learn, as well as the lightning magic she had used to strike Ares these past few days, on a chair. Ares could learn them himself when the time came, so his initial purpose for this trip, to learn the method of creating human bodies, had already been achieved. He no longer had any thoughts about these humans, so he asked Prometheus, how do you plan to manage these creations? They are a race that has received blessings from both me and Athena, unlike the beasts Epimetheus created outside. I understand. A fatherly smile appeared on Prometheus's face. Although they have gained wisdom and the impulse to fight, wisdom still needs enlightenment. They also need to learn how to use their wisdom and hands to achieve victory, so I will stay on Earth during this time to teach them how to use their wisdom. Then you take your time, I'll be going now. Ares said, they have been endowed with conflict, so my work as the god of war will begin. Due to work requirements, I hope you can understand. I understand. Prometheus nodded, how can the evolution of a race be without sacrifice? As long as you understand. Ares glanced at Prometheus, then said, then, I will return to Olympus now. After bidding farewell to the god of foresight, Ares returned to Olympus. Of course, this body was also fake, his true body remained in Hecate's palace, diligently studying the magic he needed. He was just one step away from mastering electric current propulsion, so Ares naturally couldn't just run back under Zeus's nose and let all his previous efforts go to waste. Fortunately, because sufficient divine power had been infused, none of the gods could tell that his clone was fake. The lingering power of his previous virginity vow was still present, and the goddesses who originally admired Ares feared seeing him would stir up painful memories, so they tried to avoid contact with him. As for the male gods of Olympus, while they revered Ares, they also felt he didn't like women and wasn't one of them, thus forming small circles to exclude Ares. This, ironically, allowed Ares to comfortably use his clone to control the god of war palace on Olympus, as no one would try to test him too much. After Ares returned to Olympus, Athena had already gone back to the mountain ahead of him. Ares didn't know where this goddess had put the things she had obtained from Wilpa-03. In any case, when Ares returned to the mountaintop, the goddess of wisdom was already standing in the god king's hall with a beaming smile, listening to Zeus's praise for her. The moment Ares entered the god king's hall, he habitually put on a sour face. He had just lost a race to Athena right under the gods' noses, so he had to react this way. After he entered the god king's hall, the principal gods, seeing his expression, merely glanced at him before turning away. While Zeus heartily praised Athena, he also casually praised Ares out of consideration for heavenly Queen Hera's presence. After bestowing rewards upon the two gods who had helped Prometheus create beings, the operations of Olympus returned to normal. With new creations brought into existence under his guidance, representing the complete eradication of Cronus's era's ruling remnants by Zeus, Zeus was in a great mood. During this time, he secretly had several affairs behind Hera's back, often causing chaos on Olympus. Ares also took advantage of the squabbles between the heavenly queen and the god king to have his clone replace him and take his rightful place, holding court on Olympus. Meanwhile, his true body quickly learned these two spells through the records Hecate had left behind, and continued to stimulate his body and push for electric current propulsion using Hecate's magic called Zeus's thunder. 5 days after learning Zeus's thunder and resuming his electric current propulsion cultivation, Ares, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed on the lawn outside the tree palace, finally began to feel a controllable electric current generating within his body. With the emergence of this current, Ares felt that he could gradually perceive the cells within his body and manipulate them to rub together rapidly, thereby generating more current. As a principal god, Ares's body was inherently many times stronger than that of ordinary human warriors, so even after he mastered the ability of electric current propulsion, Ares did not stop. Relying on his body's strength, he cultivated continuously, the speed of friction between his cells becoming faster and faster, and the intensity of the current also rising steadily, 100,000 volts, 200,000 volts, 300,000 volts. Finally, when the current intensity within Ares's body reached approximately 500,000 volts, he felt that his cells seemed to have reached a critical point. The current within his body suddenly erupted, causing all his cells to tremble simultaneously. Subsequently, he could feel a new power appearing within his body. The world, in his eyes, became different. He began to naturally sense other things around his body, able to directly see the vibrant life force of the trees, plants, and fairies in Hecate's garden, and he felt that he could also freely control these things. He lowered his head, feeling that every cell in his body also seemed incredibly clear. He slowly concentrated his mind and then discovered that he could also freely manipulate these cells on his body. He could even directly feel the ether that permeated heaven and earth in this era. This feeling was clearer than ever before. Ares opened his eyes and gently extended a hand in the direction of Cerberus. He slightly used the new power within his body, and instantly, all the fur on the multi-headed demonic dog, which was originally lying on the ground, stood on end, pointing towards Ares. Its body was also dragged by an invisible immense force, scaring the beast into leaping up from the ground with a whoosh, gripping the ground firmly with its 4 claws. Its several pairs of crimson dog eyes darted left and right with confusion and terror. Seeing this, Ares chuckled, then slowly closed his eyes and continued to cultivate the superpower. He had a premonition that the upper limit of this body should be far more than this. Chapter 36, Find Anathet Scapegoat. 1345 words. Inside Hecate's courtyard, Ares slowly opened his eyes again, then stood up from the ground, feeling the boiling power flowing within him. After successfully acquiring the power of magnetic field rotation, he continued to cultivate it diligently, and after 2 days, he finally managed to raise his magnetic field rotation to the level of 230,000 horsepower. This physical body had infinite potential. If it were an ordinary body, Ares would never have been able to raise this superpower to 230,000 horsepower immediately after gaining the power of magnetic field rotation. One must know that reaching 150,000 horsepower allows one to remain unharmed in a nuclear explosion 100 times stronger than a Japanese nuclear bomb, and even protect others behind them. With 230,000 horsepower, it is no exaggeration to call oneself a god among men. Of course, Ares was already a god, and a main god of the age of gods at that. The 230,000 horsepower of magnetic field rotation might not be as strong as his power when he fully unleashed his war god divine power. However, this power did not come from the favor of the age of gods environment, nor from the blessing of the suppression force, nor from the genes of the outer world divine ancestor Uranus. It was truly his own power. Even if magic declined, the age of gods perished, and Ares' own divine authority was stripped away. This 230,000 horsepower of magnetic field rotation would always exist and be at his disposal. Moreover, after cultivating this power of magnetic field rotation, Ares clearly felt that his divine body, which was already among the highest tier of gods, had now become even stronger and more resilient. Physical strength and magnetic field power are a mutually reinforcing process. However, to continue increasing this power, he could only rely on daily accumulated training and seeking breakthroughs in intense battles. Aries also had a premonition that after the power of magnetic field rotation reached 250,000 horsepower, it would hit a bottleneck. Whether he could break through this bottleneck would determine the extent of his future achievements. But Aries was not in a hurry now. In order to cultivate the power of magnetic field rotation, he had been in seclusion for a period of time, starting from when he began learning lightning magic. During this time, Prometheus should have trained the newly created humans quite well. Seeing that Hecate still showed no sign of coming out, Ares focused his attention on his avatar on Olympus. During this time, at Zeus's instruction, gods such as Demeter, who managed fertility, procreation, and growth, exerted their divine power. All living things on Earth rapidly multiplied, quickly forming large populations that migrated and spread throughout the world of the Greek pantheon. Among these populations, the humans personally taught by Prometheus quickly stood out. They had the wisdom bestowed by Athena and the combative nature given by Ares. Under the guidance of the god of forethought, they learned to make tools from stone and wood, gather fruits, hunt animals, strip animal furs for warmth, and find dry caves as homes. Moreover, they also learned cooperation and language. However, humans at this time still lacked the most important thing, fire. Zeus still regarded intelligent humans as a type of livestock, and he never intended to grant them this source of civilization. Because they had no fire, humans were unable to begin a true era of civilization. They could not eat cooked food, and therefore often suffered from various digestive system diseases. At night, they also could not light fires for warmth or use flames to drive away wild beasts stronger than themselves, leading to a significant number of human deaths. Furthermore, God King Zeus not only refused to bestow fire upon humans but also used his authority as God King to seal off all sources of fire on Earth. Dry plants on Earth could no longer be ignited by the sun's high temperature, and humans could no longer obtain fire by rubbing sticks together. Just as the Holy Spear became a membrane to shield mystery, Zeus also used his ability to manipulate the ether of the earth, shielding this part of the basic physical laws. Ares could see that Prometheus was already very anxious about this matter. He repeatedly came to Olympus to advise Zeus, hoping that the god king would grant fire to humans. He explained to the gods how abundant the offerings and faith would be once humans formed a civilization, but Zeus consistently refused to agree. The other gods on Olympus also harbored their own thoughts, even Athena did not speak up for him. Only Ares, feigning simple-mindedness, supported him with a couple of sentences, only to be scolded by Zeus. It is estimated that soon, Prometheus will undertake his most celebrated and respected act of stealing fire in his divine life. Ares also estimates that the god of forethought is not aiming for a secondary divine fire like that on the sun god's chariot or on Ares' sword, but rather intends to steal the Olympus holy fire burning fiercely at the core of Olympus, within the god king's hall, which can also be considered the energy source of the entire Olympus. Coincidentally, during this period, because Ares had ostensibly returned to Olympus, the guardianship of the Olympus holy fire was entrusted to him. For Ares, the emergence of humanity was necessary. Although he still lacked empathy for the humans of this world, the black crystal was currently being obstructed by the suppression force, preventing him from directly leaving this world. He could only settle for the next best option, the middle path he had previously conceived. To carry out this plan, he had to achieve a flourishing human history, allowing the history of this world to gradually align with the pan-human history, rather than forming strange lost belts. I need to find a way to assist Prometheus. At night, Ares walked along the patrol route on Olympus, pondering as he carried his spear. But the assistance cannot be too obvious. I need to find an excuse so that others don't realize I'm deliberately creating a vulnerability for Prometheus. As soon as he thought of shifting blame, Ares subconsciously thought of his dear sister Athena. However, since the completion of creation, the goddess of wisdom had been living in seclusion, rarely appearing before the gods except for morning meetings. And recently, he heard that she had specifically requested leave from Zeus to visit Oceanus, who had been angered by Zeus and left for the ocean. She was not on Olympus at this time. Therefore, this time, Ares could not pin this black mark on Athena again, and he felt deeply regretful about it. As he pondered, Ares unknowingly walked to the entrance of the Temple of Aphrodite, one of the Olympus' 12 main gods' temples. Just as he had previously guessed, Aphrodite looked down on Hephaestus's appearance, and marrying the god of fire was merely a formality due to Zeus's pressure. These two gods had never lived together except on their wedding day. Hephaestus continued to stay in his fire god's hall, tinkering away, while Aphrodite moved to the Temple of Aphrodite the very next day. As Ares arrived in front of the Temple of Aphrodite, his gaze inadvertently swept over, and he suddenly saw the figure of a male god stealthily making his way into the Temple of Aphrodite. He narrowed his eyes, looked carefully, and then identified the male god. "Oh, isn't that Notos, god of the south wind?" The god of fire's work was demanding, often preventing him from meeting Aphrodite, which gave the goddess of beauty much free time. During these times, this restless goddess of beauty naturally indulged in flirtations. Ares knew exactly what Notos, god of the south wind, was going there for, even without thinking. Seeing Notos, god of the south wind, with a lewd smile on his face, enter the Temple of Aphrodite, Ares in the darkness rubbed his chin, and then a meaningful smile appeared on his face as well. Chapter 37, those two must be having an affair. 1259 words. To assist Prometheus's plan to steal fire, ever since Ares discovered the affair between Notos, the god of the south wind, and Aphrodite, he would deliberately linger a little longer in front of the Temple of Aphrodite during his nightly patrols. He did this to ascertain the pattern of Notos, the god of the south wind, and Aphrodite's secret meetings. After all, Aphrodite's husband, Hephaestus, was one of the 12 gods, and Notos, the god of the south wind, was not a chief god like Ares, so he couldn't openly commit adultery with Aphrodite without any regard for Hephaestus. If Notos were caught red-handed by the god of fire, his fate would definitely be worse than that of Ares in the myths. However, after several days of continuous observation, Ares was surprised to find that the third industry in Aphrodite's temple was much better developed than he had imagined. Because after several days of staking out, he discovered that Notos, the god of the south wind, was not the only male god who would come to Aphrodite's temple in the middle of the night. Including the other 3 wind gods of the east, west, and north, and even Zeus, Poseidon, and Apollo, would secretly come to the Temple of Aphrodite in the middle of the night to meet Aphrodite. The Temple of Aphrodite at night could truly be described as male companions chatting and laughing, no females coming or going. They could seriously form a D&D table plus a table for fight the landlord. Ares, squatting in a dark corner outside the Temple of Aphrodite, sighed upon seeing Eurus, the god of the east wind, sneak into the Temple of Aphrodite. "Brother, if you don't listen to your little brother, your cuckold's hat will be boundless." However, after so many days of observation, Ares also summarized and analyzed some things. Firstly, although there were so many male gods who would come to meet Aphrodite secretly at night, one of them came with a pure purpose, Apollo. This male god was different from the others, his possessiveness was exceptionally strong. For example, if we talk about shared bicycles, then male gods like Zeus and Poseidon don't mind if they ride it today and others ride it tomorrow, they just want to be able to ride a good bike themselves. But Apollo was different, he had a certain habit. He would never let others touch his bicycle, nor would he ride a shared bicycle. Instead, he would rather pay more to buy a bicycle that belonged only to him. This can be seen from his later actions of cursing his unfaithful lover to death and inducing his sister Artemis to kill Orion. The cause of these tragedies was Apollo's somewhat pathological possessiveness. If Aphrodite, when they first met at the banquet and had not yet been touched by others, had been strongly pursued by Apollo, then the current Aphrodite, Apollo would absolutely not be willing to have too much contact with her. This can be seen from the incident where Ares saw Apollo walk out of the Temple of Aphrodite with a dark face that night. As for the remaining male gods, they naturally had overly close relationships with Aphrodite, and they came with very impure intentions. But among these male gods, Ares also had to choose his target. Firstly, the 2 god kings, Zeus and Poseidon, were not something his clone could defeat. If he were to rush in and disrupt these 2 god kings' good time, Hephaestus would probably be implicated. Secondly, there were also distinctions in status among the four wind gods. For example, Eurus, the god of the east wind, could bring warmth and rain to the earth and was an important subordinate deity under Demeter, the goddess of agriculture. Zephyrus, the god of the west wind, could also bring passionate and fertile winds to the earth, playing an important role in the reproduction and growth of all things. These wind gods held relatively high positions among the secondary gods. After much thought, it seemed that only Notus, the god of the south wind, whom Ares encountered on the first night, was the easiest to deal with. Although this god of the south wind was in charge of dark clouds and thunderstorms, he was not qualified to directly become a subordinate deity of god King Zeus. And like the god of the north wind, who brought the cold winds of death and became a subordinate deity of Hades, his purity was not high enough. For these reasons, Notus, the god of the south wind, held a particularly awkward position among the four wind gods, neither superior nor inferior, making him the perfect target for Ares to act upon and take the blame for Ares. According to Ares's observations, Notus's secret meetings with Aphrodite seemed to occur every 10 days. Therefore, after noting the time, Ares's main body created a vulture and sent it to the earth to inform Prometheus of this news. He controlled this vulture clone to come near the residence of Prometheus's brothers, and then found Prometheus deep in thought by a small river, gazing at the water. Prometheus. After Ares's vulture clone landed, it directly spoke to the god of foresight with its mental power. "What are you troubled about?" Hearing Ares's voice, Prometheus turned his head and saw the vulture that Ares had transformed into. Then he was slightly startled. "God of war?" The vulture preened its wings, acknowledging Prometheus's question, and continued, "If you are troubled about how to steal fire for humanity, then 10 days from now, go to the God King's hall on Olympus to steal the sacred fire. That will be when I am on patrol, and you will succeed." After speaking, he controlled the vulture to shed its feathers and then said, "If you agree, light these feathers, and then I will come to meet you and help you enter Olympus." With that, Ares flapped his wings and flew up, circling once in the sky, then controlled the vulture to continue flying away. After flying out of Prometheus's sight, a wisp of divine power he had embedded within the vulture clone was activated, transforming into a raging flame that burned the entire vulture to ashes. And while he was notifying Prometheus, his clone on Olympus also went to find Hephaestus, the god of fire, at the same time. Given the current relationship between Ares and Hephaestus, he no longer had to wait for the god of fire's Cyclops attendants to go into the temple to inform him. Upon seeing Ares arrive in a hurry, the Cyclops guarding the door intelligently went into the temple to help him notify Hephaestus, the god of fire. By the time Ares's clone arrived in front of the fire god's hall, the sound of metal striking within the fire god's hall had stopped, and Hephaestus's voice came from afar. "Is that Ares? Come in, I've finished making this treasure." Ares walked into the temple in a hurry, with a look of panic and anger on his face. Seeing his expression, the god of fire asked strangely, "What's wrong? Ares, why the long face? Did something bad happen outside?" "Hephaestus, listen to me." Ares angrily said to Hephaestus, "Last night, while I was on patrol, I saw that bastard Notus, the god of the south wind, actually snuck into Aphrodite's temple while you were away, and Aphrodite even came out to greet him herself. Those two dogs must be having an affair." Chapter 38 Ham Sausage Slicer. 1177 words. Inside the fire god's hall, Ares meticulously recounted the affair between Notus, the god of the south wind, and Aphrodite to Hephaestus. After listening, though the god of fire appeared calm on the surface, Ares noticed that the veins on his right hand, gripping the hammer, were bulging. Unlike Ares in mythology, where Hephaestus chose to humiliate his brother, who was having an affair with his wife, by setting a trap because he couldn't defeat Ares in direct combat, Notus, a lesser god, could be easily subdued by Hephaestus, a chief god, no matter how weak his combat prowess might be. Ares guessed that his elder brother was now secretly considering whether to use the hammer in his hand to directly smash Notus, the god of the south wind's, head. So he quickly advised, "Hephaestus, don't be anxious now. For this kind of thing, if you don't catch them in the act, notice, and Aphrodite won't admit it. Even if you are a chief god, if you randomly beat a wind god without evidence, Themis won't side with you. Hephaestus took 2 deep breaths and said in a deep voice, I know. Alright, Ares said to him, I have a method here that can not only severely retaliate against Notus, the god of the south wind, but also serve as a warning to those male gods who still covet your wife, making them wary and unwilling to cause trouble again for a short time. Oh? The honest god of fire quickly asked upon hearing this, what method? Lean your ear closer, Ares crooked his finger, then whispered to the god of fire, I remember, doesn't your wife have a belt that can arouse the desires of all living beings? Get it, and then do this and that. Ares remembered that in his previous life, in their era, there was a device specifically used for slicing foods like ham sausages. As long as the ham sausage was inserted into the slicer would automatically cut it into neat, thin slices, which was very convenient. And in a news story he had seen in his previous life, whose authenticity was unknown, a girl from America, after encountering a rapist, used this slicer to confiscate the rapist's tool of crime. At that time, this news had a huge impact on Ares' young mind, shocking him for almost a week. Now, although he didn't know if that news was a fabricated story for traffic, it didn't matter. With Hephaestus' skillful hands, similar things could certainly be created. After listening to Ares' narration, Hephaestus was also startled by his words. The god of fire cautiously asked, won't it be too terrifying? What's so terrifying? That's exactly the effect we want, Ares loudly declared. If we don't do this, won't every random minor god dare to urinate on your head, god of fire, in the future? He continued to instigate, I'll patrol tonight and guard outside. Once it's done, I'll rush in, help you beat him up severely, and then drag him before Zeus to be judged directly. Hephaestus seemed hesitant, but when he thought of his beautiful and delicate wife, cooing sweetly in front of that Notus, the god of the south wind, on a night he knew nothing about, anger immediately surged from his heart, and evil arose within him. He gritted his teeth and nodded, saying, we'll use this method. However, Ares, you don't need to get involved in this. I'll deal with him myself. Oh, what are you saying? Ares said with dissatisfaction, Hephaestus, we are blood brothers. If I don't help you, who will? If this little god Notus dares to bully you, then he's bullying me, Ares, the god of war. Ares. Hephaestus looked at Ares gratefully and said, you are truly my good brother. No need to say more, Ares patted his elder brother's shoulder and said to him, come on, just do as I say. After the 2 gods had finished their discussion, Ares returned directly to the god of war palace, while Hephaestus put down his work and went to the temple of Aphrodite to find his wife. When he arrived at the temple of Aphrodite, he happened to see Aphrodite lying on a soft couch inside the temple of Aphrodite, surrounded by many beautiful nymphs serving her. They were all disheveled, and besides these nymphs, there were also several lesser male gods present. These male gods were all renowned handsome men on Olympus. Now, each of them sat around Aphrodite, holding wine cups, their faces flushed, their eyes fixed on the disheveled goddess of beauty, their breathing heavy. Hearing his wife emit bell-like giggles towards these male gods, Hephaestus' face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, but he did not directly erupt in anger. Instead, he walked straight into the temple of Aphrodite and found his wife. Seeing the god of fire return, these lesser gods were immediately startled sober and quickly excused themselves to the goddess of beauty, then left. Aphrodite, whose joyous gathering had been interrupted by Hephaestus, naturally showed an expression of displeasure. She asked her husband impolitely, Hephaestus, weren't you working? Why are you back already? I finished my work for today. Hephaestus tried hard to force out his usual fawning smile. Aphrodite, where is your belt? What do you want to do? Aphrodite showed a somewhat nervous expression. She had never worn that belt in front of her husband Hephaestus, except when attending banquets of the gods. However, unlike for the god of fire, in front of the handsome men Aphrodite met at night, she often dressed herself beautifully and wore that belt to entice them. Now that Hephaestus asked, it couldn't help but make Aphrodite feel a little guilty. One of her lovers had told her that recently, when leaving the temple of Aphrodite at night, for some reason, they always felt as if someone was watching them. However, Hephaestus' answer made Aphrodite lower her guard. He said with a chuckle, "Not long ago, the automatons I made mined a beautiful diamond in the eastern mountains. I thought, if I could inlay it into your belt, that treasure of yours would surely make the wearer even more beautiful. So that's it." Aphrodite thought for a moment and quickly let down her guard. There was no way around it, both her feminine nature and her divine duties made her completely resistant to anything that would make her more beautiful. Moreover, Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, was not particularly intelligent among goddesses. In her eyes, her husband Hephaestus was just a particularly fawning backup. Now, it was not surprising that Hephaestus had dropped his work to fawn over her. So she directly summoned a maidservant to retrieve her belt from the bedroom behind the temple, then handed it to Hephaestus. "Here, be careful, don't break it." The god of fire took the belt, touched it, and then revealed a smile of unknown meaning. "Don't worry, Aphrodite, I will definitely make it even more powerful." Chapter 39. Let's get started. 1135 words. Hephaestus was quick. He wasn't forging an artifact like Zeus's thunder, but merely adding something to Aphrodite's belt. By the afternoon of the same day he took it back, he had already finished the belt Ares had envisioned. After finishing it, Hephaestus immediately wanted to send it to Aphrodite so she could try out its power. Luckily, Ares had been quietly monitoring Fire God's Hall, and as soon as he noticed this movement, he quickly rushed over to stop Hephaestus. According to the pattern he had observed, it was Zeus who was scheduled to favor Aphrodite at the Temple of Aphrodite tonight. If Hephaestus had gone through with it, he would probably be hammering iron in Tartarus from then on. Of course, Ares couldn't tell Hephaestus directly that his father was cuckolding him, so he concocted a lie, saying that Aphrodite and Notus would meet 9 days later. At that time, he would use the excuse of a business trip to transfer the belt to Aphrodite, which would have a better effect. Hephaestus, at this point, had no reason to doubt Ares. So, 9 days later, Hephaestus, carrying his tools, found his wife, Aphrodite, and said to her, "Aphrodite, today I'm going to Lemnos Island to look for forging materials. You should sleep by yourself tonight." Aphrodite naturally had nothing to say to this. Hephaestus not being home was even better for her. However, she was still thinking about her belt, so she asked before Hephaestus left, "Hephaestus, where's my belt?" "Oh, my memory." Hephaestus feigned hitting his head and then chuckled, "It's already done. I have it on me. I almost forgot to give it to you." With that, Hephaestus took Aphrodite's belt out of his satchel. As soon as the belt appeared, the entire temple of Aphrodite was illuminated by a bright but warm light. Aphrodite stared intently and immediately held her breath. Not only had Hephaestus embedded huge gems into the belt, but the skillful blacksmith had also used hollowed-out threads to create a seemingly ethereal sheer skirt and pantyhose beneath the belt. This made Aphrodite firmly believe that wearing this belt would elevate her beauty by 2 more levels. Because of this, she finally, with great difficulty, gave her husband a pleasant look and praised him. "It truly is your craftsmanship, Hephaestus, perfectly done. It's best if you like it." Hephaestus smiled and said, "Then I'm off. Have a safe trip." Aphrodite waved her hand, showing no intention of seeing Hephaestus off. She simply held the belt and returned to the temple of Aphrodite to try it on herself. Hephaestus didn't mind. He walked out the door, turned onto the main road of Olympus, and after a few steps, encountered Ares, who was strolling idly on the road with his sword and shield. "Yo, Hephaestus." Seeing Hephaestus, Ares walked over, patted his shoulder, and said, "Good morning." "Good morning, Ares." Hephaestus lowered his voice. "It's done." "Got it." Ares also lowered his voice and whispered into Hephaestus's ear, "Leave the rest to me. You can rest easy." Hephaestus nodded, then continued on his way with his tool satchel. Ares escorted him all the way to the Golden Gate of Olympus, watched Hephaestus leave Olympus, and then returned to God of War Palace. Of course, Prometheus could not be overlooked. Not long after Ares had left earlier, the god of forethought had lit the vulture's feather, agreeing to cooperate with Ares. Therefore, as Ares saw Hephaestus off, his main body, far away in Hecate's tree palace, also dispatched another avatar, which transformed into a wild boar and ran to Prometheus's dwelling to meet with the god of forethought. Time flowed. Helios drove his chariot back to his residence, preparing to rest, while Selene, goddess of the moon, tirelessly helped the current moon goddess, Artemis, drive the moon chariot into the sky. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, darkness enveloped the earth. Hestia on Olympus also extinguished the candles in all the temples. The gods prepared to sleep peacefully. At this time, Ares also gathered his equipment and began patrolling Olympus, responsible for guarding the gods' peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, on the other side, his clone also embarked on a journey with Prometheus. Ares's clone sometimes transformed into a wild boar, sometimes a vulture, sometimes a hound, guiding Prometheus to the Golden Gate of Olympus. At the same time, Ares's divine power clone, responsible for night patrols on Olympus, also arrived at the Golden Gate of Olympus. He gently pushed the heavy Golden Gate open just enough for a person to pass through, then whispered to Prometheus outside the gate, "No internal spies. Let's make some trouble." Prometheus nodded silently, then quickly slipped inside and closed the Golden Gate behind him. Ares's beast clone also self-destructed in a hidden corner outside the gate, and by tomorrow morning, with a gust of wind, it would vanish without a trace. After Prometheus entered, Ares lifted the hem of his robe and said to Prometheus, "Come in, follow me. I'll take you to God King's hall." Prometheus complied and slipped inside. The robe Ares was wearing was made for him by Hephaestus from the skin of the giant python, and it was very wide. Prometheus's stature was relatively small compared to Ares, so along the way, no other night watchman discovered that another deity was hidden beneath the god of war's robe. Ares thus smoothly brought Prometheus to the entrance of God King's hall on Olympus. Seeing no one around, he released Prometheus and said to the creator of humanity, "The rest is up to you. Remember, if anything happens to you now, it has nothing to do with me, Ares. Now, I have other matters to attend to." "Of course." Prometheus gratefully nodded to Ares. "You've helped me a lot, god of war. Now, go attend to your own affairs. Don't worry, I, Prometheus, swear to the heavens that no matter what torment I endure, I will not expose you." "Then I'm leaving." Ares turned and departed. Seeing Ares's figure disappear, Prometheus also withdrew his gaze and turned to walk into the dark God King's hall. Following his patrol route, Ares arrived near the temple of Aphrodite. Upon entering Aphrodite's domain, Ares reigned in his divine power and aura, and lightened his footsteps. When he arrived at the entrance of the temple of Aphrodite, he happened to see Notus, the god of the south wind, with an impatient expression, slipping into the temple of Aphrodite, which was emanating an ambiguous glow. Seeing this, a smile also appeared on Ares's face. He walked into the shadows beside the temple of Aphrodite, put down his weapons and shield, then comfortably crossed his legs, quietly waiting for a reaction from within the temple of Aphrodite. Chapter 40, You bastard, how dare you bully my sister in 1,302 words. Inside the temple of Aphrodite, Notus, the god of the south wind, bypassed the colossal statue of Aphrodite and her soft couch, eagerly entering Aphrodite's bedroom located at the rear of the temple of Aphrodite. Several candles illuminated the bedroom, casting a hazy, ambiguous glow, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of roses. The moment Notus, the god of the south wind, stepped into the room, his gaze was immediately drawn to the slender figure lying on the massive soft bed. Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, lay alluringly on her bed, clad in a rose-red gown. She propped her cheek with an arm as white as jade, and her flawless, beautiful face, with its captivating blue eyes, sparkled with enchanting light. What captivated Notus's gaze even more was the luxurious belt around her slender waist, beneath which hung a translucent veil-like skirt and black lace stockings. Seeing this, Notus, the god of the south wind, became parched with urgency. He stood rooted to the spot, feeling utterly flustered, as if he had lost the ability to speak. "Notus," Aphrodite asked languidly, "do you have nothing to say?" Aphrodite, Notice swallowed, speaking with difficulty, you are truly beautiful today. Pfft. The goddess of beauty couldn't help but let out a delicate laugh, then she languidly twisted her waist and beckoned to the god of the south wind, fool, hurry over. Hearing the goddess of beauty's allure, the god of the south wind could no longer restrain himself and pounced on her like a wild beast. Aha! Outside the temple of Aphrodite, Ares, who was guarding it, suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream not long after the god of the south wind had entered. He took the bait. He perked up, then grabbed his weapon and shield, and without a word, rushed into the temple of Aphrodite. Upon reaching Aphrodite's bedroom, Ares kicked open the door and charged in, yelling as he did so, "What happened? What happened? Has someone been beaten?" Once Ares burst into Aphrodite's bedroom, he saw the tragic state of Notice, the god of the south wind. He and Aphrodite lay disheveled on the bed, the goddess of beauty's face filled with shock and panic, while the god of the south wind clutched his groin in agony. On the bed where he and Aphrodite lay, a large pool of vibrant divine blood had already soaked the sheets. Ares first glanced at the miserable state of Notice, god of the south wind. Although this current situation of the god of the south wind was essentially his idea, he instinctively clamped his legs together upon seeing it. Then, Ares feigned a look of shock, looking at Notice, the god of the south wind, and asked, "Notice, why are you here?" Ares, I. Notice was already drenched in sweat from the pain, and now seeing Ares, the god of war, burst in and interrupt his good time with the goddess of beauty, he was so flustered he didn't know how to answer. However, Ares immediately answered for him. The god of war, his hair standing on end, roared, "Damn it, you dog, how dare you take advantage of my elder brother's absence to bully my sister-in-law?" In accordance with Ares' usual fiery temper, Ares began to act immediately after saying this. He strode in a few steps to Aphrodite's front, grabbed one of Notice, the god of the south wind's arms, and then his fist, as big as a cooking pot, went straight for Notice's face. "You're just a god of wind, how dare you get so audacious?" After two resounding punches, Notice, the god of the south wind's head was already spinning, but he now realized that he had probably been schemed against by some deity. However, the god of war had already restrained his arm, and that hand was like a shackle, tightly locking his wrist, preventing him from breaking free. Under intense pain, it was unclear if Notice had lost his rationality, but he actually mustered his divine power, summoning a furious gust of wind, attempting to resist Ares. However, such an action only further ignited the god of war's fury. "You dare to resist me?" Even if it was just a clone infused with divine power, the mighty Ares, the god of war, was not someone a lesser god of the south wind could withstand. Seeing Notice muster his divine power to try and blow him away, Ares directly raised his palm, and his fan-like hand, like a whip, carrying intense fiery divine power, directly shattered Notice's divine power storm, and then slapped the god of the south wind's face. With a dull thud, half of Notice's teeth were knocked out by Ares' slap. Then Ares directly picked up the god of the south wind, and amidst Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty's screams, he slammed him hard onto the ground like a rag doll, then straddled him, clenching his fists at the same time. "You shouldn't provoke me, Ares, even if you provoke others. I can tolerate enduring shit and piss, but I can't tolerate you." Ares roared, raining punches down on Notice, the god of the south wind's face. "Stop fighting." Seeing this, Aphrodite rushed forward, desperately pulling Ares' arm, shouting, "Ares, if you keep hitting him, he'll die. If he dies, he dies. He deserves to die for daring to cuckold my elder brother." Ares turned his head and said, "Why are you trying to stop me? He was humiliating you." Actually." Aphrodite hesitated, stammering, not daring to admit that she was the one who initiated it. However, Notice, the god of the south wind, was different. His life was already like a flickering candle in the wind, and he no longer cared about such things. He directly begged Ares for mercy. "Ares, spare me, she was the one who seduced me first." "What? You slut!" Ares roared, kicking Notice into the wall of the temple of Aphrodite, then clenching his fists and walking towards Aphrodite. "My brother is so good to you, how dare you cuckold him? Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, trembled in fear, paralyzed by the bloodthirsty god of war. Fortunately, at this moment, the gods, awakened by the commotion, rushed over, and Ares finally stopped. By this time, Notus, the god of the south wind, who had just been brutally beaten by him, was on his last breath, just a gasp away from joining Hades. When all the gods arrived inside the temple of Aphrodite and saw the chaotic scene, they were all astonished. Zeus looked at Ares, the god of war, and Notus, the god of the south wind, who was barely clinging to life after being beaten by him, and asked in surprise. Ares, what are you doing? I'm beating the adulterer. Ares turned his head at the sound, pointing at Aphrodite and Notus on the ground, and roared, these two dogs, daring to have an affair behind Hephaestus's back. What? Hearing Ares's words, Heavenly Queen Hera also widened her eyes in surprise. Immediately, she felt as if she had been insulted, and a surge of anger rose from the bottom of her heart. Hera was not only the mother of the wronged party, Hephaestus, but she was also the guardian deity of marriage, and one of the most faithful goddesses to marriage on Olympus. This not only symbolized her virtue but also her status and source of power as the heavenly queen. For Hera, Aphrodite and Notus's actions at this moment were tantamount to riding on her head and relieving themselves anywhere. So, the heavenly queen also angrily walked up to Aphrodite, extended her hand, and slapped Aphrodite across the face, simultaneously cursing. You little slut, how dare you mess with me? Chapter 41, How the hell do I know who stole the fire? 1308 words. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Aphrodite was slapped directly by Hera and immediately teared up with grievance. She was indeed very capable of using her beauty to gain an advantage for herself, and normally, Hera would certainly not dare to directly slap her. However, now, it was she who had an affair with Notus, the god of the south wind first, and after being caught, she had completely lost face, so even if Aphrodite appeared pitiable at this moment, no other deity would stand up for her. Zeus cautiously walked over to the dying Notus, the god of the south wind, frowned, and looked down at the miserable state of the god of the south wind, then asked Ares. Ares, beating him up was enough, why did you have to cripple him? Isn't that going too far? Ah? Crippled what? Ares looked innocent, I just beat him up, I didn't even touch his lower body, and besides, that part of him was already broken before I came in. I only rushed in when I heard his screams. Thus, the gods were astonished again. Among them, deities like Zeus and Poseidon, who had previously been involved with Aphrodite, subconsciously clamped their legs together. At the same time, Zeus also asked Aphrodite, Aphrodite, what exactly is going on? Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, immediately replied with sobs, I don't know either. Ares, who was nearby, sneered upon hearing this, so, you're not denying your affair with Notus, the god of the south wind? This? The goddess of beauty was stunned. Hearing Ares' question, she only then realized that, given the scene, she could have logically and reasonably pushed all the blame onto Notus, the god of the south wind, claiming he tried to rape her and she resisted out of necessity, leading to this outcome. However, it was too late now. Aphrodite's thoughtless answer meant she had already admitted to cheating on her husband, and seeing her ugly, most of the goddesses present showed expressions of disdain. The goddess of beauty immediately began to struggle for her life. She looked pleadingly at her usual lovers, but both the powerful Zeus and the hot-tempered Poseidon silently turned their faces away, refusing to meet her gaze. She then looked to Apollo for help, and the most handsome male god on Olympus merely sighed, saying in an operatic aria, You were a good person, why did you become like this? Ahem, let's leave it at that for tonight. Apollo, come and heal Notus, don't let him die. Zeus coughed and instructed, Athena and Hephaestus haven't returned yet. Iris, go and notify them for me. When they return, we will then judge the matter of Aphrodite and Notus. After speaking, Zeus waved his hand, dismissing the gods. Apollo also lifted Notus, the god of the south wind, who was like a dead dog on the ground. The deities gradually dispersed. Even Ares, Hera, and other deities who disliked Aphrodite left the place. Finally, in the vast temple of Aphrodite, only Aphrodite remained. She untied the shiny belt from her waist, and then, recalling the situation when Notus had his accident, anger gradually burned in her eyes. It was the mechanism on this very belt that had severed Notus's brother, and the answer to who modified this belt in such a way was naturally self-evident. Hephaestus? Aphrodite sat cross-legged on her bed, gnashing her teeth as she muttered her husband's name, while extending her hand and angrily punching the bed with her fist. However, her strength was so weak that the punch had no effect on her bed. On the other side, after leaving the temple of Aphrodite and returning to the god of war palace, Ares, after having his avatar sit on the seat belonging to the god of war, began to observe the situation of humans on earth through the authority of the god of war. When he saw flames gradually rising on the earth, a satisfied smile finally appeared on his face. Prometheus was still steady. While the attention of the gods was drawn to the commotion caused by Notus, the god of the south wind, and Aphrodite, this god of forethought had already stolen the Olympus holy fire stored in the god-king's hall and returned to earth, giving this flame to humanity. In this way, human civilization would gradually be established, but during this period, humans would also incur the wrath of Zeus, the king of gods. Such large-scale events like using fire and establishing civilization cannot be kept secret. Prometheus must have been prepared, which is why he had Ares promise beforehand to intervene during humanity's crisis and help them preserve the spark of continuation. However, with the matter of Aphrodite and Notus acting as a distraction, this matter should be able to be delayed for some time. Under Zeus's command, the messenger Iris quickly set off to notify Athena, who had returned to the deep ocean to visit relatives, and Hephaestus, who had gone to Lemnos Island to find forging materials. By dawn of the next day, in the god-king's hall, the 12 great gods of Olympus had gathered, and Themis, who was in charge of judgment, also arrived with her golden scales. The gods began to judge the affair between Aphrodite and Notus. Because the evidence of the affair between the two gods was conclusive, with almost nothing needing to be proven, even though Aphrodite and Notus argued strongly, attempting to first accuse Hephaestus and Ares of harming other gods. This matter was originally the two gods violating the heavenly queen's iron law of marriage first. The judgment of Themis and Zeus quickly came down. As important deities, Zeus naturally could not directly kill these two gods. The affair itself was not a capital offense, but Aphrodite and Notus both had to relinquish a portion of their divine authority as compensation to the aggrieved Hephaestus. Furthermore, while performing his regular duties, Notus also had to work as a slave with the servants of the gods for 100 years to atone for his sins. Throughout the entire judgment process, Hephaestus remained very calm. When Aphrodite and Notus accused him, it was mostly Ares who helped him argue his case. Only at the very end of the judgment did the god of fire request heavenly Queen Hera to grant him a divorce from Aphrodite. This was, of course, also the result of Ares's behind-the-scenes pushing. After all, before catching the adulterer, Ares had already worked through the elder brother's thoughts. The marriage between the god of fire and the goddess of beauty could never find happiness, no matter what. Because Aphrodite had cheated first, Hera easily granted her son's request and, in the name of the heavenly queen and the goddess in charge of marriage, announced the dissolution of their marriage. After these matters were concluded, a day had almost passed, night gradually fell, and the 12 great gods prepared to leave the god-king's hall and return to their respective temples. But just then, outside the god-king's hall, Selene, goddess of the moon, suddenly ran and somewhat panicked and asked Zeus. "Zeus, did you grant fire to humans?" "What?" Zeus said, puzzled, upon hearing this, "When did I agree to give fire to humans?" "Then come and see," Selene said, pointing outside the god-king's hall. Zeus then led the great gods out of the god-king's hall and, through the floating corridor of Olympus, saw the flames gradually rising on earth. Upon seeing those flames illuminating the night, Zeus, the king of gods, turned ashen-faced. He loudly bellowed, "Ares! What in the world is going on? Who stole the fire? Huh? How the hell should I know?" Hearing Zeus's words, Ares also roared loudly, "Last night, wasn't I attracted by Notus and them?" Chapter 42, Not omniscient and omnipotent. 1140 words. Looking at the widespread fires on the ground, God King Zeus was finally truly enraged. Granting or not granting fire to humans was a decision only he, the God King, had the power to make. Now, someone stealing fire for humans was undoubtedly challenging his authority as God King. At Zeus's wrath, the entire Greek world sky was instantly covered by dark clouds. Thunder rumbled within the clouds, and scorching bolts of lightning occasionally descended from the sky to the earth, demonstrating how terrible the God King's mood was at that moment. Seeing Zeus's face so gloomy it seemed water could be wrung from it, the goddess of order, Themis, quickly advised, "Zeus, don't be impulsive. Humans certainly don't have the ability to obtain fire themselves. Someone must have stolen our flames and given them to them. You should investigate the truth before making a decision. Don't act on impulse and harm innocent races." Does that even need thinking about? Zeus gnashed his teeth and said, "Who else in this world could ascend to Olympus, obtain the gods' flames, and then be willing to give fire to humans, besides their creator, Prometheus?" He turned around and commanded Ares, "Ares, consider this your chance to atone for your mistakes. Go to the ground and bring Prometheus back to me. I want to see how he tries to quibble." "Understood." Ares also scowled, responding with obvious displeasure. After speaking, the god of war swung his arms, picked up his weapon, and left Olympus without looking back. He descended to the ground and arrived at the residence of Prometheus's brothers. By the time he got there, Prometheus had already had his younger brother Epimetheus waiting for him outside the door. God of war. Seeing Ares arrive, Epimetheus nervously said to Ares, "My brother asked me to greet you. He is waiting for you inside." Ares nodded and walked into the small house where the brothers lived. The furnishings in the house were extremely simple, with most of the furniture made of wood. However, in the center of the house, there was already a bonfire, with warm flames flickering within. A pot of what seemed to be some kind of paste-like food was cooking over the fire. Prometheus sat on a low chair by the bonfire. Seeing Ares, he stood up and said with a smile, "Thank you so much for your help tonight, God of War." Ares looked up at him, "My help to you ends here. You must know why I'm here today, don't you?" "Of course I do." Prometheus nodded. "Then come with me." Ares looked at him, "I hope you've already thought of a reason to tell Zeus." "Of course, I've already thought of it. In fact, even if you hadn't come for me, I would have snuck into the God King's hall eventually." "It's just a matter of time," Prometheus said with a smile, shaking his head. He pointed to the paste he was cooking in the pot and invited Ares, "But before I go, I'd like to have a bowl of this. This is a food that those children outside recently discovered. It tastes quite good, God of War, would you like a bowl?" Ares thought about it. Since Zeus hadn't demanded that he immediately bring Prometheus back, he simply nodded, put down his weapon, and sat down on the other side of the bonfire. The paste in the pot soon cooked, emitting a unique aroma of food. Prometheus first served a bowl for Ares and handed it over. "Here." Ares took it and took a sip. The paste tasted a bit like vegetable batter with a little salt, and there were also some diced meat, though he didn't know what kind of animal it was. Although it couldn't compare to the food the gods on Olympus ate, it was certainly edible. Not bad, right? Seeing Ares' expression, Prometheus showed a somewhat proud smile. He also served himself a bowl, tasted it, and then said with a smile, "At this moment, the wild beasts outside are still eating raw meat and drinking blood, but as soon as I brought back the fire, those children researched this food themselves. Their wisdom truly cannot be underestimated." "Didn't you trick Athena into giving these humans the concept of wisdom?" Ares retorted, holding his bowl. "That was just a key. Even the goddess of wisdom cannot truly manage the concepts of all things in the world, otherwise Métis would not have been directly devoured by Zeus back then," Prometheus said, shaking his head. "Just like you, Ares, you possess the authority of war, but not all wars can go as you wish. For example, the ancient Titan war was outside your scope of power. We gods may be called great, but we are not omniscient and omnipotent." Ares mused. Then if I give up my authority and my divine duties, can I still live? Of course you can, Prometheus said with a smile. Your teacher, Miss Hecate, once gave up her innate authority to be able to access fragments of all divine authorities. Now, her authorities, to put it plainly, are just some neglected things. Those were concessions Zeus made to save her face. He paused, then looked deeply at Ares. However, I don't recommend you do this now. Generally, this kind of action can only be done unnoticed when the situation is chaotic. Your teacher Hecate gave up her authority during the Titan War. If you give up your authority now without any reason, it will certainly arouse suspicion and doubt from other gods. I generally understand. Ares nodded, then sat up straight. So what about you? If I'm not mistaken, you're going to mess with Zeus's mind regarding the sacrifices next, right? This is something that must be done, Prometheus sighed. If I could, I wouldn't want to give Zeus even a tiny bit of sacrifice. However, while humanity hasn't fully developed, the gods' protection is necessary. After all, it is still the age of gods. Then have you considered what consequences you will face for doing this? Ares countered, Zeus will not let you go. Of course I know, the god of stolen fire said with a calm smile. He continued, humans are my children, created by my own hands, Prometheus, and are certainly a great race that will replace the gods in the future. Since that is the case, then offering myself as a sacrifice to my children is only natural. Parents protect their children, creators protect the created, isn't that normal? What a noble sentiment. Ares couldn't help but sigh, I can't achieve your level of ideological awareness. I just want to live. After speaking, he drained the paste in his bowl, then stood up and said, all right, it's about time, Prometheus. We should go see Zeus. Chapter 43, It's because I'm naughty, not because you're handsome. 1,294 words. When my children saw Helios's chariot passing through the sky every day, they found a way. My children broke off a branch of a woody fennel plant, held it high, and climbed the Caucasus Mountains. As Helios's chariot passed by, the flames from his wheels ignited the branches in my children's hands. Thus, they obtained fire through their own ingenuity. Inside the god king's hall on Olympus, Prometheus spread his hands and spun a glib lie. Zeus, I did not go against your will. The gods did not actively bestow fire upon them, nor did I help them. They obtained it all through their own efforts and intelligence. Even you cannot take it back. Zeus, seated at the head of the god king's hall, listened to Prometheus's lie and let out a cold snort. Prometheus, do you think we gods would believe your nonsense? How could mere mortals possibly break through my blockade and obtain heavenly fire? He raised his palm, and thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. Unimaginable power of lightning gathered in his hand. It seems you prefer a toast to a penalty. Wait a moment. Seeing that Zeus seemed intent on striking Prometheus dead on the spot, Apollo, standing nearby, suddenly raised his hand. Zeus, please calm your anger. He said to his father, we don't have evidence yet to prove that Prometheus did all of this. What if humanity truly obtained the fire themselves? So what? Zeus said angrily, anyone who dares to defy the king of gods, humanity will die all the same. Please don't be so impatient. Apollo gently advised, actually, when humanity obtained fire, I foresaw some things. This race will grow to be the spirits of all things. They will be our most loyal, most intelligent, and most powerful believers. They will invent all sorts of new things and develop dazzling civilizations. More importantly, he lowered his voice, glanced at Hera, then coughed twice. Within this race, there will also be many, beautiful people. Hearing Apollo's words, Zeus paused, then his anger slightly subsided. He and his drinking buddy Poseidon exchanged knowing glances, then quietly asked his most handsome son, is that true? Currently, all humans were male, and because Ares had bestowed upon them the concept of struggle, most of them were muscular and powerful, with bulging muscles, not at all fitting Zeus and Poseidon's aesthetic. Of course it's true. Apollo nodded, don't forget, I am the main god who took over Prometheus's prophetic divine duties. Precisely so, Zeus. Prometheus also quickly chimed in, striking while the iron was hot, give me 10 more years. No, 5 years, and I will definitely make humanity the most perfect creation of the gods. They will offer sacrifices every year, and they will build statues for the gods on earth, singing praises of the gods' great deeds. Zeus pondered with a long face for a long time and finally said, all right, then I'll give you one more chance, Prometheus, you must behave yourself. Hearing Zeus forgive humanity, Prometheus finally breathed a sigh of relief. He busily thanked the king of gods profusely, then left the god king's hall under Zeus's impatient wave. Those from the Titan god court are simply untrustworthy. After Prometheus left, Zeus said to the remaining gods, this Prometheus will sooner or later ruin my plans. Do any of you have a way to get rid of him? The gods looked at each other, then Ares stepped forward. Seeing this, Zeus's eyes lit up and he asked, oh, Ares, do you have a good plan? No. Ares asked gruffly, I just wanted to ask, Zeus, the theft of heavenly fire last night was ultimately due to Aphrodite and Notice attracting the attention of us gods, allowing Prometheus to succeed. So, isn't Notice's punishment too light? Zeus thought for a moment, then angrily said, you're right. Then changed Notice's 100-year sentence to 1,000 years, no, 10,000 years. After speaking, he angrily looked at Aphrodite to the side, scaring the goddess of beauty until her face lost its color. You'd better be careful too, Aphrodite. Clearly, the king of gods had no concept of a knight as husband and wife, 100 nights of grace in his heart. He heartlessly warned the goddess, who had been affectionately entwined with him the night before. If you cause trouble again, there won't be a next time. Aphrodite quickly nodded, obediently admitting her mistake and apologizing, without a trace of temper. Seeing this, Ares chuckled inwardly. Compared to Athena, Hera, and the like, this goddess had only this much ambition. She usually acted as if the heavens were first, the earth second, and she third, but as soon as Zeus lightly reprimanded her, she was like a startled ostrich. One must know that the main gods who established their factions on Olympus all treated Zeus's reprimands as idle talk, openly daring to do it again next time. However, it was just right. With Zeus's reprimand, this troublesome goddess should not cause any more trouble recently, saving him a lot of bother. After Ares finished his question and returned to the ranks of the gods, Zeus asked the other gods in a circle, but their answers were uninspired. Apollo and Athena suggested Zeus wait for the opportune moment, while Poseidon and Artemis suggested using tsunamis and wild beasts to harass humanity, which Zeus also rejected. After much deliberation, no good solution could be found for a while, so they could only drop the matter. The matter of Prometheus stealing fire thus came to an end. Under Zeus's command, the 12 great gods successively left the god king's hall. Ares, having comforted his honest brother Hephaestus a few words, was the last to leave the god king's hall with the god of fire. The two gods walked side by side along the aerial corridor of Olympus, filled with huge colonnades. As they walked, they suddenly discovered Athena ahead. This goddess stood at the edge of a colonnade, looking down through the boundless sea of clouds at the fires gradually igniting on the earth, seemingly lost in thought. A gentle breeze brushed through her golden hair, and the goddess slightly narrowed her eyes, breathtakingly beautiful. The moment they saw her, Ares and Hephaestus simultaneously had different thoughts. Ares thought, damn, is this woman plotting something again? I need to guard against her, while Hephaestus thought, come to think of it, Athena is quite beautiful and talented too. Perhaps I would be more suitable with her. However, the arrival of Ares and Hephaestus also startled Athena awake. She turned around and greeted Hephaestus with a smile, hello, Hephaestus. Then she turned her face to Ares, and her expression instantly dropped, Ares. What kind of face is that, virgin sister? Ares said loudly, is this your attitude towards your virgin brother? Huh? I have nothing to say to you. Athena turned her head with a dark expression. When facing Hephaestus, her expression softened again, that's all. I'll take my leave now. Good night, Hephaestus. With that, the golden-haired, bright-eyed goddess turned and disappeared down the corridor, leaving behind only a fragrant breeze. After seeing Athena's back disappear, Hephaestus stroked his chin and suddenly asked Ares. "Ares, do you think Athena likes me?" "Huh?" Ares exclaimed in surprise, "My brother, how did you come to that conclusion? She's a virgin goddess." "Look, she only smiled at me just now, but she gave you an impatient look." Hephaestus said, "Isn't that a sign that she likes me?" "Ah, I think when you say she only smiles at you, it's more like she only gives me a dirty look." Ares muttered, "That's probably because I'm too mischievous, not because you're too handsome." Chapter 44 Ares Layout. 1178 words. Perhaps due to the emotional wounds inflicted by Aphrodite, Hephaestus's thought processes seemed to be in disarray, as he had now set his sights on Athena. Ares wondered if his elder brother had been cursed by someone, as he always seemed to fancy women who were extremely troublesome, or even terrifying. Weren't the three goddesses good enough for him? However, for a male god, if the three goddesses and Athena were placed side by side for them to choose, most would indeed choose the latter, rather than the three goddesses who would surely become virtuous wives and loving mothers. Athena's status was far higher than that of the three goddesses to begin with, and combined with her temperament, beauty, and inviolable vow of virginity, she became an unattainable high mountain flower in the eyes of the male gods, one that even Zeus could not obtain. Such a goddess naturally most stimulated the male god's desire for conquest. Ares wanted to remind his brother to weigh his own capabilities before thinking or doing anything, but Hephaestus always felt that he and Athena had a common language, and that this time it might actually work, so Ares had no choice but to let him be. Anyway, that woman wouldn't really do anything to the god of fire. It would be good for Hephaestus to suffer a setback and see the reality of these goddesses on Olympus. However, on the other hand, Athena's recent trance while looking at the humans on the earth had indeed startled Ares. He had personally witnessed Athena extracting something from the corpse of a Yoshing vanguard from that Wilpa 03, which made him even more uncertain about this goddess's plans. Since he couldn't figure it out, Ares decided to go back and make thorough preparations himself, at least for his own purpose. No matter what, he had to ensure that humanity in this divine era could continue to exist. Sitting back on his divine throne as the god of war, Ares overlooked the earth through his divine authority, narrowing his eyes as he watched humans using torches to drive away other wild beasts. "Since Prometheus, you asked me to preserve the spark of humanity's continuation, then I will fulfill this promise in my own way." He raised his spear, pointing it at the ground. "I am the god of war, therefore, only the strongest individuals are qualified to become my spark." On the earth, humans who had obtained the spark slowly began to expand. They no longer feared darkness, no longer feared wild beasts. At night, they raised torches, driving away the cold and ferocious beasts that would have otherwise consumed their lives. But even with fire, it was not foolproof. Humans pushing their luck sometimes angered the fierce beasts who feared the light of the fire. A cornered dog will jump over a wall, and a cornered rabbit will bite. These ferocious beasts, when desperate, would also launch their counterattacks against humans, and such actions often resulted in several deaths. After several days and nights of mutual driving back and forth, a subtle understanding finally formed between humans and ferocious beasts. They demarcated their territories as predators, refraining from interfering with each other, and humans finally began to live stable lives at night. Tonight, by the tribal bonfire, Agiad and Eurypontid sat on two large stones. Agiad skewered good quality beast meat onto sharpened wooden sticks, while Eurypontid placed the skewers prepared by Agiad over the bonfire to cook the raw food. They were brothers, and among the first humans created by Prometheus. Because they were created by Prometheus one after another, they referred to each other as brothers. As Prometheus gradually created more humans and the human race slowly proliferated, Agiad and Eurypontid, due to their strong physiques and combative personalities, became leaders of one of the tribes. As the flames licked the meat, the fat gradually rendered out, bubbling on the surface with a sizzling sound, and an appetizing aroma wafted out, invigorating the humans gathered around Agiad and Eurypontid. Seeing that the meat was almost cooked, Eurypontid handed a skewer to Agiad and then shouted to the surrounding humans. "The meat is ready, everyone come and eat." He distributed the meat, keeping one skewer for himself, and then took a big bite of the roasted skewer. Even without any seasoning, this cooked food was a supreme delicacy for Eurypontid, who had previously only been able to eat raw meat and drink blood. "Thanks to Father God for giving us fire," he said indistinctly, chewing the cooked meat in his mouth. "I can't eat anything raw anymore." "Shoo." Hearing Eurypontid's words, Agiad quickly slapped him on the head and then raised his index finger. "Don't blabber, have you forgotten what Father God told us? This fire was smart of your brother, me, to snatch from the sun god's chariot on Mount Caucasus." "Oh, right. Eurypontid nodded repeatedly. He said, then picked up a wooden bowl nearby, took a big gulp of boiled plain water, and sighed, "But I don't think we've fully developed the use of fire yet. Today, that lion in the adjacent forest bit and killed 2 more of our tribal brothers. Seeing us with torches, that beast isn't afraid at all anymore. Don't think so much, just focus on what's in front of us." Agiad said while eating roasted meat, "Let that lion be, our manpower is still insufficient right now. Anyway, as long as we don't approach its territory, it won't dare to charge directly into ours. I think we should first focus on tomorrow's hunt, then talk about other things." "You're right." Eurypontid nodded. "I heard someone saw a herd of mountain goats on the northern slope today. Tomorrow, I'll take the brothers to check it out." The group of humans ate and drank, quickly filling their bellies. After being full and warm, drowsiness set in, so Agiad and Eurypontid arranged for people to stand guard and tend to the bonfire tonight, then each lay down and slept on the piles of dry grass they had collected. However, just as they lay down, still with their eyes open, gazing at the star-filled sky, they suddenly saw a dazzling red light streak across the sky. That red light quickly zipped across the sky like a shooting star, then fell behind the distant horizon. The red light reflected in Agiad and Eurypontid's eyes, and also in the eyes of many humans who were looking up at the sky at that moment. After witnessing this red comet, for some reason, all humans felt a surge of anger and a desire to fight ignited within their hearts. Eurypontid. Agiad, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly spoke to his brother. "I think you have a point. If we can make better use of fire, turning it into a weapon, we can directly kill that lion. That way, our brothers won't have to die suddenly during hunts anymore." He paused, then continued. "Tomorrow morning, let's go kill that lion." Chapter 45. You will create a future for mankind. 1127 words. Early the next morning, Agiad and Eurypontid, the 2 brothers, got up early and began to plan how to kill the fierce lion that had been entrenched in the nearby forest for many days. In this era, the number of various races on the earth was not as large as it would be in the future, so this male lion entrenched in the forest did not have a group of lionesses guarding it, it was all alone. But this does not mean that it was weaker than later lion prides. This was the age of gods. Even the most ordinary lion, if thrown into the post-Christian era, could be called a magical beast. The male lion entrenched in the forest, having grown up in an environment full of ether since childhood, was over 5 meters long. Its sharp fangs were enough to crush rocks, and its strong lion claws could easily snap tree trunks, making it a very formidable opponent. However, even so, under the influence of a certain god's authority, strong first-generation humans like Agiad and Eurypontid did not fear it. Firstly, they were numerous and powerful, and secondly, humans at this time also grew up in an environment full of ether. So, Agiad and Eurypontid immediately began preparations. Following Prometheus's teachings, they sharpened wooden sticks to make spears, coated the spearheads with flammable grease, and then took fire, ropes, and stones, embarking on a journey to kill the lion in the adjacent forest. Having been entangled with that lion for quite some time, Agiad and the others roughly knew its routine. At this time, the lion should still be sleeping in its den. Its den was in a naturally formed cave, which contained various sundries the lion had collected to keep dry, as well as the chewed-up bones of its prey. The Agiad brothers led their tribesmen stealthily to the front of the lion's cave. Then, the two brothers exchanged glances with the people behind them, and the crowd immediately understood, dispersing to work together, preparing a meticulously planned trap specifically for this lion. Inside the cave, the sleeping male lion suddenly smelled a dangerous, pungent odor. It had only smelled this scent before in places where those hairless monkeys had been, but those were only faint lingering traces, far less intense than this smell. Moreover, this scent triggered its innate instincts, making it feel danger and fear. Following its wild animal instincts, the male lion opened its eyes and saw that its den had, at some unknown point, been enveloped in thick smoke. Startled, it didn't have time to think and immediately dashed out of the den. Smoke filled its vision, there was a huge blaze at the entrance, and the shouts of those hairless monkeys could be heard near the fire. Normally, the male lion would never charge into flames, it would only walk around such dangerous light. But under the pressure of death, the male lion overcame its fear of fire this time. It lunged forward, and its massive body leaped over the bonfire the humans had lit at the entrance of its den, landing outside the den. As its forepaws touched the ground, the male lion had no time to rejoice before the ground beneath its feet suddenly gave way, revealing a deep pit filled with sharpened wooden stakes. The lion only managed to let out a miserable howl before it plunged into the pit. The sharp wooden stakes pierced its skin, and under the force of its heavy weight, they deeply embedded themselves into its flesh. As it fell into the trap, nearby, the Agiad brothers, along with a large group of humans, rushed out of the jungle, shouting. They all held spears made from sharpened wooden sticks, and the grease on the spearheads was ignited. Led by the Agiad brothers, these humans continuously hurled their spears at the male lion in the trap. The spears deeply pierced the unavoidable male lion's body, and the flames on the spearheads ignited its fur, causing the fierce beast to roar miserably. Finally, after being struck by dozens of spears, the male lion whimpered, tilted its head, and collapsed to the ground. Agiad and Eurypontid, each holding a spear, came before the male lion and fiercely thrust their spears from its eye sockets into its brain, ending its life. We succeeded. Seeing the male lion's death, Agiad raised his arm and shouted loudly. The entire tribe of humans cheered, but just then, a man's voice suddenly echoed in Agiad and Eurypontid's ears. Well done. You two are truly 1 in a million warriors. I shall reward you. After this voice faded, Agiad and Eurypontid suddenly found that their tribesmen around them had vanished, and they had abruptly arrived in a wonderland filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. Before them, an incredibly tall, handsome man dressed in battle armor sat on a divine throne, with a massive demonic hound lying beside him. Seeing this handsome, red-haired man, Agiad and Eurypontid, after a moment of stunned silence, quickly knelt before him. Heavenly God! Rise. There's no need to be so humble before me. The heavenly god looked at the two brothers with a smile and introduced himself. I am Ares, the god of war. Your courage in facing the male lion, unafraid of a powerful enemy and fighting bravely, has moved me. I shall bless you. You shall become my most favored warriors, brave and fearless, always advancing, never yielding. Victory shall be your desire, your blood shall be my cloak, and the spears in your hands shall be my roar. Upon the corpses of the powerful enemies you slay, I shall host a feast for your souls. As he spoke, the heavenly god lightly touched the shoulders of Agiad and Eurypontid with the spear in his hand. After his spear's light touch, the two brothers, Agiad and Eurypontid, immediately felt a surging power filling their bodies. After bestowing the blessing, Ares put down his spear, looked at them, and asked. I ask you, are you willing to become my Ares' warriors and fight for the human race? The two brothers exchanged excited glances, then bowed their heads and replied. We are willing. Good. Ares, holding his spear, slowly rose from the divine throne. With his movement, the massive divine throne behind him gradually disappeared, revealing the huge tree palace behind it, and the open ground in front of the tree palace. Agiad and Eurypontid then saw that on the open ground in front of the tree palace, dozens of humans were densely packed, standing in neat rows behind Ares. They were either strong or agile. Join the ranks, warriors. Ares pointed his spear behind him. You will forge the future for humanity. Chapter 46 Apollo throws the bull. 1265 words. Prometheus. Epimetheus hurriedly ran into the hut, calling out to his elder brother. What's wrong, Epimetheus? Inside the hut, Prometheus was resting his chin, gazing at a basin of clear water in front of him, lost in thought. Hearing his younger brother's call, he looked displeased at the rushing Epimetheus and said, How many times have I told you? Think before you act. Why are you still so impetuous? Sooner or later, you'll suffer for it. Oh. Scolded by his elder brother, Epimetheus rubbed the back of his head, feeling a bit wronged. Then he remembered something and continued to exclaim, No, something really happened outside. Something happened? Prometheus frowned slightly and asked, What is it? These past few days, humans have been acting like madmen. They're either looking for fierce beasts nearby or fighting amongst their tribes. Some have even sought out magical beasts and monsters, and those who were most eager to fight have died. At least 100 humans have died in the past few days, Epimetheus said in a panic. Prometheus heard this, pushed open the door, and hurried outside, then looked up at the sky. The sky, clear as if washed, was as usual. The weather was good today. Zeus was doing something, and it was clear he was in a good mood. However, in Prometheus's vision, a faint red glow permeated the horizon, indicating that a chief god was using his authority. Smelling the lingering scent of blood in his nose, Prometheus frowned. Ares, what does he want to do? As he was pondering, Epimetheus also came out and asked him in a panic, Prometheus, what should we do? Don't worry for now. Go and restrain the remaining humans. If a tribal leader has died, let them choose a new one themselves. Prometheus instructed. I'm going to find someone. With that, he walked out alone, leaving the hut, and then strolled to a small river. Standing by the river, Prometheus was silent for a few seconds, then softly said to the river surface, Come out, Ares. Zeus must be having an affair today, he has no time to pay attention to us. After he finished speaking, a few more seconds passed before a voice emerged from beneath the river. Prometheus, it's better to be safe than sorry. We should find another place. As the voice faded, a large fish with shimmering white scales surfaced from the river and thrashed about in the water by the bank. Prometheus then took out a fishing net from his embrace, raised his hand, and cast it, netting the large fish. He held it and laughed, Haha, what a big fish. I'll have a feast today. After speaking, he carried the large fish back to his hut. Epimetheus had already left, and there was no one else in the hut. Prometheus closed the door behind him, then threw the large fish into the water basin he had just been looking at, saying, Now, can we talk freely, Ares? Of course, Prometheus. The large fish in the basin lifted its head from the water, its mouth opening and closing, but it was Ares's voice that emerged. I am indeed exercising my authority, but you don't need to worry. I bear no ill will towards the human race. My actions are merely to fulfill my promise to you. Those who died in the struggle are with me. If humanity truly faces annihilation, they will become the seeds of new humanity. Does it have to go this far? Prometheus asked, sweating, after hearing this. I haven't even started yet. Being prepared early is never a bad thing, Ares said. Currently, I have made all the necessary preparations. Now there is only one question, Prometheus. Since you asked me for such a promise, it indicates that future humans will indeed experience a catastrophe capable of destroying them. Is this catastrophe caused by Zeus? Prometheus had nothing to hide. He nodded and said, Indeed, perhaps I went too far, which angered Zeus, so he had notice, the god of the south wind, bring down a torrential rain, causing a worldwide flood to exterminate all humans. So it's a flood, Ares's voice sounded thoughtful. Then I understand. However, on the other hand, even Ares hadn't expected that the one performing this task would be Notice, the god of the south wind, whom he had just given a good beating. This world truly works in mysterious ways. But if I help humanity survive this disaster, what if Zeus punishes them again? Ares continued to press. If he insists on striking humans down with lightning one by one, there's nothing I can do. He won't. This also relates to the authority of the God King. Prometheus shook his head. God Kings may seem omnipotent in a small world, but in reality, many of their great permissions involving changing the world are limited. For example, creation and destruction of creation. A God King can basically only use these two permissions once during their tenure. If Zeus fails to exterminate all humans when using this permission, he will no longer be able to do so if he tries again. So, even Zeus only has one chance to reset the world? Ares said. I understand. I'll go back and prepare immediately, Prometheus. You can keep this fish to eat. It's a real fish, I just borrowed its body for a moment. After he finished speaking, the spiritual light in the eyes of the large fish before Prometheus slowly extinguished. Subsequently, it began to thrash its body wildly in the water basin, splashing out a lot of water, some of which even landed on Prometheus, dampening his clothes. Clearly, Ares's thoughts had left the large fish's body. The god of foresight looked down at his chest, thought for a moment, then picked up the water basin. Might as well make fish soup. On the other side, Ares, having withdrawn his divine consciousness, looked at the humans he had settled near Hecate's tree palace, then continued to command his clones to train them. These first-generation humans, directly created by Prometheus and Athena, possessed extremely robust physiques compared to later generations and were very suitable for practicing martial arts and magic. He divided this group into two parts. Those who were more courageous and aggressive were taught the cultivation method of magnetic field rotation. However, magnetic field rotation is not something everyone can cultivate. Even now, this group has only learned to master a more acute superhuman sense and gained stronger physical abilities. The other group, who appeared more cunning, intelligent and agile, Ares taught them the elementary to intermediate divine-era magic that Hecate had taught him, in sequence. Anyway, he had asked the moon goddess about it, and Hecate was indifferent, as long as he didn't teach out her secrets. It would still take some time to temper these humans before they could fully emerge. Ares simply remodeled the open space near the tree palace, designing some treehouse dormitories for them to live in, based on his previous life's university dormitory design. He wondered if Hecate would be angry when she returned and saw these things. However, just as Ares's main body was preparing to return to the tree palace to continue pondering whether magnetic field rotation could interact with magic and divine power, his Ares clone on Olympus suddenly received an uninvited guest. Leto's son, Artemis's younger brother, Apollo, the only designated handsome man on Olympus, suddenly came to him with a look of annoyance. Ares, help me, he pleaded with Ares. A thief stole my cattle. Chapter 47 Hermes. 1250 words. What? Upon hearing Apollo's words, Ares immediately switched his focus and said to him, Someone dares to steal your cattle? The cattle of the god of light, Apollo, were naturally not the kind Epimetheus molded from mud that were now running around on the ground, but rather divine cattle bestowed upon him by Zeus. There were 50 of these cattle in total, and every single one of them was full of treasures. Apollo himself usually couldn't bear to slaughter these cattle for food. Only during special periods when the gods held large feasts to celebrate something would he occasionally butcher one or two, inviting everyone to taste them, and even then, it depended on whether the god hosting the banquet could earn Apollo's respect. Even if Zeus wanted one or two of these divine cattle, he would first have to discuss it with his son. At this moment, Ares could only think of one deity in the entire world who would dare to be so audacious. Indeed, after Ares finished asking, Apollo said with a furious expression, The scoundrel who stole my cattle is a son born from Zeus's affair. This devil truly has the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard to dare lay hands on my cattle. Zeus had another affair? Ares thought for a moment. Right, Hera has been breaking more things lately. Who is his affair with? A god? Or another race? It's Maya, the goddess of rain and wind, Apollo replied. I already know where Maya and her son are hiding. Let's go, come with me. Ares thought for a moment, then stood up and said, all right, let's go. The son of Maya, the goddess of rain and wind, and Zeus, was Hermes, the future god of commerce, travelers, and herdsmen, and the messenger of the gods, who would later become one of the 12 great gods of Olympus. However, this brother, to Ares and Apollo, was merely someone who could run a bit fast. Other aspects were not worth mentioning. Even if Ares stood before Hermes and let him strike freely, Hermes would not be able to break through the defense of the god of war's divine power avatar, even if he exhausted himself to death. He was able to displace Hades or Hestia to become one of the 12 great gods of Olympus, partly because his father was Zeus, and partly because he was extremely loyal to his father. Unlike the group of double-crossers like Athena, Apollo, and Ares, Hermes genuinely offered all his loyalty to Zeus. He understood that unlike his siblings who possessed inherent strength, his ability to thrive on Olympus depended on his father. If Zeus were gone, Hermes would be nothing more than an annoying fly to Ares and the others. Therefore, Ares and Apollo did not bring any weapons on this trip, they simply went with their hands in their pockets. The two main gods clearly did not take Hermes and Maya seriously at all. Led by Apollo, Ares and he arrived at a mountain range called Arcadia. Deep within these high mountains, shrouded in thick mist, sat several temples, extremely difficult to detect. That was the residence of Maya, the goddess of rain and wind. Apollo and Ares landed directly between these temples. Seeing the divine power emanating from the two, the mythical creatures serving there dared not stop them, only watching helplessly as the two gods entered their deity's sanctuary. Is anyone there? As soon as Apollo entered the temple, he began to call out. Coming. Following Apollo's call, a moment later, a beautiful goddess emerged from the back of the temple, approached Apollo and Ares, and bowed slightly to them. It is the esteemed Apollo and Ares. Your Highnesses, is there something you need from me? Goddess Maya, Apollo looked at the goddess, who exuded the aura of a married woman, and then asked, I don't want to waste any more words. Let's get straight to the point, where's your son? A hint of panic flashed in Maya's eyes. She forced a smile and asked, why does the noble Apollo seek my son? All right, stop playing dumb, auntie. Ares stepped forward, interrupting Apollo, and said to Maya, Apollo is the god of prophecy. You shouldn't think of hiding something like this from him. Call your son out. For the sake of your entanglement with Zeus, we don't want to make a scene too ugly, otherwise. He clenched his fist at the goddess, making his knuckles crack loudly. Before gods other than Hecate and Prometheus, Ares always remembered his mission, maintaining his image as a rude and unlikable character. Goddess Maya looked at Ares's fist, which was as big as a casserole, and her eyes welled up with tears and fear. However, at that moment, her lover Zeus's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Maya, it's all right. Go and bring our child out. Let him meet his two elder brothers. Upon hearing this, Maya's face showed a helpless expression. Despite her myriad unwillingness, she could not defy Zeus, the king of the gods. Therefore, after Ares finished his threat, Maya reluctantly turned back into her temple and brought out a young boy wearing a feathered hat, a short-sleeved tunic, and winged sandals. This young boy, like Apollo and Ares, bore certain characteristics of Zeus. Perhaps because his mother was the goddess of rain and wind, who was more compatible with Zeus in terms of attributes, this young boy was also Zeus's most similar son to date. He had white hair and white eyes, but unlike Apollo and Ares, he was very thin and lacked divine power, seemingly not having inherited Zeus's strength and power. Upon seeing Apollo and Ares, the young boy also appeared somewhat afraid, and the moment Apollo saw him, a furious expression appeared on his face. It's you, you little scoundrel. He rushed forward, scaring Maya into quickly shielding her son behind her. Give me back my cattle. Hermes, shielded in his mother's embrace, rolled his eyes, and a lie instantly came to his lips. Divine cattle? I don't know anything about that. He looked at Apollo with innocent big eyes and said, Brother, how long have I been born? How could I possibly have the ability to run out and steal your divine cattle right under your nose? You. Apollo angrily clenched his fist, but after glancing at Maia, he suppressed his temper. Hermes's lie was clearly a deliberate attempt to shift the blame onto Apollo, saying things like under your nose and I've only been born for a few days. If Apollo admitted it, it would mean that in front of Hermes, he couldn't even guard his own divine cattle, which would be even more humiliating. However, Apollo had brought Ares along precisely to deal with such situations. So, upon hearing Hermes's words, Apollo gave Ares a look, and Ares, understanding, stepped forward. With his strength, he pulled away Maia, who was trying to protect her son, then steadied the small, young god, who was a head shorter than him, by the shoulders, and looked down at him with a smile. Hermes looked at Ares, his body somewhat stiff, but he suppressed his fear and forced a smile, asking Ares, "Big brother, I really haven't seen any divine cattle." No rush, that's not important," Ares said, patting his shoulder and laughing heartily. "We can talk about these things later. Come, let's have a fight first." Chapter 48. Auntie, I don't hit women. 1,400 words. Fight? Hermes asked, his mouth twitching. "Brother, we have no grudges, why would I fight with you?" I'm telling you, I'm not very smart, and I don't understand your twists and turns, but I know Apollo is the god of prophecy, and if he says you stole his cattle, then it must be true. Ares shook his head. "Besides, we are all Zeus's son. Regardless of whether we have a feud, we can always communicate with our fists." He grabbed Hermes' shoulder, not allowing the young god to use his speed to escape, then showed Hermes a sinister grin. "Before I came, I heard you invented an interesting sport here in Arcadia. It seems to be called boxing. I'm very interested in it. Why don't we two brothers practice now? If you can beat me, then this whole Apollo business will be over, alright?" Hermes looked at Ares' strong, chiseled muscles, then at his own arms, thin as kindling, and quickly shook his head. Don't want to fight me? Right, it would be too much bullying you to fight me. Ares turned his head, exchanged glances with Apollo, then smiled, then let the victim, Apollo, fight you. How about that, Hermes looked at Apollo again upon hearing this. The latter happened to brush his golden hair, more beautiful than a woman's, with his hand, revealing strong muscles beneath his sleeve that were as perfectly proportioned as a Greek sculpture. Hermes thought for a moment, then still shook his head desperately. Neither this nor that, then what do you want? Ares grabbed him, then thought for a moment, revealing a look of surprise. Could it be that you want to take on both of us by yourself? I don't. Hermes was interrupted by Ares before he could speak. The latter burst out laughing, patting his back as he laughed and said, Oh, I misjudged you. As expected of Zeus's son, to have such spirit. How about this, if you really want to take on two, then I'll decide for Apollo. Regardless of win or loss, we'll consider this matter settled. You want me to die? Hermes' eyes widened in fright, and the observing goddess Maia also anxiously rushed forward, pulling Ares' arm and shouting, God of war, no. Go away, Auntie, do you also want to box with us? Ares slightly raised his arm and pushed goddess Maia aside. I don't hit women. After pushing the goddess of wind and rain away again, Ares simply pressed both hands on Hermes' shoulders, firmly gripping his body, and leaned down, saying, Don't make us wait too long, I'm very impatient. If you're not quick about it, I'll lose my temper, and I won't be responsible for what happens then. After he finished speaking, his fingers tightened, pinching Hermes painfully. Feeling the creaking sound coming from his shoulders, Hermes quickly pleaded, I surrender. I surrender. So you admit you stole my cattle? Apollo looked at him and sneered. I just thought it was fun. Seeing Apollo's clenched fist, Hermes quickly shouted again, I didn't touch your cattle except for sacrificing two to the gods. They're all safely in the cave where I was born. Hermes. Zeus's voice sounded again. He said, quickly return the cattle to Apollo. Don't do this again next time. After he finished speaking, Apollo, Ares, and Hermes and his mother all felt a powerful will disappear from the place. The king of gods had already left. Little thief, hurry up and take me to get my cattle. Apollo urged Hermes. The goddess of wind and rain, Maia, wanted to follow, but she was stopped by Ares. Intimidated by the god of war's fierce might, she dared not continue to follow and could only watch helplessly as her son was taken away by two fierce male gods. Ultimately, this matter was originally Hermes' own mischief. Even Zeus had stated that Hermes should return the divine cattle, so Maia's further opposition would be useless and would only needlessly incur the displeasure of Ares and Apollo, the two main gods. Under Hermes' guidance, Ares and Apollo each grabbed one of his arms, directly escorting him to a hidden cave at the foot of Mount Arcadia. The entrance to this cave was very narrow, only allowing two people to pass side by side, but it was quite spacious inside, with a large open area. The more complex inner caves were even divided into areas such as a living room and bedrooms. Not long ago, when the goddess of wind and rain, Maia, was being pursued everywhere by Hera for having an affair with Zeus, it was in this very cave that she secretly gave birth to Hermes. Apollo's divine cattle were also here. Seeing his herd, the god of light released Hermes and walked to the cattle to count them. He found that the number of divine cattle was indeed as Hermes had said. He hadn't touched any of them except for the two sacrificed to the gods. Hermes himself was a deity, so there was no need to wonder who he sacrificed to. In the entire world, only the king of gods, Zeus, was worthy of receiving sacrifices from another deity. This was why Zeus had appeared and spoken earlier, intending to make Apollo and Ares give up their revenge on Hermes and his mother, giving him, the old father, some face. "You've seen the cattle, can I go now?" Seeing Apollo finish counting the cattle, Hermes struggled slightly, looking eagerly at Ares, and asked. "No, brother." Ares smiled, "This matter isn't over yet. You stole the cattle, and we'll pretend the sacrifice to the gods didn't happen, but you can't make us come all this way for nothing." "Exactly." Apollo also walked over, nodding in agreement with Ares' words upon hearing them. "The amount isn't important, but you have to give some compensation, right?" As they spoke, the two main gods, like two petty thugs, pressed the junior Hermes against the cave wall, holding him so he couldn't leave. Hermes desperately cried out to his father in his heart, but Zeus completely ignored him. It seemed the king of gods also approved of Ares' and Apollo's statement. So, the god of thieves could only sigh inwardly, then pulled out a tortoise shell from his embrace. This tortoise shell had strings on it, looking like a musical instrument. "Oh?" Apollo's eyes lit up when he saw it, and he quickly asked, "What is this?" "A zither? This is a musical instrument I invented, called a lyre. I made it from a tortoise shell and sheep intestines." Hermes looked at the tortoise shell in his hand, somewhat reluctantly, but still silently handed it to Apollo. "Can I offer this as an apology?" "Yes." Apollo patted his shoulder, then took the lyre made from the tortoise shell and played a few simple notes with great fondness, his face full of joy. Hermes hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief when Ares' face suddenly appeared in front of him, asking anxiously, "What about mine? What about mine?" Brother, as for yours." Hermes scratched his head in a bit of a dilemma, whispering, "I don't seem to have anything else on me." "How can that be?" Ares pointed to the winged shoes he was wearing on his feet. "I think these shoes of yours are pretty good." "You can't have these." Hermes bent down in a bit of fright, protecting his shoes. "These are my lifeblood." "Then you still have to show something," Ares said disappointedly. Hermes thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers. "Then how about this?" As he spoke, he reached out and suddenly summoned a golden staff. The head of this staff had a pair of wings, and two snakes were coiled around the staff. "This magic staff was a toy my mother gave me." Hermes reluctantly handed the magic staff to Ares. "It has the magic to make people fall asleep. Do you think this will do?" Ares snatched it, weighed the snake-coiled staff in his hand, then laughed. "Ha, it feels pretty good. I can use it to hit people later." After speaking, he released Hermes' shoulders and patted his head at the same time. "Good, kid, you're quite sensible. When you come to Olympus in the future, I'll look out for you." Chapter 49. Complement your energy. 1,378 words. Ares had already started planning to exploit Hermes the moment he learned he was going to meet him with Apollo. Unlike opinionated gods such as Apollo and Artemis, this kid had firmly stood on Zeus's side from the very beginning. He was untrustworthy and unapproachable, and later he even served as Zeus's eyes and ears. For someone with many secrets like Ares, the weaker Hermes was, the better. Actually, Ares had originally wanted to snatch Hermes's winged sandals, which he relied on for survival. Without those shoes, Hermes would be useless as a god. However, Zeus would never stand by and watch one of his sons take away another son's divine artifact. What he wanted was a balance among his children. If they mutually restrained each other, no one could threaten him. But if one son became too strong, that would be problematic. However, snatching Hermes's caduceus was still a pure gain for Ares. He remembered that this staff had the ability to induce sleep. Although it couldn't make Zeus, the king of gods, fall into a deep slumber like Hypnos, the god of sleep in Greek mythology, this staff at least possessed the power to put Argos, the 100-eyed giant, to sleep. With this caduceus, Ares gained a lot more room for maneuver in his future plans. Apollo, who had also come to demand an explanation, also obtained a new musical instrument from Hermes. Evidently, this instrument, named the lyre, captivated Apollo, the god of music. He even disregarded Ares's dissuasion and insisted on giving his brother 2 divine cattle, a male and a female. Both Ares and Apollo were very satisfied with their gains from this trip. After returning from Argos, Apollo immediately took the lyre and went to study accompanying musical scores with his subordinate gods, the Muses. Meanwhile, Ares created a burrowing marmot familiar, which carried Hermes's caduceus all the way to Hecate's tree palace and handed the staff to her. After carefully storing his trophies from this expedition, Ares threw his clone back onto the divine throne in the god of war palace on Olympus, then continued to advance his plans by training those humans. Several days later, one afternoon, as Ares's main body sat in the garden in front of Hecate's tree palace, deep in thought about a magical problem he had created for himself, a teleportation portal suddenly appeared. Then, a weary-looking Hecate slowly emerged from within it. When she first stepped out of the portal, she was a tall, perfectly proportioned, beautiful woman with waist-length purple hair. After taking only 2 steps, she seemed to deflate, reverting back into the form of a small girl. Seeing Hecate's sudden return, Ares blinked, then abruptly stood up and walked towards her. "Teacher, you're back," he said, pulling a smile, and asked Hecate, "Have you figured out what that giant magic cube is?" "Not yet, my power alone isn't enough." Hecate yawned and shook her head. "Let me recover first, then we can talk." "Oh." Ares nodded. At this moment, Hecate peered towards the back of her tree palace, asking as she looked, "Where's my dog? Has he been eating well these past few days I was gone? Has he not torn anything of mine apart?" She wanted to go to the doghouse in the back to check on Cerberus, but Ares subtly took a step across, using his height advantage to block Hecate's line of sight. "Teacher, don't worry, that ungrateful dog has been eating and sleeping well these past few days, living a very healthy life." He forced a smile, showing concern for Hecate. "You look very tired. You should rest quickly. Come, let me help you make your bed and cover you with a blanket, okay?" With that, Ares pushed Hecate's back, trying to guide her into the tree palace, but the moon goddess forcefully stopped. She turned to look at Ares and asked, "What's wrong with you? Did you do something in my house while I was away? You never show me such a disgusting smile normally." "What could I have done?" Ares said, shuffling his feet, glancing at the sky, and whistling. "You definitely did something." Hecate then turned and walked towards the backyard. "Move aside, let me go check back there." "Ah, wait a moment, teacher." Ares spread his arms, trying to stop Hecate. However, as he reached to embrace Hecate's waist, Hecate in front of him suddenly turned into an illusion, scattering like purple butterflies. Behind him, the moon goddess's figure had silently appeared without him noticing, and she was walking towards the backyard. "Ah, never mind, it's not like I could really hide it from her anyway," Ares thought to himself, looking at the purple butterflies filling the sky. I still have a long way to go on the path of magic. Seeing him squatting in place as if giving up resistance, Hecate looked at him suspiciously, then went to the backyard and immediately saw the sight that made her gasp. In the goddess's backyard, there were two groups of people. One group consisted entirely of robust men, each one of them. They were shirtless, practicing various martial arts under the command of an Ares clone, sweating profusely. Their sweat flowed over their glistening muscles, even reflecting the sunlight. From time to time, one-on-one wrestling and boxing training would break out among these strong men, with occasional sounds of flesh colliding and the excited panting of the men. The other group wore black robes that covered their entire bodies, even obscuring their faces. They sat together in a circle around an Ares clone, who was also wearing a hooded robe. The group was muttering something in low voices. Although Hecate could tell from the occasional words they spoke that they were discussing magic, no matter how she looked at them, this group did not seem like good people. The moon goddess silently observed the two groups, then glanced at her demonic hound, which was curled up in its doghouse, intimidated by the war god's might. Her blood pressure instantly shot up, reaching a certain threshold. Rez. Get over here. A moment later, inside the tree palace, Hecate sat barefoot on her hammock, legs crossed, arms folded, and chin raised, still looking somewhat angry at Ares. And the war god, who was always arrogant and confrontational even in front of the 12 Olympian gods, now sat obediently cross-legged before the moon goddess, bowing his head in apology. Teacher, I was wrong. So you do know you were wrong. Hecate raised her voice, shaking her foot somewhat indignantly, and continued, I am a goddess, after all. You brought so many humans here, to live on my territory, and they're all men. If you had to bring people, you should at least bring some women, right? What would Aunt Leto, Apollo, and Artemis think of me if they came here? Ares lowered his head and thought for a moment, praise teacher for your great vitality? Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, Hecate struck him on the head with a magic whip. Don't hit me, I know I was wrong. Although the magic whip couldn't break his defense at all, Ares still had to surrender to Hecate for the sake of those humans. I really couldn't find anywhere else to settle these people. They won't stay here forever, teacher. Just let me borrow this precious place for a while, okay? Huh. Looking at Ares's attitude, like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, Hecate sighed deeply. Fine, ever since I took you as a disciple, my troubles haven't stopped. I knew I shouldn't have let you in. Are those humans outside the ones Prometheus asked you to hide for him? No, he only asked me to help humanity when they faced a crisis of life and death. Ares replied, but I thought this way would be more efficient and allow me to gain an advantage in the coming era, so I did it. If you want to gain an advantage, that's fine. Hecate stroked her chin, her eyes darting around, then she raised a finger and said, you can continue to keep those humans, but you have to do me a favor. Chapter 50, You have no origin. 1149 words. Teacher, where are we going? Inside the bottomless tunnel, Ares followed the petite Hecate, treading carefully. After Ares agreed to Hecate's terms, the moon goddess, without resting for a moment, immediately opened a portal and brought him to the stone temple within Tartarus. Ares had been to this stone temple before. It contained only a statue of Hecate that she had sculpted herself to mislead others. In reality, the temple was her secret laboratory. Last time, Ares had also tested the black crystal, which called itself the Multiverse Intelligent Navigation System, there. However, what Ares didn't know was that there was another secret beneath this stone temple. After they arrived at the stone temple, Hecate cast a spell on her statue, and then, beneath the statue, the entrance to the tunnel they were currently in appeared. In this era, the underworld and hell are physically connected to the earth. The most typical example is Sumer. One only needs to dig a hole in the ground to fall into the underworld. The Greek pantheon is no different. However, unlike the earliest and simplest Sumer, Hades in Greek mythology is a bit more restrained. He obscured the underworld, preventing the possibility of entering it by simply digging a deep pit from the surface. Nevertheless, some caves in Greece that lead underground can still directly reach the river Styx. And further down from the underworld is the bottomless Tartarus. Theoretically, this should be the lowest level of the small world partitioned by the restraining force for the Greek pantheon. However, Ares and Hecate are currently at the bottom of Tartarus. The tunnel before them is bottomless, and it is unknown where it leads. The darkness within the tunnel is also peculiar. It can even obscure Ares's divine eyes after he cultivated magnetic field rotation. After Ares asked this question, Hecate did not answer, only telling him to keep following her. The teacher and student continued downward for an unknown duration until a massive magic reaction finally appeared in Ares's perception. At that instant, the darkness before him vanished without a trace. He and Hecate had, at some point, arrived in an imaginary space. The world stretched endlessly, with only countless straight blue lines extending to the horizon. Those were the spirit particles pulsating within this imaginary space. In front of Ares and Hecate was a massive blue cube, roughly 1,000 meters in length, width, and height. Those blue spirit particle lines extended from within this cube, spreading throughout the entire imaginary space. The broken core he had retrieved from the starship was also there, lying directly beneath this large blue cube. "I call this thing Tartarus," Hecate told Ares. "During the Titan War, to avoid the conflict, I secretly used magic to sneak into the then empty Tartarus. I found this thing in the deepest part of Tartarus's darkness. Instinctively, I felt it was very important, so I hid it in the depths of Tartarus using imaginary space. To this day, I am probably the only god in the entire world who knows about this thing." After speaking, she even reached out and patted Ares's arm. "Disciple, don't sell me out. If Zeus really knew I was hiding something like this, he might just eat me directly, like Métis. If I sell you out, you'll definitely sell me out too. Then we might both end up being sliced up by Zeus as a teacher and student meal," Ares quipped, then looked at the blue cube and asked, "Teacher, what is this thing?" "It is the core of Tartarus, or rather, it is Tartarus," Hecate smiled. "Of course, just like the conceptual gods like Uranus, Chaos, and Gaia, Tartarus is not something from our Greek pantheon at all. I suspect it might be an observation device left behind by some advanced life form that once visited Earth in ancient times. I don't have authorization for this thing, but after continuous research over the years, I have figured out some of its simple uses." "You want to use it to analyze that starship cube, don't you?" Ares understood. "Yes, I see they are both cubes, so they might be from the same origin. But analysis is possible, the problem is..." Hecate frowned, a troubled expression on her beautiful face. "I don't have its authorization. I can only pile on magic to try and hack into its deepest core to gain its permission, but I failed. My power is not enough." "You can't get in, and you expect me to?" Ares thought for a moment. "Oh, or rather, you brought me here to use me as a power bank, to replenish your magic when you run low." "Neither," Hecate shook her head. "After the last attempt, I realized that the core of this thing is not something we can enter right now. That light-year barrier, without analyzing its technology, is an infinite distance that cannot be broken through even after countless centuries. Moreover, there is an even sturdier 8-dimensional spirit particle barrier inside. Wasting more magic on it is meaningless." "Then why did you bring me here?" Ares asked. "I can't help you with this thing. I just wanted you to try. Perhaps you don't even know it yourself, but shortly after you began your training, I helped you determine your origin. Hecate said. "Your origin is extremely special, which is why I suggested you try. It might have an unexpected effect." "I see," Ares suddenly understood. Although this setting seemed to have been discarded by the author of the previous world, according to previous works, magic user families would determine the origin of their offspring at birth. A person's origin fundamentally determined the properties of their magic. For example, Matusakura's imaginary allowed her to manipulate imaginary magic, and Shiro's sword made him more adept at using projection magic to create swords. Ares had been training for a long time, yet Hecate had never mentioned his origin. He had previously thought that divine era magic didn't require understanding such things as origins, as awakening one's origin was also a bad thing. Although it could grant greater power, the personality would mostly be swallowed by the origin. Someone like Shiro, he thought, would probably become a form where he couldn't live without selling swords. But he didn't expect Hecate to suddenly bring it up today, saying it was because his origin was too special. Hearing Hecate's words, Ares still felt a little anticipation. After all, in his opinion, origins like sword and imaginary were already powerful enough, but in Hecate's eyes, such origins were probably only considered acceptable. He just didn't know what his origin truly was. So he decisively asked, "Teacher, what is my origin?" "You have no origin," Hecate replied. "Unlike the origin of void, your origin is directly nothingness, it is non-existence. It's as if you weren't born in this universe at all." Chapter 51 Ethereum Block. 1438 words. Oh, that sounds amazing. Ares exclaimed, "Since that's the case, do I have some awesome ability?" There are pros and cons. Hecate raised an eyebrow and pondered for a moment, then replied, "The good thing is that when you practice those magic spells with side effects in the future, the side effects will no longer affect you." "What about the cons?" "The downside is that no matter what magic you learn, you won't be able to enjoy the benefits that come from attribute compatibility," Hecate continued. Ares rubbed his head, thought for a moment, and then exclaimed, "So, what this means is that I'm an outsider, I don't get local benefits, and I'm not subject to local jurisdiction?" Hecate nodded, "That's pretty much what it means." "So what am I good for?" Ares pointed at the blue cube and asked, "Could it be that as an unregistered individual, I can break through that seemingly incredibly powerful barrier and just go straight in?" "Of course not." Hecate smiled slightly, put her hands on her hips proudly, and said, "But your teacher once developed a very, very powerful magic that only men like you, who have no origin, can use. Come closer, I will teach you that magic now." A moment later, within the imaginary space, Hecate looked with satisfaction at an amorphous energy block floating before her. She praised, not bad, as expected of you. A main god learns magic quickly." The amorphous energy block rippled slightly, and then Ares's voice emerged from it, "Teacher, is this what you call a very, very powerful magic? Turning myself into a mass of magical power?" "Not magical power, it's an ether block." Hecate wagged her finger to correct him, "This is a type of hypothetical attribute. It should have been converted into one of the four attributes, earth, wind, water, and fire, but the peculiarity of your origin allows you to cast this magic, allowing you to maintain the form of ether." It seems my conjecture was indeed correct, only someone without an origin like you can." Conjecture?" Ares asked suspiciously, "Teacher, you're not experimenting on me, are you?" Cough, you're overthinking it. No matter what, I, Hecate, would never experiment on my cute disciple, alright? Hecate coughed twice, waving her hands repeatedly to cover up. "Besides, this magic of yours is just the beginning. There's a whole string of subsequent ideas that I once imagined but couldn't complete. If you complete them, you might be able to create a very powerful magic." After placating Ares, Hecate waved her hand and said, "Alright, go try it now. If you maintain this ether form, that thing's defense mechanism should not classify you as a sentient individual, and the defense mechanism will no longer block you." "Then I'll give it a try." Ares hesitated for a moment, then struggled to split his ether-transformed body in half. Seeing this, Hecate couldn't help but retort, "Is it really necessary? I definitely confirmed that this device had no offensive capabilities before letting you in." "Of course it is. Better safe than sorry. When facing the unknown, I must protect myself, and the same goes for you, teacher." Ares replied while painstakingly controlling his current body as he floated towards the blue cube. His spirit entered the physical interior of this cube, and then he looked up and saw the infinitely distant barrier that Hecate had spoken of. Ares controlled his body, floated in front of this barrier, and carefully separated a portion of the ether that his body had transformed into, slowly approaching the barrier. Unexpectedly, this barrier truly ignored Ares completely, just as Hecate had said, allowing his portion of ether to float inside. The device seemed to regard him as a mass of energy that could be recycled and utilized. However, once inside, this part of him lost contact with the outside world. It seemed that the concept of infinite distance also caused his mental signals to decay. Since there was still a part of himself outside, he wouldn't truly die. Ares continued to go deeper. After crossing this barrier, he found himself in a pure white space, and at the center of this space was a small blue light, wrapped in a faint membrane of light. Although that light membrane looked fragile, in reality, it should be the so-called eight-dimensional spiritual particle barrier that Hecate was utterly helpless against. Ares continued to control his ether state body, came before this halo, and then carefully extended his hand towards it. He, in his ether state, encountered no obstruction. In fact, a suction force emanated from within the halo, pulling him in abruptly. Hecate, waiting outside, began to extend her spiritual sense to carefully observe the movements of Ares's portion after seeing him enter. Although she was the one who let Ares in, she didn't fully intend to exploit Ares. After all, Ares was her magic disciple, and furthermore, Ares, who only wanted to live a peaceful life, was quite likable to her, given her own laid-back personality. However, after Ares's ether block crossed that conceptual barrier of infinite distance, Hecate's spiritual sense could no longer penetrate. She waited for a while, then began to grow anxious outside, but since a part of Ares remained outside, she had to maintain her teacher's dignity in front of him, so she could only turn her back to him, feigning calmness. Could he really have been eaten? The moon goddess, with her hands clasped behind her back, looked at the cube in the sky and muttered to herself in a low voice. However, just as she became impatient and wanted to try forcibly breaking through that conceptual barrier of infinite distance to see what was happening inside, she heard a soft hum sound in her ear. Subsequently, a dispassionate voice spoke in the language of the Greek pantheon. Command confirmed, object to be parsed detected, commencing parsing. Object parsing in progress, please wait. Accompanying this voice, Hecate saw lines of light slowly descending from the blue cube, beginning to scan the starship cube. Did it succeed? Seeing this, Hecate breathed a slight sigh of relief. At this moment, the portion of ether that Ares had transformed into also floated out of the cube. The two ether blocks merged into one, and then slowly transformed back into the war god's original form. Seeing him emerge, Hecate quickly composed her expression, feigned confidence, and nodded to Ares. How was it? Disciple, I didn't lie to you, did I? It was all right. Ares nodded distractedly, not paying attention to Hecate's current appearance. Through the mental reintegration, he also had the memories of what had just happened. When he, transformed into ether, was sucked into the core of that cube, he hadn't had time to change back and contact the core as a sentient being to obtain the device's operational permission. Then, he saw that within the ether block that his body had transformed into, the black crystal suddenly jumped out on its own. This thing spontaneously reverted from the ether's material state to its solid form, and then Ares didn't know what operation it performed there, but anyway, this thing hacked into the cube's core, helping him obtain the highest operational permission for this cube. And after obtaining the highest operational permission for this cube, Ares also understood its true identity. It was a similar alien observation device to the Moon Cell, the main stage where the Holy Grail War took place in a parallel world. Ares didn't know if this thing was placed in Tartarus in his current parallel world, or if there was another one on the moon in this world. In any case, Ares had now become the highest authorized user of this device. However, this thing is not as versatile as the machine that constructed the Holy Grail War. That machine was built to observe Earth and human history, evolving to that extent after many years of development. But in the current era, human civilization has just begun, and this machine only retains some observation records from the first and second divine ages. But it was originally a device of the same level as the UCI Ark, and it was more than enough to parse a damaged core of a starship. How long will this thing take to parse? Hecate asked, watching the light rays continuously scanning the core. I don't know, but it definitely won't be something that can be completed in a day or two. Ares shook his head. Let's go back and wait and see. Chapter 52 Vulcan gets beaten. 1157 words. In the imaginary space at the bottom of Tartarus, the flow of time was chaotic compared to the outside world. When Ares came out and successively connected with his clones, restoring his mental link with each of them, he was astonished to find that 5 years had passed in the outside world since he and Hecate entered Tartarus. Fortunately, before Ares followed Hecate, he had separated a part of his consciousness and maintained his clones in their respective working states, which prevented his clones on Olympus from being exposed by the gods. Although this carried the risk of mental fragmentation, Ares only used it as a temporary stopgap, so there was no major issue. Many significant events had occurred within these 5 years. First, there was the succession of divine authority on Olympus. Zeus brought Hermes to Olympus, and during this period, Hades also voluntarily withdrew from the ranks of the 12 great gods of Olympus, ceding his position to Hermes. Moreover, after this little scoundrel arrived at Olympus and took over Hades's position, he immediately took a liking to Aphrodite, who had just divorced Hephaestus and was unattached. With Zeus's encouragement, he succeeded, which made Hermes even more loyal to his old father. Secondly, Prometheus finally took that step for humanity. He once again deceived Zeus, dividing a bull into 2 parts. One was good meat covered with hide, and the other was bones covered with suet. Zeus chose the bones. Of course, Ares didn't believe that Zeus, the god king, who was nearing his peak in the Greek pantheon, couldn't see through Prometheus's little trick. However, Zeus definitely did it on purpose, then seized the opportunity to rage and hang Prometheus, who had asked for trouble, on Mount Caucasus, having an eagle peck at his liver daily. Ares could even clearly discern Zeus's thoughts. Even if this ritual had binding power over all gods, the human species created by Prometheus would be destroyed sooner or later, so whether this ritual existed or not made little difference. This idea was perfect and correct, but unfortunately, at least in Ares's perception, among Zeus's children, at least he and Athena, 2 main gods, did not wish for humanity to be destroyed. Others, like Apollo and Hephaestus, might also harbor pity in their hearts for this species that was like the gods. The gods on Olympus, regarding this matter, were not entirely in agreement with Zeus, the god king. However, despite saying so, the gods of Olympus outwardly followed Zeus's instructions, slowly acting to destroy humanity. On the day Ares reintegrated his consciousness and took over his god of war clone on Olympus, Ares, who was on a routine patrol of Olympus, suddenly encountered Hephaestus on the road. This was not uncommon. Although Hephaestus was a severe homebody, he would occasionally come out to stroll along the Olympus corridor and get some fresh air after work. What surprised Ares was that Hephaestus had some bruises on his face, looking as if he had been beaten by someone. Hephaestus, what happened to you? Ares walked over and carefully examined Hephaestus's unremarkable face. Did someone hit you? He asked in surprise. Did you anger Zeus? In Ares's perception, on Olympus, apart from Zeus and himself, there didn't seem to be any other god who dared to beat Hephaestus. No. Hephaestus shook his head, his expression looking a bit awkward. Not Zeus? Ares's face showed surprise. Then who? Who else would dare to hit you? Hephaestus looked up at the sky, his face resembling a middle-aged man smoking, then sighed. It was Athena. What? Athena? She dared to hit you? Ares indignantly rolled up his sleeves. She's gone too far. Does she really not know who the boss is among the 4th generation of gods on Olympus? Don't worry, I'll go find her and demand an explanation. After speaking, Ares angrily started to walk towards the goddess of wisdom's temple. Seeing this, Hephaestus quickly pulled him back and shouted, Don't go, don't go. This is my fault, I deserved the beating, I deserved it. Ares stopped, turned his head, and asked suspiciously, Really? Could it be that woman has some leverage over you? Oh, no, really. Hephaestus was a bit shy. He looked left and right, then pulled Ares to a secluded, deserted corner and quietly told him, "You are my best brother, so I'll tell you the truth. This is what happened." After hearing Hephaestus explain the whole story, Ares understood what had happened. It turned out that to deal with humanity, Zeus had initiated the mythical Pandora project. He ordered Hephaestus to create a new human in the likeness of a goddess, then have her seduce the foolish Epimetheus, who still lived on Earth and led humanity, and incidentally bring various calamities to the human race. Hephaestus accepted the order but faced difficulty when choosing a model. Zeus's requirement was to make Pandora as beautiful as possible. Logically, Hephaestus should have invited his ex-wife Aphrodite to be the model. However, ex-wife implied that the conflict between Hephaestus and Aphrodite was irreconcilable, especially since Aphrodite immediately got involved with Hermes after he ascended Olympus. Hephaestus didn't want to find his ex-wife, and he estimated Aphrodite wouldn't agree anyway. So, after much thought, Hephaestus simply chose Athena, a goddess he admired. As the saying goes, men and women working together are most likely to spark passion, at least Hephaestus thought so. During the creation process with Athena as the model, the more he looked, the more beautiful he found Athena to be, even more beautiful than his ex-wife Aphrodite. And during Pandora's creation, Athena, the talkative goddess, also chatted and laughed with Hephaestus, occasionally showing charming and approving smiles, which gave Hephaestus the illusion that Athena was also slowly falling for him. So, when he felt the atmosphere was right, the clumsy Hephaestus, in a rough manner like forging iron, proposed to Athena. Then he was violently beaten by the angry virgin goddess, turning him into his current state. "Sigh, I told you long ago, Athena wouldn't fall for you, why didn't you believe me?" After listening, Ares lost interest in troubling Athena. He patted Hephaestus's shoulder and said to him, "Listen to me, let Hera arrange for you to marry one of the three goddesses of grace or a similar goddess. Although they aren't the most beautiful, at least they won't cause you so much trouble, and you can live a good life with her." Hephaestus was somewhat unwilling but eventually nodded. He covered his eyes, and tears shimmered through his fingers. "Brother, you're right. Ugly people don't deserve love." Ares was speechless, unable to respond. "Oh, right." Hephaestus, who was lamenting the unfairness of divine life, seemed to remember something and looked up at Ares again. "I've moved Pandora's model to the God King's hall. Zeus and the others are blessing that woman. You should go there quickly too." Chapter 53, Don't you feel disgusted? 1185 words. As Ares stepped into the God King's hall, all the main gods turned their heads to look at him. "Ares, come over quickly, you're the only one left." Zeus beckoned to him. "What's going on? What are you all doing?" Ares feigned confusion as he approached, asking, "I only heard from Hephaestus that you, Zeus, were looking for me." The god of war walked up to the gods, and they made way for him, allowing Ares to see the woman who was still a clay sculpture. He immediately looked at the sculpture in amazement, circling her several times, and said with a clicking sound, "So you're all here playing with figurines. This person is sculpted really well, but why do I feel like it resembles someone?" "This model was created using Athena as the prototype," Aphrodite said, somewhat displeased. "Oh," Ares drew out his voice, giving Athena a meaningful look that made her shiver. However, the god of war quickly moved his gaze away after looking, and he asked, "Zeus, what are you making this thing for?" Prometheus's debt hasn't been fully settled yet. Although he himself has been tied to the Caucasus Mountains by me, humans dared to collude with their creator to deceive the gods. We must teach them a lesson, otherwise, where would Olympus's dignity be?" Zeus laughed cruelly. "I'm going to send this woman to Prometheus's foolish brother, Epimetheus, for him to marry her, and then bring the most terrible disasters to humanity, to let them know the might of us gods." Then, he pointed at the clay sculpture of the woman and said to Ares, "Come on, Ares, you're the only one left. Infuse her with the concept of how you think she can become more alluring, and then I will give her life." Ares pondered for a moment, but didn't make a move. He asked, "Let me get this straight. So, you want this woman, who embodies a part of your concepts and is modeled after Athena, to seduce Epimetheus, right? All the gods nodded in unison. Damn it, don't you think it's a bit disgusting? Ares asked with a look of disdain. We're giving this woman a part of our concepts, and it's all just for Epimetheus to use. Doesn't that mean a part of us is being? He swallowed, looking at Athena, who seemed a bit disgusted already, and continued, especially since this woman's prototype is Athena, wouldn't Athena feel a bit uncomfortable watching her and Epimetheus unite? Enough. Zeus's eyebrows twitched as he snapped at Ares, Ares, if you don't want to contribute, then don't say anything more. Exactly, it's just a part of our concepts, how can it be considered a part of us? Apollo nodded, and at the same time, quietly reached out, wanting to retrieve the musical talent he had instilled. However, his action was immediately discovered by Zeus, who slapped his son's hand away and glared at him. Apollo showed a resigned expression, sullenly retracting his hand. Zeus. Athena swallowed with difficulty and pleaded with Zeus, why don't we call Hephaestus back and have him change her appearance again? Alright, just don't look if you don't want to. Why are you being so delicate? Zeus said impatiently, it's already made, do you still want to rework it? Then, he glared at Ares again and cursed, Ares, you talk too much. I'm just speaking the truth. Ares lowered his head and rubbed his nose. Zeus blew on his white beard, then stomped his god-king's scepter forcefully. Then, he didn't know where he pulled out a large bronze box. This bronze box was carved with various strange patterns, looking very mysterious. Zeus placed the box in front of Ares, then pointed to it and said, Ares, since you don't want to infuse this woman with a concept, I won't force you. After all, you made that oath before. However, you must put your most terrifying concept into this box. Yes, put the concept of war into it. Is this Pandora's box? Ares curiously glanced at the bronze box. On the surface, it looked unremarkable, but it could actually lock away the concepts of the gods. Clearly, it was also from the hands of the world's most excellent craftsman, Hephaestus. Ares thought for a moment, then agreed, alright, Zeus, I'll put the fuse of war into this box. Saying that, he raised his hand and pointed, then placed the calamity of war into this iron box. Seeing Ares' concept enter, Zeus nodded with satisfaction, then he rallied the gods, come, everyone, put all the concepts that can retaliate against humanity into it. Ares took a step back, then saw the gods gather around, one by one, throwing in various negative concepts. Apollo threw in the bane of men, Aphrodite threw in the bane of women, Hermes threw in plague, Poseidon threw in earthquakes, Hades bestowed death upon this magic box, and Zeus threw in many evil spirits. However, when it was Athena's turn, the goddess of wisdom took out a benevolent blue opaque small magic cube. This is the bomb I made. Before throwing it in, the goddess of wisdom deliberately held up the blue cube and explained to the surrounding gods. When this magic box is opened and everything inside is released, this bomb will destroy the world. All the gods sensed the terrifying magic power contained within this blue cube, but being illiterate, they didn't know what this blue opaque cube actually was, so they all exclaimed in wonder at how terrifying the goddess of wisdom's wisdom could be. But Ares knew what it was. He had personally seen the goddess of wisdom take this thing out of that unlucky Yoshing Vanguard's body. Athena didn't lie either. This thing would indeed destroy the world when it exploded, but not the human world, rather the entire Greek world. Seeing this blue cube, Zeus also urged quickly. Then quickly put it in, Athena. Athena smiled lightly and nodded, finally placing the blue cube into the box. Zeus immediately took the box, sealed the contents with his divine power, and conveniently placed Athena's blue cube at the very bottom of the box. He didn't trust his daughter in his heart. Although he didn't know what this cube was, it was safer to keep it from coming out. Having done all this, Zeus closed the box, then gently blew on the clay woman, and she came to life. She gently opened her eyes, transforming from clay into a beautiful and delicate girl with smooth, rosy white skin. Her eyes trembled slightly, and when she blinked, one could almost see the subtle flutter of her eyelashes, which made the surrounding gods' hearts stir. Gulp. Zeus swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing his possessive desires, then walked in front of the woman and placed the box in her arms. "You are called Pandora, the first woman in the world." He said to Pandora, "You will marry Epimetheus as his wife, and this box is our wedding gift to you from the gods." Chapter 54, Magic Circuit and Magic Rotation. 1220 words. It seems Athena is preparing to make her move in the next human era. Inside Hecate's tree palace, Ares's true form was discussing this topic with Hecate. Zeus sealed the thing she threw inside to the very bottom of the box, and he even deliberately warned Pandora not to open that box. "I suppose this time, when Pandora's box opens, Athena's item won't be able to come out. If Tartarus manages to analyze that thing from the UCI star arc, we might be able to understand its purpose, and thus Athena's objective," Hecate said to Ares, propping her chin on her hand, holding an ink brush, and lying on her hammock. "But why are you telling me all this? I won't get involved in your struggles." "I need someone to confide in, teacher," Ares sighed. "An ordinary god like me, with such fragile psychological resilience, would go insane if I had to play a role for too long." "You, with fragile psychological resilience?" Hecate wrote the last stroke on the papyrus in front of her. "Oh, stop talking about that. Come take a look. I researched that magic circuit thing you mentioned last time, and I found it's actually quite useful." After speaking, she gathered the scattered papyrus sheets on the hammock, arranged them in order, stacked them, and handed them to Ares. "What? You've even created a magic circuit?" Ares's spirits lifted, and he quickly took the stack of papyrus from Hecate, muttering as he looked through it, "Let me see." After all, these things were the foundation of the future magic world. It was difficult to research them from scratch, but once Hecate had actually created them, understanding them wasn't hard. Ares carefully read through the material once, then understood its operating principle. "This thing, it was the Rubik's Cube you brought back from the UCI star arc that gave me the inspiration," Hecate said, wagging her finger. "Look, isn't that Rubik's Cube covered in various patterns? I tried following that pattern, and found that running magic that way indeed made it faster. I optimized it a bit, and it became this. This magic circuit can convert other energies, like heat, mental power, or life force, into magic. However, I think in our current environment, this circuit is useless." "Indeed, but it won't be in the future." Ares nodded, then thought for a moment and added, "Teacher, can you help me create a few such magic circuits inside my body?" "I can," Hecate asked, puzzled. "But I still don't understand what you plan to do with such a thing." The moon goddess's vexation was quite normal in the Age of Gods. After all, even magic users of the Age of Gods inscribed magic circuits onto tools. Ares's behavior, in Hecate's eyes, was like asking her to help him get a tattoo, and a full-body one at that. In terms of magic absorption and conversion efficiency, Ares's divine body was immeasurably stronger than a magic circuit. "I definitely have power to convert," Ares earnestly requested. "Please, teacher, guide me." All right. Hecate waved her hand. "First things first, this thing has to be carved directly onto the body. Unless it's created from scratch, the inscribed person will feel intense pain. Don't hit me later." "Humph, you underestimate me, teacher," Ares said disdainfully. "I, Ares, am a dignified god of war. How could I not endure a little pain?" He had his confidence, because the god of war's divinity had indeed given him a high degree of pain tolerance. "You said it yourself." Hecate jumped down from the hammock, found her slippers, and then took out some suspicious tools from a nearby cabinet. "Then come with me." Ares followed Hecate closely into a side room within the tree palace. At some point, Hecate had turned this side room into something resembling a sick room. In the center of this room, there was a bed woven from vines, on which the moon goddess had laid a mattress stuffed with wool. Upon arriving, Hecate patted Ares's lower back, then pointed to the bed and said, "Lie down." Ares complied, and as he lay down, he calmly extended his hand to Hecate, saying, "Teacher, come on. I endured being struck by lightning. I don't believe this tiny magic circuit, ah. Hecate raised a hand and pointed, and several magic chains appeared out of thin air, binding Ares's raised arm to the bed. She said, "Don't move. Otherwise, don't blame me if I slip and carve crooked." Phew. Several hours later, Hecate, covered in sweat, climbed down from the equally sweaty Ares. At Ares's earnest invitation, the moon goddess also took her tools and, without hesitation, carved magic circuits into every corner of her disciple's muscular physique. Now, Ares's entire body, covered in magic circuits, looked like a homunculus straight out of the Einstein family. He dared say that his current magic circuits were definitely more numerous than Ilya's. After all, Ilya was just a little lowly, while he was a 9-foot-tall man, so there was no comparison in terms of sheer volume. Moreover, his magic circuits were created by the goddess of magic from the Age of Gods, and their quality was absolutely of the highest standard, matching his main divine body. "It's done," the moon goddess said to Ares, while tidying up the blood-stained tools. "You are now a walking magic circuit. What exactly do you want to do with this? Begin your performance." Ares lay on the blood-soaked mattress, panting for several breaths. Once the pain in his body gradually subsided, he slowly sat up from the mattress, then clenched his fists and began to imagine. Within everyone's mind, there is a mechanism to activate their magic circuit. This mechanism is usually a specific image, such as a gunshot, or a knife piercing the heart. However, what appeared in Ares's mind at this moment was a fiercely burning flame. When this flame ignited from the lightless darkness, the magic circuits within Ares's body activated at that moment. Due to the excessively high quality of the magic circuits, dense, shimmering patterns appeared directly on Ares's body, covering him entirely. These patterns flowed with a magical glow, making him look even more like a robot. And after activating his magic circuits, Ares did not stop. He took a deep breath, then silently activated another power within his body. Magnetic field rotation, 50,000 horsepower. Sizzle. As the power of the magnetic field appeared within his body, and Ares's cells rapidly rubbed together with the magic circuits activated, a wondrous phenomenon occurred. The magnetic field within him began to combine with magic under the influence of the magic circuits, transforming into an even more wondrous power. Ares maintained this state, glanced at Hecate, who understood and raised her hand to open a portal to Tartarus. After Ares passed through this portal to a secluded corner of Tartarus, he used this combined power of magnetic field rotation at 50,000 horsepower and magic, and casually punched a nearby mountain path. Whoosh! Accompanying his fist, a translucent force shot out, landed on a certain mountain wall in Tartarus, then silently disappeared into the wall. Moments later, with a rumbling tremor, the mountain wall suddenly collapsed violently, turning into ruins that crashed onto the ground. Chapter 55 Athena's Scheme. 1,209 words. It worked. Ares's heart was filled with excitement as he watched the mountain wall collapse and felt the surging, alien energy boiling within him. As early as when he mastered magnetic field rotation, he had been contemplating such a power combination. Magnetic field rotation was a force capable of controlling almost everything, but it couldn't control magic. This was because in the universe where magnetic field rotation originated, there was no such thing as magic on planets. However, magic circuits could convert other energies into pure magic. Ares at the time thought, if he could input magnetic field rotation into a magic circuit, then convert the corresponding magic from the magic circuit, and control it using the methods of magnetic field rotation, could he achieve an almost omnipotent magic? However, Ares didn't have a magic circuit at the time, so he couldn't perform this operation. But after Hecate inscribed the magic circuit onto his body, Ares, through this experiment, finally successfully confirmed his conjecture. This was an almost omnipotent magical mode. Using this method, Ares, a black household with no attribute bonuses, could, like Tosaka Rin, the dragon Sundara, with all attributes of earth, wind, water, and fire, manipulate various elemental magics at will. He could even control the magic of the 6 major conceptual elements. Moreover, as his internal magnetic field power continuously strengthened, accompanied by the increased resonance between the magnetic field and the outside world, the difficulty and quantity of magic he could wield would also increase daily. This power shall be called magic rotation, Ares thought, clenching his fist. After returning to Hecate's tree palace through the teleportation gate, Ares did not hide anything and directly told Hecate this method along with the cultivation method for magnetic field rotation. The moon goddess was also very interested, but after hearing that practicing magnetic field rotation required undergoing the self-abusive electric current propulsion training that Ares had previously endured, she regretfully gave up. According to Hecate, the reason she chose magic as her primary focus was her fear of physical pain. Training like a muscular brute was worse than death for her. Ares let her be. Anyway, he had told Hecate every detail of the method, so he didn't feel indebted to her. As for whether she learned it or not, that was Hecate's own business. The research on the power system had come to an end. Next, Ares began to focus his energy on his next plan. Watching Zeus create Pandora and Pandora's box, Ares finally recalled what event this was. In mythology, after Prometheus twice deceived Zeus, the enraged king of gods ordered Hephaestus to bind him with chains to a giant rock in the Caucasus Mountains. Furthermore, the king of gods sent a giant eagle, born of Typhon and Echidna, to peck at Prometheus's constantly regenerating internal organs day and night. And after this, the king of gods still felt unsatisfied, so he unleashed his wrath upon Prometheus's innocent creations, humans. He commanded Hephaestus to create the beautiful Pandora, and also made Pandora's box, into which the gods placed all the calamities of the world. When Pandora married Epimetheus, and due to the curiosity given by Zeus, she uncontrollably opened the box, releasing calamities. Zeus then naturally ordered Notos, the god of the south wind, to unleash torrential rain, destroying humanity with a flood. According to mythology, only 2 humans survived, Deucalion, Prometheus's son, and Pyrrha, Epimetheus and Pandora's daughter. They were the ancestors of humanity in the next era. And the next era was precisely the most brilliant era in Greek mythology, gathering numerous heroes and leaving behind countless popular epics, the Age of Heroes. A considerable portion of the heroic spirits who dominated the mainstream of Earth in this universe originated from this era. If Ares's guess was correct, Athena must have placed her bets on this era, and he was doing the same. To survive until after the Common Era, Ares had to leave his mark in these many epics. So, after the completion of magic rotation, Ares immediately began to continue his arrangements. He did not go to see Prometheus. Just as the god of forethought had once evaluated him, Ares didn't quite understand why Prometheus was willing to pay such a huge price for his creations. He couldn't guess whether Prometheus was truly a holy god with noble ideals or had other motives for humanity. But in any case, the current bound state of the god of forethought at least restricted his activities. Whatever his purpose, as long as he was bound on the Caucasus Mountains, it could not be realized. During the following period, Ares juggled 3 tasks. On one hand, he managed the war god's divine duties on Olympus, keeping an eye on Pandora's movements after she was sent to Earth by the gods. On the other hand, he continued to use his clones to instruct the powerful humans he had chosen as seeds, and the remaining energy, Ares devoted entirely to the creation of humans with Hecate. This creation of humans was not the other creation of humans. Ares was still bound by the oath of the inhibitory force, so even if he wanted to create in that way, he wouldn't dare. Therefore, Ares and Hecate used Prometheus's and Athena's methods of creating humans, secretly making a new generation of women corresponding to the men within the tree palace. Ares used the goddesses on Olympus as models, shaping a number of women corresponding to the number of men. Hecate, while they were still clay figures, inscribed a considerable number of magic circuits within their bodies. Not only that, Ares also took the time to secretly pluck a strand of the curiosity Zeus had bestowed upon Pandora, dividing it into several portions and giving it to these women. The first generation of men had no curiosity, and Ares felt this was unacceptable. Although curiosity often led to misfortune, it was also one of the driving forces of human progress. humans lacking this were incomplete. So even if the first generation of men had no curiosity, as long as they combined with these women, their descendants could inherit everything from them. While Ares was secretly planning and arranging everything within the tree palace, Athena was not idle either. Several years after Epimetheus and Pandora combined, when their daughter Pyrrha also married Deucalion, Prometheus's surviving son, this goddess secretly manipulated the couple through dreams. She gave Deucalion and Pyrrha revelations in their dreams, then guided the couple to cut down the strongest trees on the high mountains, make them into a large ship, and place a pair of seeds and younglings of all creatures on earth onto it. After years of arduous effort, Deucalion and Pyrrha, with the help of Athena, successfully obtained an ark capable of surviving the flood. On the day the ark was completed, Athena also secretly used divine power to obscure the gods' vision, and, unbeknownst to the gods, placed 2 baskets of stones on this ship. However, while her actions fooled the inattentive gods, they could not escape Ares, who had already secretly planted his eyes around Deucalion and Pyrrha. On the day Athena placed the stones, Ares's avatar also quietly arrived at this ship. Chapter 56, The cat substitutes for the prince. 1,399 words. Actually, the description came aboard isn't quite right. It should be said that Ares's avatar had already quietly blended in with the ship since its construction began. Unlike Athena's high-level maneuver of entering the stream of dreams, Ares, without the arrogance of a chief god, was more willing to lower his status. As early as when Deucalion and Pyrrha began selecting animal young, Ares secretly attached a wisp of his spirit to a lamb in their sheepfold. Ares chose the most beautiful male lamb, and the lamb he possessed was naturally chosen by Deucalion and Pyrrha and placed on the ship. Thereafter, Ares hid deep within the lamb's spirit, silently observing all the actions of Deucalion and Pyrrha as guided by Athena. As a key subject of Zeus's attention, the goddess of wisdom Athena's will could not remain in the mortal realm for too long, lest it arouse the suspicion of the king of gods. Thus, after misleading Deucalion and Pyrrha into carrying those 2 baskets of stones onto the ship, Athena departed. The moment Athena's attention departed, Ares's spirit emerged from the lamb's subconscious. He controlled the little lamb, and while chewing on the grass in its mouth, it came before the 2 baskets of stones and observed them carefully. After the magic circuit rotation was completed, Ares's cultivation in the magical arts also increased by a notch. Now, he was able to discern what tricks the goddess of wisdom had played with these 2 baskets of stones. Indeed, these 2 baskets of stones were not ordinary stones at all. The myth about mother's bones was all a lie. Even if Deucalion and Pyrrha had divine blood, they had not awakened their divine power, and Gaia, the planet's consciousness, was even less likely to help a group of creatures living on her surface. These 2 baskets of stones had clearly already been created by Athena and infused with souls, just one step away from forming the prototypes of humans. It seems Athena was determined to become the ancestor of humanity in the Greek world and usurp Prometheus's achievements. Fortunately, Ares had already discovered Athena's plan. Therefore, after seeing through the goddess of wisdom's scheme, Ares's true form directly summoned the men he had previously chosen as seeds, and the women with magic circuits in their bodies, whom he had created with Hecate. He then said to them, "The time has come, children. Zeus is about to unleash divine punishment and destroy humanity. And now, I will send you to the ark. You will become the sparks of humanity, causing human footprints to once again spread across the earth. You will establish nations on the earth. I will call your nation a great nation, and you will become its rulers, turning away from evil and doing good, never abandoning your oaths. I, Ares, will grant you unending ambition and unyielding courage." He bestowed upon these humans concepts useful for human progress that he possessed, such as struggle, competitiveness, and curiosity. He then meticulously instructed them on what to do in the future and made them swear an oath never to reveal their connection with Ares to anyone other than Hecate. Finally, Ares invited Hecate to cast a spell, transforming these humans into 2 baskets of stones identical to Athena's, with the men in one basket and the women in another. Hecate then performed a disguise spell on the stones transformed from these humans, making it impossible for Athena to discern their authenticity. At night, when the gods rested and the veil of Nyx, the goddess of night, covered the earth, Ares quietly passed through Hecate's teleportation gate and arrived at Deucalion and Pyrrha's ark, silently performing it. The cat substitutes for the prince. A literal translation would be civet cat for prince, meaning a secret substitution, with his 2 baskets of humans and Athena's 2 baskets of stones. After the 2 chief gods had plotted and carried out their treacherous acts behind the back of Zeus, the king of gods, the next day, as if a switch had been flipped, Pandora, who had been married to Epimetheus for many years, had children, and had almost forgotten about the magic box she carried, suddenly remembered the matter. She recalled the gods' warnings, wanting to forget about it, but at that moment, Pandora's curiosity was like a flood with an open valve, impossible to hold back. As if by a ghost's prompting, she stood up and quietly went to the inner room. The magic box was a wedding gift given to her and Epimetheus by the gods, so even though it was useless for improving their lives, Pandora and Epimetheus had specially built a room for it and devoutly enshrined it. Pandora entered the room, saw the patterns on the box, and could no longer resist her curiosity, reaching out to touch its lid. "I'll just take a look, just one look, it shouldn't be a problem, right?" Hypnotically comforting herself, Pandora's hand applied a slight force, pushing open a crack in the box's lid. At that instant, countless terrifying black mists surged out of the magic box, carrying gusts of foul-smelling gales. They transformed into the most evil and malicious spirits, flying past a horrified Pandora and heading towards the boundless earth. At the behest of their respective masters, they entangled themselves with the human race. In an instant, the once thriving human race was beset by various natural and man-made disasters. In some places, earthquakes began, and the earth split open with giant fissures, directly swallowing entire tribes. In other places, humans silently aged and died, turning into piles of white bones. In some places, humans were plagued by various unexplained plagues, which spread among the populace, causing decay and corruption. In other places, humans clashed over trivial matters, eventually escalating into large-scale wars that implicated several tribes. Seeing these disasters on Earth, Pandora quickly closed the magic box, and the lid of this magic box, as Zeus had expected, locked in Athena's so-called world-destroying bomb. In the heavens, Zeus, the king of gods, sensed the opening of the magic box and immediately summoned all the gods to the God King's Hall. He looked through the Olympus holy fire at the various disasters happening on the earth, laughing with uncontrollable glee. "Old pervert." Seeing this, Ares cursed under his breath. Perhaps feeling somewhat out of character, Zeus quickly reined in his laughter once all 12 chief gods had arrived. He surveyed his surroundings and said in a deep voice, "You have all seen it. The human race has completely corrupted and cannot be kept. Therefore, I have decided to destroy humanity. Let us discuss what method would be best." "War." Ares faithfully fulfilled his persona, raising his hand first and shouting, "We want war." "While war is good, it is not thorough enough," Poseidon retorted. "There will always be victors and losers, and the ultimate victors among them will survive. I do not think it is appropriate." "What?" Ares glared at Poseidon, immediately retorting without hesitation, "Can't there be mutual destruction in war?" "Enough, Ares, I understand your feelings." Zeus waved his hand, dismissing his foolish son. "Poseidon is right this time, war is indeed not thorough enough and inefficient." He thought for a moment, turned his head to look at his divine lightning, and then said, "Let's just use heavenly lightning to destroy them." "Zeus, no," Athena interjected. "Your heavenly lightning is too powerful, it will not only destroy humanity but also harm the earth. If that happens, Gaia will come looking for trouble with you." "True." Zeus gently countered, then, "Athena, do you have any good ideas?" "I think we can use heavenly fire to destroy the world," Athena said, seizing the opportunity. "Let Helios fly his sun chariot around the surface of the earth, and all humans will die." Good idea, but there are places heavenly fire can't reach. What if some humans hide underground?" Zeus nodded, then chuckled, "I think we should use a flood to destroy the world." Where is Notus, the god of the south wind?" Zeus, Eurus, the god of the east wind, replied, "He is currently moving bricks at the mine." "Then go find him quickly," Zeus commanded. "Tell him to atone for his mistakes. If he does well this time, I will directly waive him from his punishment." Chapter 57 Athena's Ambition. 1178 words. Notice, the god of the south wind, who was diligently moving bricks alongside the servant races of the gods, became ecstatic upon hearing Zeus's decree. He didn't even have time to wipe the dust from his face or the sweat from his body, nor did he change his clothes, before hastily following his brother to the god-king's hall on Olympus to receive this command from Zeus, the king of the gods. After receiving Zeus's approval, notice, the god of the south wind didn't even have time to return to his own temple to change into presentable clothes. He hurriedly took flight, transforming into a south wind that swept across the land, bringing dark clouds, thunder, and torrential rain to the devastated earth. As a lesser god, Notus naturally didn't possess the ability to single-handedly destroy humanity on a vast land, but with the blessing of Zeus's divine authority, even Notus, the god of the south wind, could now unleash power comparable to a major god. He exerted all his might to unleash his divine power, as if to wring out his last drop of rain, causing endless torrential rain to fall upon the ground. After the rain, which was far from normal rainfall, fell upon the ground, the rivers on earth and the oceans surrounding the land immediately swelled wildly, transforming into massive floods that swept away houses, submerged caves, and caused countless mudslides on the hillsides. The surging floods quickly engulfed everything on the land. Amidst the tumultuous winds and rain, only a single small boat in the human world swayed in the terrifying waves. Ares's clone stood on the Caucasus Mountains, watching the ark from afar. He saw Athena's spirit transform into a shimmering owl, landing on the bow of the ship, guiding Deucalion and Pyrrha through the raging waves. Its scattered feathers formed a divine barrier, doing their best to protect the creatures on board amidst the surging waters. Ares then noticed that as the floodwaters rose to submerge the entire continent of the small world, Poseidon, who was in the sea, immediately used his authority as the Sea King to take control of the floods on land. He stood at the heart of the storm, raising his trident high, angrily directing the giant waves to crash repeatedly upon the original land, as if to crush the last vestiges of human flesh into pulp. But in reality, he was using this method to provide cover for Noah's Ark in the flood, subtly concealing the whereabouts of Deucalion and Pyrrha with the spray. Ares looked up at the sky again and found that Apollo, who had hardly paid attention to Helios, a subordinate god, since taking over the sun god's divine duties, had suddenly used his authority to make Helios's sun chariot hide behind the dark clouds stirred up by Notus, the god of the south wind, reducing visibility in the flood and preventing the gods on Olympus from discovering the small boat. "Damn it, a bunch of traitors," Ares spat. Needless to say, Apollo and Poseidon must have made a secret deal with Athena. These three, each with their own motives, did not want humanity to be destroyed. However, it was a coincidence that he also didn't want that, so regarding such treacherous behavior, the loyal Ares could only reluctantly turn a blind eye, pretending not to see. He continued to climb the Caucasus Mountains, wanting to see Prometheus, the god of foresight, react to the current scene. Ares had already thought it through. If he looked calm, it meant that the current situation was within his expectations, and he felt nothing for humanity's suffering, but was merely calculating for some purpose of his own. If he looked calm with a hint of heartache, it meant that his current calculations were indeed for the human race. But just as Ares climbed to the base of the giant rock where Prometheus was imprisoned, he suddenly heard a familiar, clear voice. "Prometheus, does your heart ache?" Ares was startled. He recoiled his hand, almost falling off the mountain, but thankfully, he forcibly clung to the rock with magnetic field rotation and then transformed into an earthworm, crawling along the cracks in the stone to the giant rock. Then, he transformed into a blade of grass, peeking out from the rock crevice, and looked towards the source of the sound. Standing before the bound Prometheus was a beautiful goddess with golden hair and bright eyes, none other than Ares's dear virgin sister, Athena, the goddess of wisdom. Upon hearing Athena's words, Prometheus slowly raised his head. This god of foresight, once handsome and free-spirited, had long lost his former vigor. He had been hung there by Zeus, enduring daily wind and sun, hunger and thirst, and being pecked by a giant eagle, leaving him withered and emaciated. He looked at the goddess, who was once his friend, and slowly replied in a hoarse voice, "It aches, of course it aches. But Athena, humanity always has to pay a huge price to gain something or learn a lesson. I think using such a disaster in exchange for the curiosity bestowed by Zeus, this trade is not a loss. You calculate far ahead." Athena nodded, then suddenly said, "But do you know why Zeus, after dealing with you, still insisted on annihilating all of humanity?" Prometheus wearily raised an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. "Because of me." Athena opened her mouth and softly uttered malicious words, "Because I secretly told Zeus that a powerful child, capable of destroying his kingship, would be born among humans in the future. You truly stop at nothing." Prometheus looked at her and said, "What you desire, for a goddess, is truly too much." "What do you mean by too much? Is what you desire not much?" Athena raised an eyebrow, looking at Prometheus with an expression of disgust. "You male gods, relying on being male, always think that only you have the ability to dominate and acquire this world. You use brute force and violence to oppress your wives, and casually discard your daughters like objects. Did Zeus think that by devouring my mother and forcibly twisting my destiny with the king of the gods' authority, making me born as a girl, he could change the fate of his kingship being overthrown?" She looked at the continuous torrential rain between heaven and earth, and waved the spear in her hand as if fighting a great god, then continued, "I, Athena, will say no to this fate. I will prove to you that even a goddess has the right and ability to hold all things in the world in her palm." She slowly clenched her hand towards heaven and earth, as if to grasp everything in the world. "Prometheus, just you wait. When I ascend to Olympus and become queen, I will come and free you, and you will kneel on the ground and kiss my feet." "Humph." Prometheus, bound to the giant rock, raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly, "Then I shall await." Chapter 58. Chapter 58. You want to mess with me? 1233 words. Ares huddled to the side, listening to the entire conversation between Athena and Prometheus. As expected, both of them had various calculations regarding the destruction of humanity in this era. As a modern person, Ares, after hearing this debate, surprisingly agreed with Athena, despite their many disagreements. However, the goals of either of them were probably not good for him, so Ares could only silently apologize to them and prepare to disrupt their plans. He saw Athena, after speaking with Prometheus, transform into a golden light and fly into the vast expanse of the world, presumably to search for Deucalion and Pyrrha's ark. After watching Athena depart, Prometheus suddenly murmured to himself, "Come out, god of war, you must have been eavesdropping." Ares's heart stirred, but he did not reveal himself. Instead, he pretended to be a blade of grass, lying motionless in a rock crevice. Indeed, after a few seconds, he heard the god of forethought muttering to himself again. "Strange, is he not here? Humph, I knew it. In your current weakened state, you still think you can sense me?" Ares chuckled inwardly, but then heard Prometheus mumble softly, "That's fine too. If he's not here, it means Athena has already taken a step ahead in the next era. Ares, when the age of humans arrives, even if you keep 100 sparks, it will be useless. Just hiding won't allow you to survive. Heh, but this is also good. His existence is always an unstable factor. Damn, what does this guy mean?" Ares looked at the god of forethought in surprise, pondering inwardly. "Damn it, I went through all that trouble to help you steal fire, and now you want to mess with me?" He strained his ears, wanting to hear if the weakened god of forethought would reveal any more of his plans through his self-talk. However, Prometheus was too weak. He was hanging on the giant rock and soon fell into a state of semi-consciousness. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a sharp shriek came from afar. A giant eagle suddenly flew over again and began cruelly pecking at Prometheus's abdomen right in front of Ares, which made the god of forethought wake up in pain, letting out screams. Seeing that eavesdropping was fruitless, Ares slowly slipped down from the rock crevice. He reached the mountainside of the Caucasus Mountains, which was almost submerged by the flood, looked up at the giant rock where Prometheus was, then narrowed his eyes, and quickly began to think. According to the historical trajectory of the Nasuverse, the god of forethought Prometheus should have eventually been freed from the giant rock in the Caucasus Mountains by the centaur Chiron, who exchanged his own immortality for Prometheus's freedom. However, considering the unexpected factor of Kratos, Prometheus might very well be freed by this person in another way. The probability of these two events happening is currently 50-50. But this also means that as long as Ares prevents the tragedy that befalls Chiron, Prometheus will undoubtedly become a sacrifice for a certain Spartan ghost. Since you were heartless first, don't blame me for being unjust. Ares's eyes flickered. No matter how brilliant your strategies are, if you're dead, they're all useless. On the other side, Deucalion and his wife had been drifting amidst the storms for 9 full days. Initially, due to the extreme turbulence, Deucalion and Pyrrha couldn't even eat the dried meat they had prepared. They could only cling tightly to the mast of the boat and pray to the gods for the storm to pass quickly, until they lost all strength. However, later, when a giant wave was about to engulf the entire ark and smash them, a faint light suddenly rose from the water, protecting them from the wave. Not only that, the appearance of this light also made the entire ark stable. Slowly, the two could live normally on the boat, eating, drinking, and sleeping, and also feeding the animals in the cabin. A few more days passed, and even the lambs they had in the cabin could actively come out onto the deck for a stroll. At the beginning of creation, these animals received gifts from the gods that humans did not, possessing a stronger perception of dangerous things than humans. Therefore, Deucalion and Pyrrha, seeing this scene, unanimously believed that although the heavy rain and floods between heaven and earth had not yet dissipated, the gods had already forgiven them. Indeed, by the 9th day, Zeus, king of the gods, sat on the clouds, observing the vast land swallowed by the flood. Seeing no trace of humans left amidst the surging waves, he felt relieved and nodded with satisfaction. He then summoned his divine messenger, commanded Notus, god of the south wind, to retreat, and called upon Boreas, god of the north wind, a subordinate of Hades, to stir up a biting north wind that dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. The heavy rain stopped. Poseidon, standing on the waves, looked up at his brother seated on the clouds, then put away his trident and retreated into the ocean. With the retreat of the Sea King, the floods on the land gradually receded, revealing the submerged earth. In the gradually receding floodwaters, Deucalion and Pyrrha's ark drifted with the current and soon docked on the summit of Mount Parnassus. The two disembarked from the ark and quickly built an altar on the ground. They then held a sacrifice using their only remaining meat, offering it to the gods to appease their wrath. Deucalion also prayed to the heavens through this altar, hoping that the gods would restore humanity to its former state. Just as they finished their prayers, a pleasant female voice suddenly echoed in the hearts of Deucalion and Pyrrha. "I have heard your prayers," the woman slowly said. "I am Themis, guardian of justice and order. I will tell you the method to restore humanity to its former state. Now, leave my sacred altar, put on veils, loosen your sashes, and then throw the bones of your mother behind you." Upon hearing the words of the goddess who called herself Themis, Deucalion and Pyrrha exchanged astonished glances. Then, Pyrrha hastily prayed to the altar, "Noble goddess, forgive me. I must disobey your will, for I cannot discard my mother's remains and do not wish to offend her spirit." Moreover, even if she wanted to, Pyrrha couldn't do such a thing now. When the flood came, Pandora, the mother of humanity, didn't get on the boat at all. Now, her mother had long since been swept away by the flood to who knows where. However, Deucalion truly lived up to being Prometheus's son. After careful thought, he suddenly pulled his wife Pyrrha and said to her, "Pyrrha, don't rush. If I understand correctly, the goddess's command is not asking us to do anything disrespectful. The earth is our benevolent mother, and the stones must be her bones." "Really?" Pyrrha looked at her husband with some doubt. "Deucalion, I haven't studied, so don't lie to me. We are husband and wife, how could I deceive you?" Deucalion chuckled. "Given our current situation, it's unlikely the gods would ask us to complete an impossible task. And I remember, there were 2 baskets of stones on our ark, I don't know who put them there. Chapter 59 Virgins Think Alike. 1462 words. The couple quickly entered the cabin, and indeed, at the very back of the cabin, they found the 2 baskets of stones. So, they moved the 2 baskets of stones out, put on their veils, untied their belts, and then Pyrrha, following her husband, picked up a basket of stones each, skeptically, and began throwing them behind them. As expected, after they threw the stones behind them, the stones rolled onto the ground and immediately began to change shape, transforming into humans, some tall and strong, others beautiful and gentle. The stones Deucalion threw all turned into tall and mighty men, while the stones Pyrrha threw all turned into beautiful and intelligent women. These humans quickly formed a crowd, dividing into 2 lines, following behind Deucalion and Pyrrha, and praising them. Ah, Deucalion and Pyrrha, you are our father and mother, from today on, we shall serve you as we serve the gods. The activities of these humans soon caught the attention of Zeus, the king of the gods in the heavens. So, he urgently summoned the 12 great gods to the god king's hall and, in a fit of rage, questioned them. Will someone tell me? What exactly is going on? What happened to the promised extinction of humanity? And where did these humans come from? Didn't they just pop out of stones? Ares bellowed. I saw it. Crack. Before he could finish speaking, Zeus zapped him with a bolt of lightning. Fortunately, Ares's body was just a clone and felt no pain, but for the sake of the performance, he still cooperated by lying on the ground, twitching uncontrollably. Poseidon. Zeus turned his head and roared at his brother, can you tell me why humanity isn't dead? How should I know? The Sea King spread his hands innocently. Anyway, I've been trying my best to stir up the seas, and I've made sure that all humans in the water are dead. Hades. Zeus then contacted Hades, the king of the underworld, who was far away in the nether regions, through the sacred flame. How could you not have counted the number of humans properly? Why didn't you tell me when people were missing? Zeus. That's enough. Facing his younger brother's questioning, the god king of the underworld also grew somewhat annoyed. Behind him, the busy figures of the god of death and the god of sleep could vaguely be seen. Currently, there aren't many gods in the underworld. Hades doesn't have a queen of the underworld, and Zeus hasn't yet brought forth the 3 judges who would later be responsible for judging the souls of the dead, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus. Even Hecate, the moon goddess, who should inherently belong to the underworld, is still lingering on Earth, which leaves the vast underworld without even a single guard dog. It was fine before, when there were only a few humans on Earth, and not many died. The god of death and the god of sleep could handle it completely, and Hades's main duty was to guard their parents, the Titans. But now, the spirits of an entire human race are pouring into the underworld on a massive scale at the same time. His 2 brother gods alone are simply overwhelmed, and Hades has had to personally intervene, even going so far as to pull in several river gods of the underworld and Charon, the ferryman, to help busy themselves with judging these souls. Under such immense pressure, and having to face Zeus's unreasonable accusations, the lord of the underworld uncharacteristically became enraged. He lowered his voice and replied, I haven't even asked you yet why you've crammed so many souls into my underworld in such a short time. Do you take my underworld for a dump? When the king of the underworld raged, a wave of death aura immediately surged back from him. The 12 great gods on Olympus even seemed to smell a decaying scent through the sacred flame. Hermes, who had just taken Hades's place, shrank his neck in fright, and Zeus was speechless for a long time. Only then did he remember that Hades was the eldest among their siblings. Although Zeus had an advantage over Hades in battles on the sky and land due to his divine thunder and his authority as king of the gods, within the underworld, the king of the underworld was the only god. Enough. I'm not arguing with you. Seeing the somewhat fearful expressions of his younger brother and the younger generation through the sacred flame, Hades also restrained his anger. He glanced behind him and then replied, I'm very busy here right now. Goodbye. With that, the king of the underworld actively disconnected the communication with Zeus. Seeing the sacred flame return to its clear state, the god king's hall on Olympus fell silent for a long time, the atmosphere very awkward. After a while, Zeus finally rubbed his nose and initiated conversation. Having been rebuffed by his elder brother, he was even more annoyed, so he shouted. "Don't just stand there, all of you. Think of a solution." "I will." Ares, who had just gotten up from the ground, immediately rushed forward, raising his hand and shouting, "Zeus, I'll go kill those people for you. Get out." Zeus roared at Ares. "Ares, if you say another word, I'll kick you out of here." The god of war immediately lowered his head sullenly, hiding his gloating smile. "Zeus, calm your anger." At the crucial moment, it was Athena, the wise strategist of Olympus, who stepped forward. She gently said to her father, "Since things have come to this, the rise of humanity cannot be stopped. We can only control them and guide them." Humph. Seeing Athena's stance, Zeus knew perfectly well that he had been played by his good daughter, good brothers, and good children. His gaze slowly swept across the 12 main gods in the god king's hall. Except for a certain god of war who was bowing his head as if standing in punishment, he felt that everyone else was problematic. "Tell me your plan, Athena." "Yes." Having received Zeus's approval, the goddess of wisdom immediately spoke eloquently. "First, we must assign responsibility for this matter. Notice, the god of the south wind, was responsible for destroying humanity. Since humanity was not destroyed, this is clearly his dereliction of duty. Zeus, you should punish this god who has repeatedly made mistakes." Zeus said indifferently, "Tell Notice that he no longer needs to return to Olympus. Let him stay among the slaves for good. Secondly, we must gain the faith of humanity." Athena continued, "We must make them build our temples and our idols on earth, and offer sacrifices to us. We must establish religions among them and promote sex to become the dominant force among them. We must use our power to help their development, but we cannot always help. When necessary, we also need to send down divine punishment to make humanity understand who the true rulers of this world are." Zeus nodded lightly, expressing his agreement. "The last point, and the most essential one, I believe this matter should be personally led by you, Zeus." Athena said with a gentle smile, "I suggest that the gods may henceforth unite with beautiful men and women among humans, giving birth to demigods who inherit some of our power but do not possess eternal life. These demigods will become heroes and champions among humans, becoming their leaders. In this way, humanity will forever submit to divine authority." "Good." Hearing Athena's words, Zeus's eyes lit up. If Athena's previous measures were merely attempts to mend the fold after the sheep were lost, this particular suggestion truly resonated with the king of the gods. Even if Athena hadn't said it, Zeus would surely not mind having more demigods with human beauties. Then let it be so. Zeus raised his hand and settled the matter. "You all go down, choose the couples you deem worthy among the current humans, and according to Athena's plan, guide them to establish city-states, develop civilization, and control them." The Olympus gods all affirmed their agreement. Seeing this, Athena, who was nearby, smiled. "Zeus, you have already lost." She thought to herself. "The humans of today are all my creations. They are naturally drawn to me, and even demigod heroes cannot stop this affinity. When the time comes, both heaven and earth will be filled with my people. Zeus, what will you use to fight me?" And Ares, seeing Athena's smile, also revealed a smile that seemed somewhat foolish to the other gods. "I guess my virgin sister must think she's won now," he thought to himself. Truly, great minds think alike. I think so too. Chapter 60, Old Zeus leads the way. 1528 words. After the great flood receded, following the advice of the goddess Athena, the gods each took individuals they favored from the surviving humans and guided them to various corners of the earth, helping them establish city-states, build civilizations, and multiply. What they didn't know was that these surviving humans were not actually the descendants of Deucalion and Pyrrha, but rather humans from the Silver Age who had directly persisted from the previous era. Unfortunately, according to Hecate, the human race was also subjected to the interference of the inhibitory force. The Silver Age humans, who should have been immortal unless killed, would now die of old age in the new era. Moreover, no one had yet successfully achieved magnetic field rotation, which Ares taught them, at most only reaching the realm of electric current propulsion. However, their average physical quality was already much stronger than that of the original Bronze Age humans. And although they had aged, following Ares's instructions, they passed down the magic and combat techniques Ares had taught them before sensing their end was near. With Ares's impetus and the gods' assistance, the humans of the Greek pantheon world quickly transcended the tribal era and rapidly entered early city-state civilization, establishing kingdoms centered around various city-states. And after these early kingdoms were established, Zeus, who had long been impatient, finally prepared to put Athena's last plan, the so-called demigod plan, on the agenda. The curtain for this new era, the Age of Heroes, was slowly drawn open by the propulsion of various forces. Ares's first day in the new era began with the noise of Hera and Zeus. When he arrived at the God King's hall with his divine power clone for the main god's morning meeting, he saw his mother and father arguing fiercely from the God King's throne and the Queen's throne. Spittle flew between them, Hera cursed and cried while Zeus retorted and raged. Their exchange was interspersed with various intimate greetings to each other's parents. The other main gods present quietly acted like ostriches, standing silently in their positions, waiting for the God King and Queen to finish arguing. Ares thought carefully. It seemed Hera and Zeus were siblings, sharing the same parents. Cronus, far away in Tartarus prison, and Rhea, living in seclusion on Earth, felt utterly frustrated. Seeing Ares enter, Zeus and Hera merely glanced at him before continuing their quarrel. Ares scanned the God King's hall and found all the gods present staring at him, frantically winking. He lowered his head in thought and decided that, according to his persona, he could no longer remain silent. So Ares directly interrupted Zeus and Hera's argument and asked in a deep voice, "Father, Mother, what are you arguing about again?" "Ares, don't butt in." Zeus glared at Ares, but Hera had already covered her mouth and began to wail to Ares, "Ares, you be the judge. Your father is going to betray your mother again and go have an affair with some disreputable woman." "Don't talk nonsense, Hera." Zeus immediately bristled and glared, "Europa is not some disreputable woman." "Oh, so that's what this is about." Ares immediately understood. The woman Europa could be said to be one of the progenitors of the Greek heroic age. It was her marriage with Zeus that opened up the European continent and also gave rise to countless kingdoms that held important positions in Greek history. Ares had only just learned that Europa had been born. The humans he had placed out there were now ancient history. Although humanity's connection to him had been passed down according to Ares's plan, during this period, at Hades's request, Hecate had to go to the underworld to help. Therefore, Ares also had to assist the moon goddess in moving all the secrets hidden in her tree palace to the underworld without being detected by the other gods. There was no other way. Most of Ares's secrets, including his main body, were hidden in Hecate's domain. Now that Hecate was moving, Ares had to help. He and his witch teacher both had many secrets they didn't want outsiders to know, so mutual concealment and assistance were necessary. This matter occupied most of Ares's and Hecate's energy, which also made it almost impossible for Ares to pay detailed attention to the situation on Earth during this time. So after a brief thought, Ares began to speak up for his mother. "If that's the case, then it is indeed a bigger problem for you, Zeus. What do you know?" "Scram, little virgin." Zeus roared, "Do you think I'm lustful? I'm fulfilling the plan we all decided on earlier, demigods, demigods. If I don't go pick up girls, how can I have children with humans?" "You're talking nonsense." Hera cried out, "Are you the only god on Olympus? Apollo, Hephaestus, Poseidon. If you really don't want to be with her, you can let other male gods go." All right. Poseidon interjected upon hearing this, "Brother, I can bear this hardship for you. Let all those mortal women come to me, Poseidon." "You shut up." Zeus glared fiercely at the Sea King, but with little effect. The Sea King whistled and looked at the sky, completely disregarding his warning. But Zeus currently had no energy to deal with his annoying brother. He patiently and quietly explained to Hera. I am the God King. In such matters, I must set an example and a good precedent, no matter what. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Hera shouted, anyway, if you dare to go, I'll directly kill that slut. Hera. Zeus stood up, pointed at his queen, and angrily rebuked, don't forget who the God King is? And how did his queen come to be? How did I come to be? Hera wiped away her tears and also angrily said, yes, how did I come to be? Of course, it was when you turned into a cuckoo and raped me, your older sister. Insolent. Zeus retorted, if I hadn't taken you, could you be the queen? Humph. Do you perhaps think that among our siblings back then, only you could be the God King? Hera laughed sadly, if I had known, I should have gone to Hades or Poseidon. You dare. Zeus finally lost his patience. In a fit of rage, he slammed his hand heavily on the table in front of him, then stood up, picked up his divine lightning, and walked towards the queen. Since we married, I have always tolerated you. It seems if I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know what's good for you. Zeus, don't hit Hera. Ares very cooperatively pounced forward, intending to take the opportunity to test Zeus's strength. But his clone, despite gathering divine power, was casually swept aside by Zeus with the divine lightning in his hand. Bolts of lightning coiled around his body, even causing his spirit to ache faintly, and this clone collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Seeing the god of war in such a state, the other main gods dared not intervene further. Except for Hephaestus, they all pretended not to see the domestic violence unfolding before them, standing silently in place. Before Zeus, the weak queen was powerless to resist his brutality. She was directly seized by Zeus and dragged to the highest lookout temple on Olympus. Her feet were bound to an anvil by Zeus, her hands tied with golden chains, and she was hung upside down in midair for public display. All the gods on the sacred mountain of Olympus witnessed this scene with their own eyes, but they were all intimidated by Zeus's wrath, and no one dared to approach her to plead for the queen, except for her 2 sons born to her personally. Zeus, this is too much. Hephaestus followed Zeus and Hera out, and when he saw the king of gods hanging his poor mother, he finally couldn't bear it anymore and accused his father. Ares, on the other hand, was more direct. As the divine lightning power within his clone slightly diminished, he drew his weapon and charged at Zeus with a cry of "Wah!" However, after only one exchange, he was knocked to the ground by Zeus. The enraged king of gods kicked his son directly off Olympus. Is this the strength of the god king? Ares plummeted below the clouds, but his mind was constantly calculating the details of their recent exchange. Indeed, with the divine lightning in hand, no one in this world, apart from extraterrestrial beings and the inhibitory force, is his match. This time, Zeus was at fault, and furthermore, Hera had her mother Rhea and her adoptive parents, Oceanus and his wife, supporting her. He couldn't simply kill Ares. Therefore, Ares merely protected his body with divine power and landed steadily on the plains below Olympus. Aside from damaging a section of the ground, there was no other loss. However, not long after he landed, he saw his unlucky elder brother, the god of fire, also fall from the clouds with a scream, crashing heavily into the ground next to him. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.